our time here, we would have gone really deep into this theme. You're welcome to the CD Conference Center right here at the University of Ghana. My name is Kafui Day. It's my pleasure to be the MC for Airtad, not for the first time, not for the second time, not for the third time, but for the fourth time. I'm really, really happy to be here. Thank you so much. We're going to start immediately with a welcome address, and to do just that is the head of portfolio and operations at Implementers, the organizers of this particular event. Let's welcome Ms. Lauren Esiama Yeboah.
I'll definitely recommend ALS Pathway.
The speakers normally like to hear the clapping until they start speaking, so keep clapping for her. Thank you.
To the traditional way of going to the universities in Ghana. But now the world is now a global market.
Good morning, ladies and
ALS
gentlemen.
is offering us an opportunity where we can now get enrolled into the...
Okay, so the executives of the Help in Africa Foundation and the Du Bois Museum Foundation, we have distinguished ladies and gentlemen from philanthropic and social development institutions, distinguished ladies and gentlemen from academia. We have our partners, our sponsors, and our friends all here. I'd like to wish you a wonderful welcome to the 4th edition of the annual Impact Roundtable discussion and robotics competition. Though this marks the 4th edition of Airtad, it is also a monumental milestone in the history of the Yamoransa model of sustainable development. This year, we proudly celebrate 9 years since the inception of the Yamoransa model, and this is our impact year. What does this mean? This means that this is a time for reflection, celebration, and strategic action. It is an opportunity to share the learnings and successes we have accumulated over the years and to chart a path for even greater impact. As you can imagine, reaching this milestone fills us with immense joy and pride and excitement because we have so much to tell you. Since the inception of the Yamoransa model, we have established a solid track record. We have 15 learning centers built in some of the most rural and remote areas across Ghana and West Africa. We have impacted over 44,500 learners, and we have impacted over 5,000 teachers and trained them. We have also recorded 67% improvement in educational outcomes. These numbers we tell you do not just tell a compelling story, but it tells you that our impact goes far beyond the statistics. It is about the transformed lives behind these figures. As you can tell from the stories on the left and my right, you can see that the Yamoransa model does not only support students to transition from basic to secondary education, it ignites a passion for learning and inspires young minds to pursue careers in solving global challenges and fosters a sense of community ownership in driving sustainable development. This year's theme, the Yamoransa Model Impact Year, scaling up the successes of bridging educational gaps with technology, reflects our shared commitment to transforming education in underserved communities. Over the years, the Yamoransa model has become a beacon of hope, providing that technology can unlock potential, empower education, and inspire students to reach new heights. Through our strategic partners, innovation, and unwavering dedication, we have built a framework that not only enhances learning experiences, but also promotes digital inclusion. As we stand at this crucial juncture, our focus shifts from impactful implementation to scalability and sustainability. This ensures that more communities, schools, and students benefit from this model. Over the next few days, we are going to engage in thought-provoking discussions to share best practices and explore new opportunities to amplify our impact. And we'll be seeking answers to questions such as, what are the key learnings that we have achieved over the past 9 years? How can technology better support teachers and students in under-resourced schools? What innovation strategies will ensure the long-term sustainability of our impact? As you join us today, remember that your participation and contribution is not just valuable, but is essential in shaping the future of education through sustainable development. Hence, do not hesitate to follow along the conversations, share your insights, and contribute to this impactful event. On behalf of Implementers, the Help in Africa Foundation, and all our partners, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to you for being here and for your commitment to this cause. With your support, we are looking forward to building a future where every child, regardless of their background and demographic, has access to quality education to unlock their fullest potential. Welcome once again, and let's make this a productive and inspiring discussion. Thank you.
Thank you, Lauren, for welcoming us warmly to the next 2 days of very interesting conversations. The next speaker is Ghana's favorite quiz mistress, and she's also the Dean of the School of Engineering Sciences at the University of Ghana. Let's welcome Professor Elsie Hoffman for the opening remarks at this year's Airtad 25. Prof, right here.
Representatives of the Ghana Education Service and the diplomatic community, executive of Helping Africa Foundation, management of implementers, faculty members of the School of Engineering Sciences, University of Ghana, center managers, teachers and beneficiaries of the Yamoransa Model Labs, representatives from senior high schools, partners, sponsors, guests, the media, ladies and gentlemen, good morning to you all. Good morning. Thank you very much. Today marks another milestone as we commemorate the 4th Annual Impact Roundtable Discussion and Robotics Competition, also known as Airtad 2025. We celebrate the significant achievements of Airtad while also cheering the great feats of the Yamoransa model and its impact on STEAM education in Ghana and Africa. As the honorary chair of the Airtad Technical Committee, it has been an exciting time engaging with my team in the planning and execution of this year's Airtad. And it is truly an honor to be here today witnessing the presence of intelligent, enthusiastic, and innovative solution makers from various fields in STEM, academia, policy, business, governance, education, CSOs, and NGOs. Your presence here is a testament to your interest in a technological revolution in Ghana and in Africa. You are patriots of STEAM education in your various domains of influence. Thank you for being here. The world is swiftly advancing in technology, artificial intelligence, and the Internet of Things, and this rapid change calls for our collective response. This year's theme, the Yamoransa Model Impact Year, scaling the successes of bridging educational gaps with technology, reflects the focus on advancing the brilliant ideas and innovations from the various labs and mining them into profitable ventures that seek to foster digital innovations and skills, economic opportunities, increase employability, and diversify teaching and learning models. In an article published by the World Bank in 2023, it is estimated that 2.5 million more engineers are needed in sub-Saharan Africa to tackle its development challenges. 2.5 million. Please reflect on that. There is currently a huge gap in meeting this demand. The African Union's Agenda 2063 also recognizes the role of STEM education in fast-tracking Africa's development and advocates for Africa's intentional investment in STEM education and skills as a viable opportunity in addressing pertinent trends in emerging technologies, climate action, green economy, cybersecurity, and global health. The AU's aspiration is to convert its youth dividend with a projected 362 million young people between the ages of 15 and 24 by 2050 into a highly skilled STEM workforce as a great stride towards Africa's development. Is this possible? Yes, I strongly believe it's possible. Airtad 2025 is not just a monument of what has already been accomplished, nor is it a celebration of speeches or a discussion or the innovations the young ones will showcase during the event. Airtad is the moment we live for ourselves, our learners, and for Africa. I implore you all to broaden your vision to see into the big future of STEAM education in Africa, where we are each casting our dice as collective builders of a continent that is empowered to create solutions that satisfy and sustain humanity. I applaud the Yamoransa Model Labs for being the torchbearers of empowering schools in underprivileged communities in STEAM education. The labs, which embody an EduLab, makerspace, and modern equipment for robotics, has improved learning and given students hands-on experiences to test what they are taught. I am elated that these learners are being groomed at an early age to love science, technology, engineering, the arts, and mathematics. This education has given students, especially those from underprivileged communities, the opportunity to create, innovate, explore, and become change makers in our societies. Distinguished guests, as we run along with this year's theme, I want to remind all of us here that to make Africa great, it will take each one of us to be active players. Therefore, I call on every stakeholder here, educators, policy makers, tech and STEM enthusiasts, the business community, CSOs and NGOs, international organizations, philanthropists, individuals, everyone to contribute their quota. The success of the Yamoransa Model Labs is a pathway to showcasing these wonderful innovations and talents on the global competitive stage and markets in order to attract investors and accelerate progress towards Africa's development. To our contestants, young people, I wish you all the very best. You are not just here to compete. Please try to learn from each other. Make connections, grow, and collaborate for the greater good of our continent, Africa. I would like to acknowledge the full support and collaboration of the Ghana Education Service, the faculty, my own faculty members at the School of Engineering Sciences, Academic City University, the Council for Scientific and Industrial Research, that is the Institute of Industrial Research, the wider University of Ghana, partners, sponsors, the technical committee, my people who have worked so hard, and implementers. Thank you all for putting all of your hands on deck for a successful Airtad 2025. I look forward to enjoying every part of this program, and I hope you do enjoy yourselves too. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Prof. Kaufman, for your opening remarks. If you're just wondering what I was asking this year, when are the quiz things happening, the National Science and Maths quiz? She says the regionals are in June and July, the finals are in October. And if you haven't seen her at her best, you need to watch the National Science and Maths quiz. But thank you very much, Prof, for your opening remarks. Let's applaud her once again. And just before, by the way, we would like you to come as far forward as possible so that the room looks it looks nicer on television and in the pictures when we are all like, we don't want to have holes and gaps all over the place. So ushers, make sure that our people come as far forward as possible. Thank you very much. Before the Yamoransa Model Roadmap talks, I would like to give the space to the UNESCO country representative for Ghana to deliver a statement. Let's welcome Mr. Edmund Mukala. Yes, sir.
Thank you. President of the Helping Africa Foundation, Madam Dr. Deborah Rose, present here. Dr. and Professor Kaufman, whom I'm being very excited to meet everywhere I'm going. She knows already what I have in my mind and what I'm going to say. I have only one speech and I only have one language, and I think I will come into it very later. And I think it was already clearly resonated in her speech. Distinguished guests, the implementers, and I think the director is here. Dear Senator, coming all the way from Liberia, really standing really on all existing protocols we've present here. Dear students, I'm so excited to see you. I was not really supposed to make a speech, but I forced my head in because of the significance and the importance of the event that we are experiencing today. While we look into the theme of today, which is covering that the Yamoransa model impact year, scaling the successes of bridging educational gaps with technology. I'm probably even the last person really to remind you that the world has been going through severe challenges, whether it is dealing with weather condition, climate change, whether we're talking about the challenges of war and peace, or the challenges of tackling poverty and addressing really employment for the young people and creating jobs, empowering them economically, or whether we are talking about the gaps, we talk about educational gaps, we also have gender gaps. And listening to what Professor Kaufman just highlighted, Africa needs 2.5 million to make a difference. Many countries in Africa have been independent for the last 60 or 70 years. God knows how long they still need to come out of that poverty and the challenges. And I think probably also one of the solutions, in addition to educational gap, is also the gender gap. And I would like really to stand here, not only to commend Airtad events that you have been organizing and all the partners and sponsors who have been sponsoring, who have really present, some of them really flew from the United States, in which really I think they deserve a very loud acknowledgement of this investment that has been going on for the last several years. If I stand here as a UN, it's because I was touched the moment I received the letter, the moment I read a little bit of vision, and I knew that this has been going on and this is really the right path. It's challenging, certainly. Mobilizing and really addressing to people could be also another challenge, but it doesn't really question the legitimacy and the importance of the action that is being carried out. And it's really and the transformative power that it carries in bringing really a new generation of young, talented men and women really in the continent. So really, one more applause really to them for making the journey and for the steadfastness in continuing to carry this vision. As a UN, we believe in what is being carried out. As we know, the UN is being trying to reach the 2030 Sustainable Development Agenda. And we cannot do that alone. And furthermore, we cannot do that without, first of all, ensuring that what you guys are doing with Airtad and all the action that you have been carrying on is really implemented. And that's why I felt that it was important to come up, to stand with them, and to testify and representing the UN here in Ghana that we believe in this action that you're carrying. And I want to commit ourselves, though we financially we are sometimes very limited, but certainly when it's come to idea and technical aspect of it, we want to stand with you, and you can count on us for next year, for sure. Unless you have another event this year, then you know you don't need really to go around. We will be joining you and ensuring that this action is really carried out. So we talked about the gap, educational gaps, but there is also a gender gap. We would like to see that Africa will not rise up on one foot, which is the male foot, and then leave the female foot aside. It is gender balance. We need our girls, our women back into all the fields, including the science field. And that's the reason Professor Kaufman knows that I'm not going to let her aside. We, in addition to the quiz science, where's the MC? In addition to the quiz science, as head of UNESCO, we want to launch the Girls in Science competition nationwide. And I'm going to ensure that we will going to bring this to the appreciation of the government, of course, but we know that the right direction is exactly what you're doing, Robotic, bringing the youth, but also ensuring that all the girls that I'm seeing in this room will be inspired, will be empowered, but above all, will compete and demonstrate that our girls and our women can really revolutionize. And I think they are even the hope of the very continent of Africa. And it is in that reason that I'm really hoping that Airtad, the implementers and the Helping Africa Foundation, I'm setting you up too. You are going to be with us on that competition because we cannot do it alone. And with the great architects we have, of Professor Kaufman, the UN is confident with the support of the Ghanaian government that we're going to revolutionize. We will take it to another level, from the quiz level into a national competition that every young girls, wherever on the corner from Baopu, all the way to Cape Coast and all the corners of Ghana will know that they want to compete, they want to demonstrate that they can really make a difference in this country. When I'm really looking at many of you today, I look at these events, one of the things that I want really to challenge you is know that you can really surprise the world. A last testimony, and I'm closing. I was in my 15s in Congo Brazzaville. I'm from Congo Brazzaville, by the way. I heard about math competition nationwide. So they will always take the children of the rich. So why should I bother? And my professor just came, Edmund, you're among the good one in the class. Compete. And I said, compete, but it's just a waste of time. I will never win. I will never really come first. And I attended, and to much to my surprise, I was the number one in my college and the number 3 nationwide mathematics. I never had books of mathematics. I used to go and copy my exercise for my friends who were wealthy enough to have access to those books. And I came number 3 nationwide. So I want just to tell you, you will be surprised of how capable and how much have been really already placed on you. Just test yourself, see how far is the limit. And I could tell you that the limit is only the one that you will set. You can really surprise Ghana, and Africa want to be surprised by you. And we're looking into you really as the future, the solution. The 2.5 million is among you here and also in other parts of Ghana. We're going to dig them out and make sure they'll play their role for the building of Africa. Thank you again, organizer, for this important event. And just rest assured, I will make sure that the UN will back up these activities in the years to come. And Professor Kaufman, I can't wait to see you soon. Thank you.
Thank you. Wow, what an inspiring statement there from Mr. Munkala, UNESCO representative to Ghana. Thank you so much. And talking of those bright students who are going to make a difference and surprise all of us, we have a lot of them here. So we have students from, so I'll list all the schools and then after you can clap for them. So Ibri Girls SHS, Presbyterian Boys SHS, Odrogono SHS, Achimota SHS, Laboni SHS, Accra Girls SHS, Accra Academies SHS, Accra High SHS, Cheshire Presbyterian SHS, and St. Mary's Senior High School. Now we can applaud all of them. Thank you so much. You know, I was reading this statement there from an ICT beginner to a top 10 finisher in a competition with 1,000 participants. The Yamoransa Model Labs program transformed my educational journey. I won a laptop and desktop computers, a UPS, ceiling fans, a printer, and a projector, thanks to the Ministry of Communication and GIFEC, and signed Lucinda Gemfi. So I just sent a message out to my nieces. Is that my granddaughter there? And they came back and said, yes, she's the one. So I'm happy to be associated with Airtad. And then, yeah, this is my old granddaughter there. I'm a young grandpa. A young grandpa. Okay. And on this note, we're going to go into our roadmap talks. So the Yamoransa Model roadmap talks, Helping Africa Foundation executives are going to be part of this conversation. So I'm going to bring up onto the stage Dr. Deborah Rose. She's the president of Helping Africa Foundation. Mr. Japhet Ayiku, executive director, Helping Africa Foundation. Mr. Jonathan Wiesner, deputy executive director, Helping Africa Foundation, and Mr. Kafui Prebi, CEO, implementers. They're coming up on the stage right now. They're going to have a little TED talk kind of conversation amongst themselves. So this is going to be happening for the next 45 minutes. Yeah, so please make yourselves comfortable up on the stage. And we're going to project our program up on the screen in the form of a QR code. So if you don't have the program, you will get it. There it is in the corner there. So you can just scan it, and then you will get the program and everything that is associated with this particular event, you will get. Okay. Do you have your microphones?
No. There, yeah.
Just before they start, I'll just acknowledge our sponsors and partners, implementers, Helping Africa Foundation, the Ghana Education Service, CSIR, Academic City University, ALX, Tech Aid, Zipline, IoT Network Hub, Ghana EdTech Alliance, Verna Purified Water, MX24 TV, and GH1 TV. Okay.
Okay. Greetings, everybody. Oh. Greetings, everybody. It's wonderful to be here again and to see all of these great faces, students, contestants, and we wish you all the very best of luck as we go throughout the next 2 days. This beginning panel is really one about how the Yamoransa model has evolved over time. And we have Dr. Deborah Rose, who is going to lead off and tell us a little bit about the origins of the Yamoransa model. So, Dr. Deborah Rose, please.
Hello.
Thank you very much. Welcome, everyone. Before I mention the origin story, I just want to mention that you were lucky enough to see two friends, both with the first name Kafui. One has a last name that begins with a G, and one has a last name that begins with a P, and I won't say more than that. When we write the origin story, we begin, God created the heaven and earth, he separated the earth from the waters, he added light, and so it was good. Fast forward to Airtad 2025, and I will be very brief. In 2012, I first came to Ghana with the Yale Alumni Service Corps. And it was very well organized, and the community of Yamoransa was very well organized and asked for an ICT center, which was eventually built. In 2014, I met Mr. Japhet Ayiku. In 2016, I met Mr. Kafui Prebi. In 2018, the three of us had already worked in sustainable development and decided that we were going to call it the Yamoransa model we were going to call our work together the Yamoransa model of sustainable development. And in 2020, I was fortunate enough to meet Jonathan Wiesner, and he added other skills and other areas of expertise. And together, we're a team. Thank you.
That was indeed very brief. And Javed, actually, we're going to go to Kafui next. Yeah, but Deborah, what you did forget to say was, what do we do as we're doing all of this? Are we having way too much fun? So Deborah has spoken to the beginnings of the Yamoransa model, but over the years, since we're now in 2025, there's been an evolution of the Yamoransa model. And Kafui has been the architect of that in terms of helping us, his team at TechAid and implementers, in terms of moving this forward and creating Kafui, I don't want to talk for you. Please tell us about it.
Thank you very much. So as mentioned, in 2016 was the beginning of the Yamoransa model. And it started from the town called Yamoransa. And that's where Dr. Deborah Rose and the team from Yale University came over and started a project. After a short while, there were a couple of challenges with setting up the technology center, and our partner company, TechAid, was invited to come and support. And for something that they had a couple of challenges in 2 years, within 6 months, we had finished the first project. Then we got a call again from the Helping Africa Foundation, and we moved on to the second lab in Bawe. And the third one, by 2019, from a teacher who was Akoto, who was drawing Microsoft Office on the board and went viral. And therefore, that was the third one. After that, we kind of felt that we had a model, and therefore we needed to take it to many of the schools within the country. At that time, the Yamoransa model was only 2 physical facilities, that's ICT labs. We had not expanded it into any other thing else. By the 4th year, when we did the lab in Tamale, we had an interaction with the second lady at the time. We built the 2 facilities, and there was a need to add solar panels. So by the 4th lab, we had solar panels added to the 2 computer centers. By the time we got to the 5th lab in Chebi, we had now expanded and added robotics. So the first site we built a robotics facility was in Chebi, and that was in 2020. Now, fast forward to that, we thought that we had something going on. We went back to the community in Yamoransa to get the blessing of the community to use the name, the Yamoransa Model Lab. And from then on, we had to formalize it to make it a full model. Today, as we speak, the current lab's 1340, and as I visited lab 13 yesterday in Damango, it's now 4 facilities together that make up the model. Each of the facilities has 2 at least 28-seater ICT lab. It also has a robotics facility. It does training for kids and the community. In addition to that, it also has a training room. Now, all that facility put together is now powered by solar. And with the kind leadership of Dr. Deborah Rose and Jafeda Iku is partnered with, we now have also water system, a separate water system that runs the toilets. And each facility now has at least 8 toilets. So in a new model now, you would have 2 ICT centers, a robotics lab, a training room, fully powered by solar, and currently also we do have CCTV to enable us monitor the facilities from a distance. Now, in doing all this and calling it a model, we have evolved from where it was just an ICT center in Yamoransa to 2020, in 2016 to 2020, where it's now a fully fledged model with even the toilet facilities as part of it wherever we go. What have we done also? We now have, as part of the model, drawings that specifically, if any community wants to set up an ICT facility, we have 3 separate drawings done by architects that are part of the model that enables us to be able to choose. So the last 2 labs that we've built, any promoter or any person who is interested in having a facility in the community has to choose one of those 3 models for construction to start. And therefore, we do have a great design. We have training manuals and we have a whole process. So now, from just an ICT center to where we are in 2025, we have a full model that is a plug and play. So you can actually take the model with the designs and the process of formation, the teachers that are required to do the training that they go through, how we do the selection, and also a local development committee that manages the center all together as a bundle. Therefore, we have what we call the Yamoransa model. And for now, you'll be hearing the story about the scaling. You can now take the model from scratch and import it to a different country, and it will work perfectly because we've worked on it, we've crossed the T's, and we've dotted the I's. Thank you very much.
I think you can all see how this has evolved over the years since Deborah's first vision for doing an ICT center in 2012 into, as to use her term again, not only model, but module that allows us to actually, as Kafui has just said, plug it in anywhere. So it's quite an expansion over the years. And now Japhet has a vision for future will look like for the Yamoransa model. So Japhet, please elaborate on that future.
Well, I've always had a vision of what we could do with this thing that we're calling Yamoransa model. So I serve as the executive director of the Helping Africa Foundation. The key word here is Africa. It turns out that I'm a Ghanaian. So when I became the executive director and we had this project of building computer centers or supporting interventions in the social and educational sectors of countries, I said to myself, okay, charity begins at home, right? So I essentially transformed the Helping Africa Foundation into Helping Ghana Foundation. I felt it was important for us to really make a mark in Ghana before we can look elsewhere in Africa. So along the way, we built our first lab in Yamoransa, our second lab here in Accra, in a school that I happen to have founded in Malam. And by the time we did that third lab, I said to my boss, Dr. Deborah Rose, who was both my boss, my friend, my sister, and everything else, I said, I think it would be great if we built one of these centers in each of the 10 regions of Ghana. At that time, Ghana had 10 regions. She said, sure, we'll do that. So we started the process of building one of these centers in each of the regions. And then I think a year later or so, an announcement was made that Ghana has been broken up into 16 regions. I said, 16 regions. Okay. So I approached Deborah again. I said, at least one of these labs in each of the 16 regions of Ghana. Now, in doing so, I came up with the idea that I needed to have what I call strategic promoters. That is individuals who will be behind and put their whole force and reputation behind the selection of towns and or villages where we'll build one of these centers. Because the model, the Yamoransa model, calls for the entire community to be behind the effort. It calls for volunteers. It calls for commitment from the community. So it's very important for us to have individuals who be leaders in helping us to select the right town or village and to have the right support from the community. So we came up with what we call promoters. And along the way, we've had some wonderful, wonderful promoters who put their weight behind it. And that's how we've been very successful in building some of these centers here. And I think at some point, we are going to have what they call a promoters meeting, a promoters conference. You're going to meet some of them. One of them is a great friend of mine, Honorable Vincent is here. We're going to meet him very soon. So among the promoters, so you know, one of them is Samia Bawumia, the second lady of Ghana. She was a promoter of Lab 4. And indeed, President Nana Addo, I got her to be a promoter of Lab 5 in Chebe. And I've gotten President Mahama to be a promoter in Damangola, which will be soon dedicated. So it was a strategic plan on my part to make sure that we have people that will support and help us to get this center that we're building on the national map. Now, my goal or our goal is to make sure that the government of the day will embrace, having seen the potential of these centers that we're building, that the government of the day will embrace it and commit to building these centers all over the communities in Ghana. It is an expensive center, for you to know, very expensive. So we are using our own funds to build these centers here. But at some point, we'll like the government of Ghana to commit to it so that they can have it as a line item in the budget. And if every year we build 3 or 4 of these centers here, by the time 10 years come by, all the communities in Ghana will have at least one of these centers to help the students, to create the engineers that we need to develop the country. So this is what my model has been. And at some point, it became necessary for it to expand into other countries in Africa. And that's where my colleague is going to be talking more about it in terms of how we reach out to the African countries and how all of them, every single country that has heard about the Yamoransa model is interested in having one in their communities, in their countries. So this is what we've been trying to do. And it's all for the benefit of all of you young people here, whom we are hoping that you grow up to be the engineers and to be the scientists and to be the architects and to be the philosophers that we need in our country. Now, you have to remember, this is simply not a laboratory that is teaching people on computing. It is more than that. It is a lab that teaches a complete, makes a whole citizen out of that student. Because in that lab, you have access to literature, you have access to English, right? You have access to history and geography. So it's not just a computer lab, but it's a lab that creates a holistic person. And that's what we're looking for. So I'm very happy to be here. And I think you're going to see more of me. And I'm so glad that I get a chance to share the thoughts of how this is all come about. And I think my colleague will take it to the next level. Thank you.
Minutes.
Absolutely. You were so brief.
Thank you. In terms of our skills, I'm a health scientist. That's why I'm interested in the clean water systems as well as the sewage. Jafet is a retired banker. Kufwi is a person in tech. I was too. Also, I was in innovator in computing and also taught statistics. And Jonathan was a business executive. But the way we work together, no matter what Japhet said, is he says, that's my boss. And I say, but Japhet tells me what to do. Kafui tells me how to do it. And Jonathan tells me when. And Jonathan is the one who came up with the phrase that we're having too much fun. And we're evolving, and Kafui is taking management courses at Harvard, but we are evolving a new management model, and it is based on character. Actually, the late Dave Swenson, who spearheaded the very successful investments at Yale, said the most important characteristic is character. So we are working together in the way I just described, from the macro level in terms of planning the next country or the next funding or the next, as my birthday twin, Albert Einstein, said, insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. So if we don't do something as well as it might have been, we do it better the next time, and we learn from our mistakes and we celebrate our successes. So this goes down to the micro level. We've got the macro level here, but even getting us all here on time, Jonathan is strongly telling me when. Anyway, you will see our interactions. There are levels of interactions and experiences together and jokes. And I just have to say, this is my family. Thank you.
Thank you, Deborah. I'm happy to be part of the family. So lest anybody doubt Japhet's vision for Ghana in terms of engaging with the Department of Education and having this expansion throughout all of Ghana into each of the communities in Ghana, let me tell you something about Japhet. Japhet is I am Japhet. And when Japhet says, I am Japhet, it gets done. Trust me, it gets done. So let me add. So I want to add a few comments to what Dr. Kaufman started with in terms of the need. And she was broad in terms of her description of the need in Africa. So I'll give you some facts. 80% of sub-Saharan Africa does not have access to the internet. Most of you students know that. Most of you students live in communities that does not have access to internet. And Africa is the youngest continent in the world. 70% of the population of sub-Saharan Africa, 70% is under the age of 30. And that demographic is growing at a rate that is not growing anywhere else in the world. What does that mean? It means you are the leaders of the future. You are the future. You've been saying that, Airtad 2025. The future is now, and you are that future. So what happens to that 80% that doesn't have access to the internet? They get left behind. We're living in a 21st century world of technology. Technology is the future. Without technology, we have no future. And yet 80% of sub-Saharan Africa doesn't have access to technology. And the Yamoransa model bridges that gap. You see it here. We bridge educational gaps with technology. And we do it without the internet. So we have brought technology, as all of you know, into your communities and given you skills that you otherwise would not have. And this is a critical component. So you heard from Dr. Rose about the origin, and then as this began to evolve, the goal was, how do we help students improve their scores on the BEC exams? And we've demonstrated that, and you're going to hear more about that in the next panel. But we've demonstrated that we have the ability to do that. But it's more than that. It is, and as Jafetta said, the education, the opportunities for learning are all built into the Yamoransa model. So you, the students here, have the ability to participate in the 21st century world with technology. So our goal, our longer term vision, is to look at the rest of sub-Saharan Africa and see what we can do to bridge those gaps. Because trust me, we're not going to have universal internet access by 2030 as is envisioned. We're not going to achieve the sustainable development goal of education by 2030 unless we do something else. And we, as near as I can tell, are the only option. I don't see other alternatives out there. I don't see other companies talking about this. I see lots of people talking about how we're going to bring internet access. Not much is being done about it. It's not going to happen, certainly by 2030. So the Yamoransa model, as Kafui has spoken about, is a module that we can replicate. And so our goal is to expand into Liberia, Senator. Our goal is to expand into more centers in the Gambia. Our goal is to expand, as Jafet has pointed out, throughout Ghana. But our goal is to expand beyond that into other countries, Sierra Leone. We are working on a project in Tanzania, a partnership in Tanzania, to expand into Tanzania. And the opportunities go on and on and on. And so to facilitate that, we've applied for a $100 million grant from the MacArthur Foundation. We've reached a milestone in that we are a semi-finalist. So, and we hope to hear more, and we're very hopeful that our model will actually win that grant. But if not, there are other opportunities out there. There are other funders out there who can embrace what we do. And and by embracing that, they're going to see the accomplishments that you bring to the table that will allow us to tell them we are the change that is needed.
Excellent. Excellent.
Let's share a little.
I also want to make a little comment on this. We have time, right? We still have time to discuss, so we'll go back and forth. And I think one of the things that I'd like to remind all of you students here is that you guys are very fortunate. You really are very fortunate to have access to what we built. He mentioned that we did an impact study in which we found out that the students in the labs, communities where we have our labs, they perform wonderfully on the BEC as opposed to those students who don't have access to our lab. Now, that, as much as we want to celebrate that, that also tells me that there are vast number of students out there who need help, who can use the technology that we have, that we're providing for all of you. So in as much as we're celebrating it, there's also a certain amount of sadness that we haven't yet reached the vast number of students who can use it. So for your individual communities, if you have a chance to sell or to share the skills that you've developed from using our labs, do share them with the schools, with your friends in those schools that don't have access to what you have. It's very important that you share the excitement, that you share the technology. And we're constantly talking to the Kafui about improvement, about ways to make it more accessible. And I think he has an idea. He has some technologies and innovations that he's coming up with that will make it very easy for us to rapidly deploy this concept to some of the regions that we're planning. So perhaps you can mention that a little bit.
So as Jafed mentioned, many of you may have heard of the Asanka. Let me see by hand, those of you who've heard of or seen the Asanka before. Not the one we eat in, the digital Asanka. All right, there's a digital Asanka. Some of you may not have heard about it, but it's a technology that provides access to digital learning content without the use of internet. And in Tech Aid and Implementers journey over 10 years ago, we did realize that a lot of people don't have access to internet. As he rightly said, 70 to 80 people don't have access to internet, but they need to have access to digital content. And because of that, we created an acronym, All Subjects and New Knowledge Access. All Subjects and New Knowledge Access. The short form is ASANKA. So most of you, when we say Asanka, you think it's a pot to be eaten, but it's a digital device that provides access to content without the use of internet. And it is the pillar for the Yamoransa model, that all the people that have Yamoransa model sites or have access, they have access to the Ghana Education Service curriculum without the use of internet, and the teachers use that to train the kids. Importantly, on March 27th, we are going to launch the Asanka tablet. As Jafed rightly said, we have deployed this Asanka in labs, which means that when you are not in the lab, you don't have access to the Asanka. And because of that, we've been thinking about this innovation for many years. We say, how can we have learners have access to the digital content even without being in the lab? And because of that, we've been working really, really hard. And on March 27 at the British Council, it's going to be a big national launch of the Asanka tablets and the newest version of the Asanka in collaboration with our partners with the Helping Africa British Council, Ghana Education Service, SendLoss, ComFed, and all those other partners. It's going to be transformative in how children learn without the use of internet with all the digital tools they need. So please be ready. March 27 is at British Council in Accra. It's going to be a big event. Be there or be what? Be there or be square.
Wow. We're so on the same page. I didn't know about the Asanka tablet. Thanks for announcing it. But Kafui is an inventor. This is a little example of how well we work together. He invented the Asanka device, and Jonathan, the businessman and the diplomat, is making sure it gets trademarked. And in addition, it's not just the architectural plans. We started with the plans promulgated by the Catholic Church on land donated by the Catholic Church, but over time, there were some rooms we needed and some rooms that we deleted because we didn't need them. So in addition to the classrooms, one of the things we put in from the start was a community room. And it's also a source of income because it could be rented. There's the business part. But it's also a place out of the rain, with flow of air and with chairs and with desks, if tables if needed, where the community, any part of the community can hold meetings. Religious, the elders, the teachers, students, celebrations. So we're bringing much more to the community, in addition to bringing the Asanka device and the teaching for the students. We are helping the communities be themselves. And this is good because it means people don't feel they have to come to Accra to have a well-developed social life. They can stay where they are. Now, in addition, he's invented the furniture. It will hold even the smallest student or the largest lady teacher. And when we weren't sure if the plans worked well, And we had to get these seats over to the Gambia, which is, several countries away, and it was too hard and too expensive to export them and ship them over. We were interested in seeing, did the plans work? Could they follow the plans and build the furniture to the specifications? And lo and behold, they could. So, the basic model just keeps working in many, many different ways. Thank you.
We still have time, right? 5 minutes? Okay, 5 minutes. All right, so the announcement that we are going to have a tablet form is very, very important. Okay, and I'm hoping that our government officials will be interested in that. And again, my hope has always been that we will deploy this technology, impress the government in power at that time to embrace this technology and make it available to all of the children in the country. One of my concerns has been that we have a number of high schools here, Buri girls and Nachimota and all of that. One of my concerns has been that in as much as we've deployed the technology at the JHS level, it has always concerned me that if and when our children leave our community and go on to secondary schools, high schools that don't have computer labs, what happens to their skills? What happened to the enthusiasm? What happened to the learning that they've learned at our labs? Would they be able to continue? Would they lose those skills and would they lose those enthusiasm? So that's one of my concerns. So I think very soon, if and when this technology that we're talking about, tablet, if and when it's launched, it will make it very easy for the government to invest in it and provide every child throughout all the country with this tablet and the access to the Asanka device, which has the content to make a whole citizen. In other words, we're trying to create what? A civilized members of the world community that they can also contribute their quotas to peace and development all over. So keep your eyes and ears open. There's an Asanka tablet that's coming up very soon, and that is going to revolutionize education in Ghana.
So, with the indulgence of the other Kafui, I want to make 2 points, and then I want to ask if any of you have questions. So the 2 points I want to make are to add to what the director of UNESCO said, which is our commitment through the Yamoransa model for the SDG of gender equality. We are committed that our schools will benefit both genders, and the impact evaluation that we've done, we'll talk about later, demonstrates that. And secondly, that we also accommodate any individual, including those with disabilities, with the technology to be able to help them as well as make it accessible. So with that, I want to ask if there are a few questions from the audience that we can answer. Come on, some of you have to have questions. All right.
I see a hand up there. Can we give the microphone to the lady up there? I'll. It's at the very top. You raise your hand, right? Yes. Send the microphone to her, please. We take 2 questions. One from there, one from here. Yes. Yes.
Thank you so much. The Yamoransa model is indeed, and modules is indeed very laudable. If you
Please have your name and your organization, and then you can go ahead.
Sorry, I'm Margaret Noella, representing Empowering Female Minds in STEM.
Right.
Yes, so I want to ask, if you do have funding, how much would it take to scale such a module in any community of your choice here in Ghana?
Okay, funding issue. There's one microphone will come down here.
Yes. So the funding issue is also based on the building design, right? So the latest building we are doing, for example, it's close to about 500,000 Ghana cedis, right? That's the building structure. Then the computers, the furniture, and all that stuff. So it's also based on different factors, where we're talking not anything less than 1 million Ghana cedis to start with, for all the groundwork, the building, before we talk about the computers and so on and so forth. Yes. So before we do that, also, we do a detailed needs assessments. And with the new designs that have come in, they are pretty quite expensive to start from scratch. When they were just school buildings where we renovate and put computers in, pretty much simple. But currently, they really cost a little bit more because they are ground up. In the course of the production, I would ask my team to probably share one of the latest pictures of Lab 13 and 14 for you to see, where we've gotten to, where we started from as a small facility to now we have a huge facility that makes all the difference. Right. Thank you.
Okay, my name is Godfred. With GBC Radio. You said the goal is to get successive government to embrace this module. So you've been using partners. What has been the feedback? You also want to see this in the budget. So should you expect anything in the upcoming budget? And have you reached out to the ongoing education consultations that is going on in the country so that they can factor this in the reforms?
All right, so budget feedback.
Yeah.
And are you plugged into the educational reform conversations?
Yeah, so in answer to that last question, we heard that there's a educational conference going on, and I think Kafui is going to be participating in one of them, and hopefully he will share this lab that we're building at that conference, and we'll bring it to the attention of the people. Besides that, we tried to get the Minister of Education to come here today, but he's maybe busy trying to get his office together, so he couldn't come. But we're in conversation with him. We believe very sincerely that based upon what some of the prior inquiries that we've made, we think this government will really be interested in embracing what we're trying to do. And so perhaps in the 2026, 2027 budget, we think we can get something in there to take this in further. Not that the previous government wasn't interested. The previous government was quite interested in it, but I think there were too many things going on. We really couldn't get the commitment that we wanted. And so we're still working on it. It's a little bit, it's been a little bit of a tough road, but I think we are at a point where we think we have something to demonstrate to the powers that be for them to really embrace it. So it's going to happen very soon. Very confident about that.
Thank you very much for the conversation. Dr. Deborah, Mr. Jafet Ayiku, Mr. Jonathan Wisner, Skafi Perby. Let's appreciate them as well. Mr. Wisner will leave us because he's the moderator for the next panel. Yes, so just take a nice photo. Where's the official photographer? Yeah, take your photo. They want a photo. They want a... There you go. Okay, so nice family photo. Smile. Yes. Thank you very much. All righty. Thanks. Mr. Wisner stays because he's going to be our moderator for the next panel. And we're going to invite Mr. Edward Kwating Owusu, Center Manager for Yamoransa Model Lab 8. Mr. Victor Opariado, who is a GES representative, Yamoransa Lab 7. Honorable Vincent Opong, MP, Nkrankwanta, Western North Region, and promoter for Yamoransa Lab 12. And then we also have with us to join in our panel, I'll just get his name right now, Richard Brefu-Boateng is with implementers, and this is our panel to be handled by Mr. Wiesner for the next 45 minutes. Take it away, sir. Thank
you very much. Yeah, okay. Well, everyone's gone on stage. So let me just take a minute to introduce our panelists in a little bit greater detail. The Honorable Vincent Opang Asamoah, the Asamoah part's easy, since I know somebody with that last name, is a member of the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic of Ghana. He represents the Dorma West constituency, and I'm never going to get the rest of it properly. On the ticket of the National Democratic Congress. He is also the former Deputy Minister for Youth and Sports of Ghana. So welcome. Richard Brefu-Boateng is a monitoring and evaluation and learning professional with over 10 years of experience. He has a bachelor's degree in statistics and a master's degree in economics from the St. Petersburg University of Economics in Russia. He has worked on various donor-funded projects from UNFPA, USAID, and a number of others. He is currently working with implementers as the M&E lead. His passion for building monitoring systems and to enhance project implementation and management is evident in his work. Ensuring efficiency, effectiveness, and productivity is the key driver of his profession. Mr. Edward Kwarteng Awosu. Did I botch that? He's an old friend, by the way, and a great dancer. He is the general center. He's the general center manager for Yamoransa Model Lab 8 in Bogota, Western Region. He holds a bachelor's degree in education and has 14 years of professional teaching experience. Additionally, Edward has earned certificates in cybersecurity and Python programming. For the past 4 years, he has been the lead center manager and won multiple awards with Yamoransa Model Lab 8. Mr. Victor Oper-Ado. Victor is the ICT coordinator for the Biakoe district in the Oto region and the GES representative for Yamoransa Lab 7. He holds a bachelor's degree in education, information technology, and has 10 years of experience in the Ghana Education Service. A certified Microsoft Innovative Educator, he also holds certifications in ICT and online instruction. In 2024, he was recognized as the best, get this, the best GES representative. Beyond education, he is an app developer creating digital solutions. So I'm going to join you. Yeah, Steve. Okay. Right. I have. Hello? Okay. So I have questions for each of you, but I have one question that I want each of you to answer. And that question is, how has the Yamoransa, actually, before I do this, let me just start with something else. So the topic of this roundtable is a blueprint, the Yamoransa model of sustainable development, a blueprint of sustainability. So we've described leading up to this, how we've come about creating and evolving the Yamoransa model, but what good does it do if it isn't sustainable? How do we bring it forward now that it's been implemented, now that we have a center in each of your communities? How do we make it sustainable? So that's the focus of this particular conversation. So I'll start with this question for each of you. How has the Yamoransa model transformed communities and educational outcomes? So can we start down with you, Richard?
Well, I would want to talk from evidence-based. Well, can you please project the impact report for me? So there's some statistic here that will be projected that shows how Yamoransa model has impacted the community in terms of the SGD. That is the goal, education, and also gender. It is here you can see. This is our journey so far in terms of our impact. You can see the number of labs we've established, the regions we are in, the number of communities. Out of the various communities in Ghana, we are in 135 communities, 172 schools, and teachers that have been affected or impacted through our program, 5,507 teachers. Now, when you look at our journey from 2021 straight to 2024, you see an increasing trend of the number of students we are reaching as the year progresses. And the interesting here is the gender ratio. If you compare the number of male students to female students who are having access to our labs, it is very glaring that we are upholding the gender equality agenda, where more girls are being introduced into ICT as the years progress. And the interesting thing here is in terms of performance, even in terms of performance, in the last assessment that we did, which was spoken about, we had about 16.1 girls passing their Bs, even as compared to their male counterparts who had 12.4%. So this tells you the kind of impact we are making in the lives of the students in terms of the SGDs, the goal 5 and then goal 2 and goal 4. So basically, I want to talk in terms of this kind of data. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Victor, can you also answer that question?
Hello. So, Yamoransa model moved from integrated learning and analytics. So the children don't just come to our students don't just to computing in passing exams. They come to learn how to solve everyday problems with this technology that Yamoransa has provided in the various labs. In fact, you find our students developing so much interest in robot engineering because of Yamoransa model. Unlike before, you ask them, do you want to do anything in computing? They will say no because they don't really know what computing is all about. It's all about learning and passing an exams. But this time around with the Yamoransa model, we've moved away from basic computer literacy and they are able to solve everyday problems. And so that's the impact Yamoransa is making. Thank you.
Thank you. Edward, what can you add to that?
Yeah, thank you, Joe. The program has provided access to undeserved communities or underserved communities, for a better word. Now, currently, with the kind of technologies that are in the facilities, we have 3D printers, where kids are now able to now develop their own models and print it out. I think some will be exhibited today. We have virtual reality headsets, where kids are able to see physically what they would have been writing, what they would have been drawing on the board. Now they have the chance to see that with the ideas that things like pi r squared, diameter, circumference, velocity, we were doing all that in theory. But currently with robotics, they now sit down and are able to build their own things using those ideas. And kids are now able to build their own games. One thing that we normally tell them is, we are mostly users of items, but who are the creators? So the Yamoransa model is trying to move from users to now creators. So we are creating, the kids are now creating the ideas for others to use.
Can you give me some examples of that?
That's good. I have my GES rep over here. One of his kids came for this Scratch course. There was a Scratch programming language course that we did for students. Well, the child was just into playing games with the father's laptop and phones. After the kid was done, just went home, took the father's laptop, went to the internet and downloaded Scratch application. And she did her own game. She built her own game by using the blocks. And now she's not going into playing other games, but now she's interested in playing her own games. So she is a creator. And that's what the Yamoransa model is doing for all the students over here.
That's fantastic. We actually had an opportunity to visit Gambia and saw the same thing, where they were actually creating their own games, which is remarkable. And some of them may ultimately have commercial potential. So, yeah. Honorable, please, your insights.
Technical people. I'm a politician, so there are some few observations that I'm able to make, especially during our campaign across our constituencies. You know, every community that you get to, the demands are there. Honorable, why don't you establish another lab back here? You know, Doman West is among the most rural when you come to Bono region. We are in a rural area. So looking at the establishment, we didn't choose to most urban center when you talk about Bono. But we decided to go to one of the most rural communities in Bono region. And there's another example. The secondary school were embarking on their practical exercise. And they didn't have the facility, so they had to drive to the rural of the region to have the car work. So that should tell you the need. At political point of view, the demand is increasing. So that should tell you how people appreciate the effort so far made. And I believe that going forward, collaboration with government and other stakeholders to be able to expand the facilities to other rural communities where they can also benefit from all the good things that we are discussing here this morning. So I believe that it's very, very important, and the experience is not bad. And every government that will decide to embrace this concept, to me, eventually, it will help the government. So sitting here and as part of the government, a ruling government, I will do my own advocacy. So, to Dr. Tauku and Dr. Deborah Rose, you can have my word that I'll do my own advocacy so that the government can also embrace, because it is good that we all have to expand the facility to other parts. Thank you.
So I neglected to mention in the introductions that the Honorable is also the promoter for Lab 12. And the promoter is the liaison between the community and the Yamoransa model. And he and other promoters are responsible for bringing everybody together so that we can actually execute that. So this is an important concept. This is community centric. We are the community, and the promoter is the key to making that work. So you anticipated, I think, my next question, which was to add a little bit to what Japhet said in terms of how we engage the Ghanaian government and how we engage others in terms of helping not only expand the Yamoransa model, but assisting in the sustainability of it. So what funding models are best suited for the long-term sustainability of the Yamoransa Model Labs?
Just like I said, I think government should be a very important partner on this journey in terms of funding. Funding, yes, had sponsorship from different. I think they have a lot to do when it comes to provision of computers and other accessories for this lab. In addition to that, I think we have to also think about the corporate world. I believe that when I was embarking on this journey in Doma West, I wrote to some corporate institutions. Unfortunately, most of them turned me down because to them, they only operate within the area where they operate, especially, let me mention Lumon, that I don't fall within their catchment area, so they couldn't support. But national lotteries, I spoke to national lotteries, even though it wasn't much, but at least we were generous. Mr. Samuel, who was the chief executive, even though I operate on the other side, I used to be on the minority side then, but he accepted it and generously donated. So I believe that once we also bring in the corporate world, some of them may, because we all know we go around the country, we have this AstroTel. Some of these also were sponsored by some of these corporate institutions. And I believe that this is very, very important once we engage them. And then we'll bring in the Minister for Education and other stakeholders. They all have to support in this drive. And I believe I also did a study before the elections. I wanted to find out the needs of the people, where I should put certain facilities so that I can attract votes. And I believe that the second highest on my tally was internet connectivity, because most of the teachers posted to, especially our female teachers, if you send them to rural area where we don't have this internet connectivity, it is like you have sent them to prison. So it was all over the place. And I believe that one area that we can also help in expanding internet connectivity to cover the entire district, so that some of these the technology you spoke about, the Sanka, can also thrive in areas where we don't even have internet connectivity. So on that note, I believe the implementers, where I also, as a member of parliament, I have a stake in this, and we will also use our influence, the District Assembly, and then the GES, and then even Ananum at the traditional level, they can all come in to support. Once they see the need to put resources there, we can do it. It shouldn't be always annual gathering like this in Accra. There should be opportunity for us to have a gathering like this, even at the district level, so that the traditional authority, other stakeholders may also see that are happening to some of these labs. You come to my constituency, for instance, we have a very nice edifice, all the facilities. So, but it is only students and some few teachers that go in there. Do they even know what is happening there? So we need to bring in those corporate institutions, Nanamo, so that they can also appreciate what is going on there. One, they appreciate, and they want them to also put in some resources. I hope they will do that. So I think there's a lot we can do from private sector, political parties, the government institutions, and other stakeholders, so that we can sustain the funding of these labs across the country.
Thank you. So in our discussions internally, we actually came up with an idea recently. We are honoring Dr. Deborah Rose and her uncle, Dan Rose, who is the founder and the chairman of the Helping Africa Foundation, in New York on June 11th at a gala. If you happen to be in New York at that time, of course, we'll make sure you know about it. But one of the ideas that we came about was how do we enlist the support of the people that we're inviting to this? They're not going to put, they're not going to, pay $1 million but how do we actually enlist their support to help us perpetuate what we've started? And we came up with a concept called adopt a center, adopt a lab. So we're going to go to each of your labs and we're going to take videos of all of you and have you talk about the lab and the impact that it's had on you and show those videos and then enlist the attendees to adopt your lab to help pay for the sustainability of it. So, and by the way, Kafui talked about the template and the model for the Yamoransa Model Lab. Lab 12 is a perfect example of it. It is an absolute magnificent structure, put together extremely well and well attended. And we thank you for your support in making that happen.
Let me add some. Shirley mentioned the fact that he's so much interested in this wash facility.
Yes.
Aha. So he visited my constituency and decided that he wanted to visit a washroom.
Yeah.
He couldn't enter the place because the place was so untidy. And he said, "No, I'm going to build you a new one." So let me commend her. He gave me 2 wash facilities. We have water system and toilet facilities. And to me, some teachers came around, how come you didn't use it as a teacher's quarters? Because looking at the quality of work that we did, I wish you come there, even though we have inaugurated it, but please come and have a look at it. What you did in your honor, you did so well, and I had a lot of votes there. What you did for me, a lot of votes in that community. It was a good project, so people appreciate you so much.
I can promise you that we will come back and visit not only the center, but also the washroom facilities. So, Edward, turning to you, what role does emerging technology play in maintaining and expanding the impact of the model as well as its sustainability?
Yeah, thank you. So one of the impacts is enhanced learning experiences. Currently, because these kids are now getting in touch with different technologies, because these kids are now getting in touch with different technologies, they are now able to think critically. When you are to ask some of our university graduates, when they even started doing critical thinking, they mostly tell you, we started doing it in the university. But currently, it's now even part of the new standard curriculum. So kids are now being problem solvers. They are now trying to now solve problems and now think critically. And as well as it is expanding access to educational resources. We need to look at it in this way. The platforms that these facilities are giving us, for example, the Asanka, during BEC or before the kids write their BEC, this is what they do. There is an Asanka past questions system in there. So mostly we invite these Form 3s to come in there. They come in, they have the objective session, which is 45 minutes. They sit there, solve it on the machine. When they are done, the machine itself will mark it for them. So they have different years. So unlike when your parents would have to buy you past questions, English, maths, and you see so many books packed, this time they just have it on the machine. This time they have it on a machine. So technology is now changing a lot of things. It's now helping out. And I think we need to embrace this. Not just Helping Africa Foundation is doing that much with their project managers, implementers, and tech aid, they are doing that much, but they need that backing. So I want to commend, there is this chief, that the Prestia Himine divisional area. He is the chief over there, Nanante Boapra. I really want to commend him for what he does for Yamoransa Model Lab 8. In case we need anything, he is there to support us. Whatever we do, he is not even in our catchment area, but he has taken the lab like that. That's for him. And he supports us in different ways. So I think these are ways that we should look at it. It's opening up a lot of opportunities, and let's embrace it.
So I think you've anticipated part of my second question, which is what successful community-driven initiatives have you implemented in your labs which contribute to its sustainability? And then, but the second part you haven't touched on yet, what challenges have you faced and how have you mitigated them?
Let me run with the challenges first. One of the major challenges that we faced, we were teaching in the area before we were transferred to the Yamoransa Model Lab. So when they know you, especially you're a teacher within the area, and you are now in the IT lab and a very big facility, you are enjoying all this, they come and say, like us in, we already know him. But they forget that they don't know the knowledge in there. Yeah. So sometimes when you are trying to get the teachers on board, because they're already familiar with you, it's hard. Because they feel like, oh, when we come there, we are going to do normal IT. When we come there, we are going to do this. So that's what we did. Before the center itself was started, there was an engagement from GES with the municipal and various stakeholders. Our municipal director then really stood in and made sure all schools committed to coming to the lab. So currently there are about 22 schools visiting the lab. That's 5 schools per day. And it's so nice.
No, that's a huge challenge. 22 schools, 5 per day.
Yes, 5 per day. And we have timetable for them. One of the challenges we also face is the facility in terms of the tools that they use. Looking at the EV3, the robotics kits, I'll say the maximum number of students that can be around the EV3 should be like 10, and even 10 is too much. But sometimes a school comes in and bring in like 120 students, and we have just 3 EV3 kits. And you can just imagine the redundancy. See, some will just be sitting there looking at the others when they are doing things, but you can't say you are leaving the other side also home, that they shouldn't be part of it. So that has helped. And in the sustainability of the lab, the Yamoransa Model Development Committee, that's the YM Lab 8 committee, they really looked into it, sat down and said, okay, so all schools that are using the lab, this is what we will do per month. Per month, you are going to pay 50 Ghana cedis because we don't charge any students. That's a fact. The lab does not charge any students in whatever. And I believe all the other labs are same. No one charges anyone.
That's absolutely true. And Jafet, if you're still here, will tell you that that's the integral part of the model. We do not charge anybody to use the labs.
Yes. So these schools have committed to it, and per month, everyone pays, 50 cedis, and that 50 cedis is used for cleaning service, buying detergent, because the lab does not have any dedicated source of funding. That's one of the main things. The Helping Africa Foundation is doing their bit. TechAid is supporting with their assessment and everything, but the lab doesn't have any dedicated source of funding. So those are the only ways that we try to sustain the labs. And we look at other ways of trying to get people into from the community by going into the churches. We sometimes go into churches and go and teach them on cybersecurity awareness, the scams that are happening. And we go there, probably we don't charge anything. But when we are done, they say, oh, we really like what you did, so take something. And that also supports the lab. The conference room is also used as a way to also sustain the place when people come in to hire the place. So these are simple ways that we use to sustain the facility.
Thank you. So, Victor, I'm going to turn to you next. And by the way, Richard, when I get to you, you're going to elaborate a little bit more on some of the challenges we identified in the impact evaluation, which Edward has touched on. But Victor, before we move on to that, I want to ask you a couple of questions. How can collaboration among center managers, GES representatives, the promoter, and YMDC members be strengthened to sustain the program?
Okay, so we can having regular communications and meetings This will help us. This will help facilitate information sharing, and then problem solving, and also the stakeholders. If we are able to clearly define their roles, and each one of them knows what they are supposed to do at which time, who they are supposed to report to at which time, I think we will be able to get the lab sustained, and then going forward, we should also be able to have strong community engagement. For us to get to that level, we should have a strategy that we can get the community involved strongly so they can understand what Yamoransa is doing and the goal we want to achieve going forward. Yeah, thank you.
So YMDC is the Yamoransa Model Development Committee. Tell us about who actually belongs to that committee. Who are the representatives on that committee?
Okay, so we have the GES representative. We have community leaders. That could be an assemblyman, a chief representative. Then we have the beneficiary schools. We have the head teachers and the ICT teachers on the lab. Then we have the center managers. Yes, they form the YMDC committee. Yeah.
And so let me move on to the next question. What mechanisms can be put in place to ensure consistent maintenance and upgrading of the lab facilities?
Okay. I will start with maybe if we have strong partnership with technology companies and educational institutions. I think with this, we'll be able to get support when the need be for them to come in terms of technical and maybe funding. If we bring them on board with a stronger partnership and with the government, I think we can achieve that. And also, we should have a regular and consistent um, engagement with stakeholders as far as Yamoransa is concerned, regularly to discuss issues, sharing ideas from lab to lab, and then to see how what the one lab is doing that can be implemented in another lab for them to achieve the results the other ones are achieving. Yeah.
I think that's an important point. So you actually have regular interaction with other center managers.
Yes, yes. So with lab six, we normally communicate with them and share ideas to see what actually is going on, and then the challenges that we think we have solution, and then we share with them. So we normally do that. Yeah, but we've not extended it to other labs. But with lab six, yeah. Well, I think going forward we'll have to extend it to other labs in sharing ideas, and then what we are doing and implementing that is working, I think is a good thing that we share it among ourselves and we see how we can move Yamoransa forward. Yeah.
So Jonathan, to add a bit to what he's saying, this year after Airtad, one of the key things as the MNE we are going to do is that we want to facilitate PLN process, where we'll be doing quarterly capacity buildings, but this will be facilitated by the center managers. You know, the labs are unique in their way of how they operate, and they have their strengths. So the one that is stronger in resource mobilization will coach the others on how that is done. The one that is higher in demand creation will coach the others on what is done. And that is I see that is the way forward for the labs, because to get all of them being very high in high performing, then we have to balance the strength that they have across all labs. So that is one thing that we are looking at to do peer learning sessions amongst themselves. Yeah,
that's exactly what I was going to say.
Yeah.
I mean, you're all here together now. Here's an opportunity to meet your brothers and sisters and say, you know, how do we talk about what are the issues we're all facing? And they're different. You each are going to have different issues because you're different in terms of where you're located and when the lab was built and you know, and what stage they are in terms of retrofitting. But this is a perfect opportunity because you can learn from each other and strengthen each other as you go forward. So this is great. You're all here. So let's get together. I have one more question for you. So you're a center manager. What's the day look like for you? What does your day look like every single day? What do you do?
Me or Edward?
So
Victor.
I am the center manager.
He's a center manager.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. So what does your day look like?
Okay, so on a normal day, since we have this timetable for all schools, so you come in, there are 2 sessions. Currently for our lab, we have 3 center managers. So 2 are in the Edu lab and I am in the maker space. So we also have a maker. When I mention the maker space, I'm referring to the robotic session. So I am in the robotic session and the 2 of them are in the Edu lab, which is the computer lab. So we have a timetable for the computer lab and we have a timetable for the maker space. So 5 schools visit the Edu lab per day. That's from 8 o'clock to 2:30. Then 2 schools visit the maker space per day. When we are done, then we go to individual lessons. Where whatever you have learned in school, if you wish to come and research, we open the doors for you. They come and sit down till like 4:30 to 5. Then when they are done, they also go, then we can also move. So that's our routine for every day. Unless there is other things that we need to do, then there is a change.
All right, so I'm going to move now to Richard. And there's a deliberateness to this because this is kind of a wrap up, if you will, in terms of our overall impact. And that's your area of expertise.
Yeah.
So describe, and you've given some of the statistics before, but describe some of the results identified in the recent impact evaluation. Can you just elaborate a little bit on that? I don't know if you have any more slides or not.
Yeah. Okay, so to go with here, we had an impact assessment where we focus on 4 of our labs, 8, 6, 2, and 4. And for this assessment, we did a case control research approach where we use our beneficiary schools and schools in the district that don't benefit from our labs. And they were assessed on their academic performance, their interest in STEM, their desire to pursue STEM-related courses in the future, and even STEM-related careers. Now, I'll give some statistics on the result, the key findings from this assessment. Permits me to read from mine. So, for their BEC passing rate, that is their performance in the national basic level exam, the schools from our lab had a 14.4% increase in their BEC passing rate. And there was against a 1% increase for the schools that do not use the lab. Yes, and this is a very significant achievement. What this means is that out of all the young people who access our lab, okay, if we take about 10 of them, we have, let's say, about 9 of them in their BEC, as compared to in the non-beneficiary institute, when we take 10 of them, we have just 1% passing their BEC. And that is the general performance in the BEC. Now, when we take the STEM-related courses, that was even more significant. We have a 13.6% increase passing rate for our beneficiary schools, as again another 1%. That is, mathematics is key for almost every course you do in the university. So 13.6 as again 1% for non-beneficiary schools. And then the most interesting one of all, the one in ICT, I think during the first session, we spoke about Mr. Akoto in Lab 3, who drew the spreadsheet on the board and was teaching them. Now, for this, our schools had a 5.5 percentage increase in the students who has ICT. Now, these are students who have access to practical learning materials in terms of ICT. And in the non-beneficiary schools, there was rather a decrease. There was a decrease of 5% in the performance. So it clearly shows that having access to the practical things you need to study ICT, and also the presence of the Asanka device, which also widen their access to all forms of education materials that they need, expands the scope of their access to these materials, and that enhances the learning experience. Now, my engagement with the center is approach. The kids are always excited to come to the lab. Why? Because in coming to the lab, they are leaving the classroom from theory to the practical stuff. And there they get to see what is being spoken about by their teacher. And that is, for me, that is where the change is. And that is what is causing the high performing examinations, the BEC exam. So look at gender and how the girls are doing in relation to the guys. And with this, let's have to give a clap for our young ladies who assess the lab. And like our the speech that was given by the director from the UNESCO, you see, when we empower girls, the future is always bright. Now, the girls from our beneficiary schools, they had a 16.1% increase in their passing rate, as against a 12.4% from their male counterparts. These are all students who use our lab, but the girls actually has at a higher rate compared to the guys.
Repeat those numbers.
Okay, let me
Repeat those.
16.1 percentage increase in female students passing their BEC exam, as against 12.5% by their male counterparts. And for me, this is very significant. It is showing that when we give these opportunities to the girls, they will show up and deliver. And that is one thing that I'm very excited about the result that we got. Now, we also compared the girls in our schools to those in other schools. And believe me, the gap was very wide. There was a 67.2 percentage increase in the girls who use our lab. So they have benefited from all the assets we have given them, as against 2% increase from the not beneficiary school. So that shows the disparity in the access. Once the access is given, the young girl can perform. But when the access is taken away from them, they keep going down. So that is one thing that I think is laudable about this assessment that we did. That is very well. Yeah, thank you.
These are remarkable statistics. I mean, really, truly remarkable statistics that demonstrate the impact that the model has had. And Honorable, these are the kinds of numbers that we need to show to your fellow members of parliament, to the Minister of Education, to all of the people that can influence our future in terms of doing what Japhet hopes and will make happen in terms of expanding this throughout all of Ghana. So tell us how we can go about actually bringing that forward and demonstrating that to your colleagues.
In terms of political engagement, you leave that to me. At least I'm a promoter. I know Minister for Trade is also a promoter, Minister for Health. We have a lot of them. They are all promoters. So engaging other stakeholders, especially government, wouldn't be a problem. And I also believe that going forward, the district chief executives, they are also coming on board. We would have to engage all of them. I think with them, they can be of great support to the various labs. And then your members of parliament, we can also be of help to you. but more especially the Minister for Education, Communication, and even the President. He also a beneficiary of one of these labs, the Savannah region.
That dedication is coming up. We're just looking for a firm date from him.
So for that one, you can have my way to, just like I said earlier, to advocate for this model. I think we need to expand. And when the political will is there, we can move forward with that.
So I want to point out that this impact evaluation that we conducted were 4 centers. We're now expanding it to all of the centers that have been open for 2 years or more.
Yeah.
So we'll see even greater impact. And I'm confident, by the way, as awesome as those numbers are that you've given us, they're going to be even greater as we become more and more established within the communities. I've already seen the BEC results from Lab 2, and they're amazing, aren't they? So I mean, truly amazing, and far better than previous years. So I'm sure that's going to be demonstrated throughout our community in terms of the impact, and it's going to be even more dramatic.
Yeah, and to add a bit, this was just BEC performance. Now, the lab has gone forward to shaping the way the young girls are also thinking in terms of their future careers and all that. You know, before we knew women are good at trade and they are in trade. And like Professor here is an example, women have desires to also go into STEM and forward it to their future professions. So from the assessment, we realize that most of the girls from our beneficiary schools have decided to pursue STEM-related courses in the secondary school. These are people who frequently or before had no interest in STEM because they know robotics and computer stuff are for boys. But now we have about 50% of these girls saying they want to pursue STEM courses in the secondary school. And some people go to the extent of saying that I want to become this STEM-related professional in the future. So the lab is not just giving access to this, but it is shaping their mind and how they think and how they see the future out there. So I think that there's a lot that we are doing that we are helping the female population of Ghana. Yeah.
I just want to point out one more thing, and that, gentlemen, you've been wonderful, and I really thank you for all of your input. But we're all gentlemen up here. Where are the females as part of the panel? So for Lauren, for the future, we need a better gender balance up here too. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, we'll take a group photo before we leave the stage. Where's our photographer? Yeah. Okay, so group photo. Yeah, that's it. Are they smiling? No. Please smile. Okay, thank you very much. We'll take a quick coffee break, meal break, tea break, 15 minutes. The students will show you where to go, and the rest of our guests will tell you where to, Ashes will tell you where to go. We'll return in 15 minutes to do the roundtable 2 before lunch. So we are here at 12:10. It's now 11:55. 12:10. Just go drink something quick, come back, and then we continue with roundtable 2. It promises to be as exciting as the first one. They're still taking photos. Okay. All right. Now they can't go. You're done. All right. So we'll take a 15-minute break and we're back for roundtable 2. Thank you so much. And hope you're enjoying Airtad 25. Thank you.
At Academic City, we are not just students. We are problem solvers, innovators, and future-ready leaders. We power the future and create groundbreaking technologies, ready to tackle real-world challenges head-on. In a world driven by technology, we shape the digital landscape, transforming challenges into opportunities. At the core of strategic thinking and decision-making, we thrive in the dynamic realm of commerce. We evolve into leaders who not only speak, but stand for what's right, forging narratives and steering the conscience of the world. Embark on a journey with us, where innovation meets education. Academic City, educating future-ready leaders.
My daughter initially enrolled in the ALS AI Career Essential, and after that program, she was introduced to the Pathway program. And we were told that the Pathway program is a partnership between ALS and some global universities, and it provides an alternative to the traditional ways of entering into the universities in Ghana. It will expose her to the global universities, and we felt that it was an opportunity we needed to take advantage of. So I realized that one, in terms of time management, she's apt when it comes to her time management. Two, she is more organized, and I can see a lot of zeal and passion in her when she's doing her stuff, especially the assignments and the milestones. Visiting the hub today has actually clarified what she's going through to me, because I could see some sort of seriousness, professionalism and everything going on here, and I'm not surprised what I'm seeing at home. Yes, I'll definitely recommend ALS Pathway to other parents, because like I indicated, a lot of us are known to the traditional way of going to the universities in Ghana. But now the world is now a global market, and if ALS is offering us an opportunity where we can now get enrolled into the global universities, why not? I think that every parent should take advantage of the Pathway, and not just the Pathway. I would recommend ALS to all other professions. Analytics, project management, and several that I think that every profession can take advantage of. My name is Daniel Mesa, and I have my daughter Rebecca Mesa enrolled in the ALS Pathway.
My name is Princess Ishra Adai, and I love to do math calculations than to read. I'm learning to grow more, and I'm learning to reason more and differently than I used to. I'm actually learning more than I actually thought I would learn. My favorite course in the Pathway program is the college algebra, because I really like math calculations and I like to solve. I have the Charity, Osman, Eugene, Raymond, and Amos. Almost all of them have made positive impact in me. My dream university is McAllister College, because I found out they offered some biomedical science courses, and I really wanted to venture into that. I don't want to be selfish, because I'm actually learning a lot and I don't want all that for myself. And it's actually telling me what the future is going to look like. So I wouldn't want my friends to be in the dark. So I'll just introduce them to it so that they also know what is going on around them. Yeah.
practical branch called the Makerspace, which is the upgrade of robotics. It's amazing to our sight.
So my name is Jafet Ayiku. I'm the Executive Director of the Help in Africa Foundation, which is based in New York, USA. We are the foundation that, under our mission of spreading computer literacy, are building these what we call Yamoransa model computer robotic centers. We are here today at Akokari, a high school, where we built our what we call our 3.1 or annex computer center. But in all, we have built 8 computer centers so far in 8 regions in Ghana.
The most important role I consider is the good communication I had with my co-promoter, Runa Mogul, and the executives of Help in African Foundation and the executives of implementers. I think this is the role that I played to make this project a success. I thank all the stakeholders for their collaboration to make this project a success. To Help in African Foundation, to implementers, to Runa Mogul, that is Dr. Runa Mogul, I say Ayiku, we thank you for the good work done.
So Implementers is a project management organization for the Yamoransa Model Lab program. And for Lab 3.1, we initially worked on carrying out a needs assessment process for the project, and we realized that the students population here was about 1,000 and over, because it's a senior high school and they had a lot of students doing different programs in the school. So they didn't have an ICT, or at least we'd say they didn't have a functional ICT lab in the school. So we realized that we had to provide an ICT educational lab for them. And then we also realized that we needed to provide a maker space for them in addition to the project. So we worked on that together with TechAid to execute that project, and then you can see that we have a beautiful lab here right now.
My name is Kafui Prebi. I'm CEO for TechAid. TechAid is a technology partner for the Yamoransa model. This will be the 11th lab that we would have done, and where we are seated today is a maker space which has the Legos, the Arduino boards, also the 3D virtual reality system behind me. These are all technology tools to help students gain the 21st century skills of critical thinking and also problem-solving skills.
This center is an absolute model for what ICT centers should be. There are 48 stations that are powered by Asanka devices that are loaded with the Ghanaian curriculum for, in this case, high school. This is the only one that is actually a high school. The rest of them are junior high schools. A maker center where we're sitting right now with robotics, VR, and 3D printer.
I'm John Manu, Center Manager of this educational laboratory, in short EduLab, funded by Help in African Foundation. This EduLab is located at Asalibedia SHS at Adansi Akukari. As a center manager, these are my activities. Fortunately for us, we have a device known as Asanka device. This Asanka device consists of educational content, and there's no need for internet access when you are browsing for educational content. We have SHS content and then basic school content. So as a center manager, I have to educate my students on how to use the Asanka. I also have to educate the teachers who would like to use the Asanka to educate their students in all subject areas.
As a center manager, I'm responsible for ensuring that students always have access to the lab. Students always get to know how to use the 3D printer in printing their things. Students also get to know how to use the EV tray, Lego limestone kits, the Arduino kits, as well as the virtual reality devices, how to use them. because the Makerspace Lab is not part of GES curriculum, we form clubs which involve teachers and students as a way of their extracurricular activities to come here always to be doing their own projects using the 3D printer, the Makerspace, the virtual reality, and everything else. That's what we use.
At the heart of the Yamoransa Model Labs project is impact. We'll be measuring the impact of the labs, how the students patronize the labs, how the center managers are managing the place, and also we will be ensuring that there's proper maintenance plan put in place so that the municipal assemblies, the GES are all involved to ensure that these labs last forever. Also, to stir the interest of the labs, we will be organizing competitions, annual competitions amongst the labs, so that the students come together and portray what they have been learning using the Makerspace and the Edge Lab.
Before this Makerspace, I've never get in touch with these machines before, not even using this. I've never even seen some before, but when this one came, I'm now able to operate it. I'm now able to create a robot myself. I now know how robots work.
When I was in SHS1, we're not having an IT lab at all. We will be studying the theory aspects. Instead of practical, we are not having any practicals at all. And when you have to search for words or do work on internet, we have to go outside the campus and search for it. But right now, we are having an IT lab to support our teaching and learning aspects. We are very, very grateful.
I will wholly welcome and wish to express my profound appreciation for the contribution made by Helping Africa Foundation.
We declare the facility duly open.
This is Richard Apiakoto. He is an ICT teacher at Betina CGHS. The school lacked computers and made tutoring the subject difficult. He gained recognition after his Blackboard drawing of a word processing document went viral on social media.
My name is Kafui Previ. I'm CEO for TechAid. TechAid is a technology social enterprise. We've been around close to a decade, and our focus is to bring technology to rural areas and for development. We've worked with quite a number of international organizations across different continents in the US and Europe. And our role within the Yamoransa model is to try to select, design, and deploy the best solutions that will bring about the impact that we look out for in those communities.
I'm Jafet Ayiku, and I serve as the Executive Director for Helping Africa Foundation, which is a non-profit organization based in New York City. The foundation was actually founded in 2014. After we came here, I came here with Dan Rose. Daniel Rose, who is the chairman and president of the foundation. I came here with him to visit Ghana, we did some project in Yakwe, as a matter of fact, a village in the Ashanti region. And when he heard about problems and challenges of Ghana, we went back to New York, and he decided that we should form a foundation that can sort of channel resources and support for the government and the people of Africa.
The way that I got to Ghana was originally with a Yale Alumni Service group, and two of the founders had the wisdom to start the Friends of Yamoransa Foundation as a mechanism for continuing our relationship.
The experience that we got from Yamoransa is what we're using to sort of promote the concept of community involvement in community projects. And that's how we came up with the word, the name Yamoransa.
TechAid is more about impact and impacting education, impacting communities. Within the Yamoransa model, we have helped to deploy about 3 solutions in the past 2 years. And these include places in Yamoransa itself, in Cape Coast, Bawi, in Accra, and then also Sechetumase.
The effort to spread computer literacy throughout all of Ghana, we call it Rural Computer Literacy Program.
The basis is that we start with what does the community want. So again, this was before I was as involved. The community all over Ghana, the government, the Ministry of Education had mandated that the students should learn modern technologies.
Our key role as a technology partner is to ensure that we select the best technologies, as well as deploying those technologies and monitoring and ensuring that the technologies work for the people.
So the first thing that the Yale group did was helped build the center. And it was very clear that there were no computers in the computer center. So I just took over and said, we're going to do this, and went through my contact network, found Kafui, who was billed as the best person in Ghana.
We've been very excited about the impact of these 2 technologies that we've deployed so far. And today it's touching over thousands of lives. And we're looking forward to doing more as a technology partners for the Yamoransa model.
I wish to begin with service. That is why we are all here. This effort began with a mandate by the Ministry of Education of the Government of Ghana to educate the young people of Ghana in the emerging fields of information, communications, and technology, even when the technology itself was not yet widely distributed. In April, a young member of our team alerted me to a viral posting about a teacher in Betanase who was using a blackboard to teach computing. This was Richard Apia Apoto. We were offering a second, fully equipped package. Finally, it is not just about computing. It is about education in the broadest sense. We feel this is the best preparation to become citizens of the world.
Looking at this community, there's no ICT center, no ICT facility. That's influenced our decision. And citing it here is helpful because there are a lot of schools around that will benefit, that influence our choice of the center. Prior to the building of this project, the teaching of ICT was limited to the chalkboard, and the textbooks. The few teachers who have computers bring to demonstrate, but the learners were limited from having a feel of the computers. And we didn't have modern software which we could use.
This was an old and dilapidated block which we have brought to this level. This is a dream come true for us. So the renovation works you are seeing all around here, the district assembly took it up. This is an old edifice. We had to do a whole lot of work to get it to what we are seeing today.
We have been building computer centers throughout all the regions. We started from Yamoransa. Our determination is to build 16 of these computer labs in all the 16 regions of Ghana. We are here today in the Uti region to dedicate the 7th of the 16 labs we're building. We think that this lab, which has been built in this core area, will really transform the lives of children by embracing particularly the robotics lab. We will be able to sort of get some future Bill Gates people, that young people that can create something that can transform humanity in the world. So that's the expectation.
This is our 7th lab. Each one has its own unique situation, challenges, and when we've overcome the new challenges, we have added to the model because it's the iterative evidence, and it's just wonderful. What I learned in having dinner with Madame Rosalind is that I knew that the Honorable had taken over selecting the site here. But what I believe was the reason was that the very good BCE scores of the students here were the best in the district. And since we only want the best, that's why this school was chosen.
We have a partnership with the local government, the local assembly, and the Ghana Education Service. The requirement of the local assembly is to make sure that the building is well maintained, right? And the Ghana Education Service rules to make sure that the teachers and our students are allowed to come and utilize the facilities. This partnership requires that a full maintenance regime is implemented. Now we as TechAid will be visiting here 3 times every year to make sure that the facilities are running at full scale. Now within that process, we intend to train a local company, a local partnership with the district to make sure that some of us will be able to do this continuously.
For this lab, which is Yamoransa Model Lab 7, when we did the needs assessment here, we realized that the community was quite deprived. So they didn't have a lot of ICT facilities or ICT centers here. So it was quite exciting to situate the 7th lab here. In most of the other labs that we went, they either had one which was working or one which didn't have enough equipment or facilities to use. But with this one, they didn't have any at all. So you could tell the joy on the faces of the people in the community when they heard that we were going to locate the 7th lab in Konya Ahenkro.
At Academic City, we are not just students. We are problem solvers, innovators, and future-ready leaders. We power the future and create groundbreaking technologies ready to tackle real-world challenges head-on. In a world driven by technology, we shape the digital landscape, transforming challenges into opportunities. At the core of strategic thinking and decision-making, we thrive in the dynamic realm of commerce. We evolve into leaders who not only speak, but stand for what's right, forging narratives and stirring the conscience of the world. Embark on a journey with us, where innovation meets education. Academic City, educating future-ready leaders.
My daughter initially enrolled in the ALS AI Career Essential, and after that program, she was introduced to the Pathway program. And we were told that the Pathway program is a partnership between ALS and some global universities, and it provides an alternative to the traditional ways of entering into the universities in Ghana. It will expose her to the global universities, and we felt that it was an opportunity we needed to take advantage of. So I realized that one, in terms of time management, she's apt when it comes to her time management. Two, she's more organized, and I can see a lot of zeal and passion in her when she's doing her stuff, especially the assignments and the milestones. Visiting the hub today has actually clarified what she's going through to me, because I could see some sort of seriousness, professionalism and everything going on here, and I'm not surprised what I'm seeing at home. Yes, I'll definitely recommend ALS Pathway to other parents, because like I indicated, a lot of us are known to the traditional way of going to the universities in Ghana. But now the world is now a global market, and if ALS is offering us an opportunity where we can now get enrolled into the global universities, why not? I think that every parent should take advantage of the Pathway, and not just the Pathway. I would recommend ALS to all other professionals, because they have several other programs, data analytics, project management, and several programs that I think that every professional can take advantage of. My name is Daniel Mensah Norte, and I have my daughter Rebecca Mensah enrolled in the ALS Pathway program.
My name is Princess Ishra Adai, and I love to do math calculations than to read. I'm learning to grow more, and I'm learning to reason more and differently than I used to. I'm actually learning more than I actually thought I would learn. My favorite course in the Pathway program is the college algebra, because I really like math calculations and I like to solve. I have the Charity, Osman, Eugene, Raymond, and Amos. Almost all of them have made positive impact in me. My dream university is Macalester College, because I found they offered some biomedical science courses, and I really wanted to venture into that. I don't want to be selfish, because I'm actually learning a lot and I don't want all that for myself. And it's actually telling me what the future is going to look like. So I wouldn't want my friends to be in the dark. So like I'll just introduce them to it so that they also know what is going on around them. Yeah.
which is the upgrade of Robotic. It's amazing to our side.
So my name is Jafet Aiku. I'm the Executive Director of the Helping Africa Foundation, which is based in New York, USA. We are the foundation that, under our mission of spreading computer literacy, are building these, what we call Yamoransa model computer robotic centers. We are here today at Akokari, a high school, where we built our, what we call our 3.1 or annex computer center. But in all, we have built 8 computer centers so far in 8 regions in Ghana.
The most important role I consider is the good communication I had with my co-promoter, Una Mogul, and the executives of Helping African Foundation and the executives of implementers. I think this is the role that I played to make this project a success. I thank all the stakeholders for their collaboration to make this project a success. To Helping African Foundation, to implementers, to Rona Mogul, that is Dr. Rona Mogul, I say Aiko, we thank you for the good work done.
So Implementers is a project management organization for the Yamoransa Model Lab program. And for Lab 3.1, we initially worked on carrying out a needs assessment process for the project, and we realized that the students' population here was about 1,000 and over, because it's a senior high school and they had a lot of students doing different programs in the school. So they didn't have an ICT, or at least we would say they didn't have a functional ICT lab in the school. So we realized that we had to provide an ICT educational lab for them. And then we also realized that we needed to provide a makerspace for them in addition to the project. So we worked on that together with TechAid to execute that project, and then you can see that we have a beautiful lab here right now.
My name is Kafu Prebi. I'm CEO for TechAid. TechAid is a technology partner for the Yamoransa model. This will be the 11th lab that we have done, and where we are seated today is a makerspace which has the Legos, the Arduino boards, also the 3D virtual reality system behind me. These are all technology tools to help students gain the 21st century skills of critical thinking and also problem-solving skills.
This center is an absolute model for what ICT centers should be. There are 48 stations that are powered by Asanka devices that are loaded with the Canadian curriculum for, in this case, high school. This is the only one that is actually a high school. The rest of them are junior high schools. A maker center where we're sitting right now with robotics, VR, and 3D printer.
I'm John Manu, Center Manager of this educational laboratory, in short EduLab, funded by Helping African Foundation. This EduLab is located at Asarbedia SHS at Adansi Akukere. As a center manager, these are my activities. Fortunately for us, we have a device known as Asanka device. This Asanka device consists of educational content, and there's no need for internet access when you are browsing for educational content. We have SHS content and then basic school content. So as a center manager, I have to educate my students on how to use the Asanka. I also have to educate the teachers who like to use the Asanka to educate their students in all subject areas.
As a center manager, I'm responsible for ensuring that students always have access to the lab. Students always get to know how to use the 3D printer in printing their things. Students also get to know how to use the EV tray, Lego limestone kits, the Arduino kits, as well as the virtual reality devices, how to use them. Because the Makerspace Lab is not part of GS curriculum, we form class which involves teachers and students as a way of their extracurricular activities to come here always to be doing their own projects using the 3D printer, the Makerspace, the virtual reality and everything else that we use.
At the heart of the Yamoransa Model Labs project is impact. We'll measure the impact of the labs, how the students patronize the labs, how the center managers are managing the place, and also we will be ensuring that there's proper maintenance plan put in place so that the municipal assemblies, the GES are all involved to ensure that these labs last forever. Also, to stir up the interest of the labs, we will be organizing competitions, annual competitions amongst the labs, so that the students come together and portray what they have been learning using the Makerspace and the EduLab.
Before this Makerspace, I've never get in touch with these machines before, not even using this. I've never even seen some before, but when this one came, I'm now able to operate it. I'm now able to create a robot myself. I now know how robots work.
When I was in SHS1, we're not having an IT lab at all. We will be studying the theory aspects. Instead of practical, we are not having any practicals at all. And when you have to search for words or do work on internet, we have to go outside the campus and search for it. But right now we are having an IT lab to support our teaching and learning aspects. We are very, very grateful.
I will wholly welcome and wish to express my profound appreciation for the contribution made by Helping Africa Foundation.
We declare the facility duly open.
This is Richard Apia Akoto. He is an ICT teacher at Betinasi JHS, Sochidumase. The school lacked computers and made tutoring the subject difficult. He gained recognition after his blackboard drawing of a word processing document went viral on social media.
My name is Kafui Previ. I'm CEO for TechAid. TechAid is a technology social enterprise. We've been around close to a decade, and our focus is to bring technology to rural areas and for development. We've worked with quite a number of international organizations across different continents in the US and Europe. And our role within the Yamoransa model is to try to select, design, and deploy the best solutions that will bring about the impact that we look out for in those communities.
So I'm Jaffe Daiko, and I serve as Executive Director for Helping Africa Foundation, which is a non-profit organization based in New York City. The foundation was actually founded in 2014. After we came here, I came here with Dan Rose. Daniel Rose, who is the chairman and president of the foundation. I came here with him to visit Ghana. we did a project in Yakwe, as a matter of fact, a village in the Ashanti region. And when he heard about the problems and challenges of Ghana, we went back to New York, and he decided that we should form a foundation that can sort of channel resources and support for the government and the people of Africa.
The way that I got to Ghana was originally with a Yale Alumni Service group, and two of the founders had the wisdom to start the Friends of Yamoransa Foundation as a mechanism for continuing our relationship.
The experience that we got from Yamoransa is what we're using to sort of promote the concept of community involvement in community projects. And that's how we came up with the word, the name Yamoransa.
TechAid is more about impact and impacting education, impacting communities. Within the Yamoransa model, we have helped to deploy about 3 solutions in the past 2 years. And these include places in Yamoransa itself, in Cape Coast, where we in Accra, and then also Sechechumasi.
The effort to spread computer literacy throughout all of Ghana, we call it Rural Computer Literacy Program.
The basis is that we start with what does the community want. So again, this was before I was as involved. The community, all over Ghana, the government, the Ministry of Education had mandated that the students should learn modern technologies.
Our key role as a technology partner is to ensure that we select the best technologies, as well as deploying those technologies and monitoring and ensuring that the technologies work for the people.
So the first thing that the Yale group did was help build the center. And it was very clear that there were no computers in the computer center. So I just took over and said, we're going to do this, and went through my contact network, found Kufui, who was billed as the best person in Ghana.
We've been very excited about the impact of these 2 technologies that we've deployed so far. And today it's touching over thousands of lives. And we're looking forward to even doing more as a technology partners for the Yamoransa model.
I wish to begin with service. That is why we were all here. This effort began with a mandate by the Ministry of Education of the Government of Ghana to educate the young people of Ghana in the emerging fields of information, communications, and technology, even when the technology itself was not yet widely distributed. In April, a young member of our team alerted me to a viral posting about a teacher in Benase who was using a blackboard to teach computing. This was Richard Apia Akoto. We were offered a second, fully equipped package. Finally, it is not just about computing. It is about education in the broadest sense. We feel this is the best preparation to become citizens of the world.
Looking at this community, there's no ICT center, no ICT facility. That influences our decision. And citing it here is helpful because there are a lot of schools around that will benefit, that influence our choice of the center. Prior to the building of this project, the teaching of ICT was limited to the chalkboard and the textbooks. The few teachers who have computers bring to demonstrate, but the learners were limited from having a feel of the computers. And we didn't have modern software which we could use.
This was an old and dilapidated block which we have brought to this level. This is a dream come true for us. So the renovation works you are seeing all around here, the district assembly took it up. This is an old edifice. We had to do a whole lot of work to get it to what we are seeing today.
We have been building computer centers throughout all the regions. We started from Yamoransa. Our determination is to build 16 of these computer labs in all of the 16 regions of Ghana. We are here today in the Uti region to dedicate the 7th of the 16 labs that we're building. We think that this lab, which has been built in this core area, will really transform the lives of children by embracing particularly the robotics lab. We will be able to sort of get some future Bill Gates people that young people that can create something that can transform humanity and the world. So that's the expectation.
This is our 7th lab. Each one has its own unique situation, challenges, and when we overcome the new challenges, we have added to the model because it's an iterative improvements, and it's just wonderful. What I learned in having dinner with Madam Rosalind is that I knew that Honorable
Thank you very much.
had taken over selecting the site.
Welcome back. We have our second round table, and the entire panel is ready. This session is on sustaining impact and scaling innovation in STEAM education through transformative programs. Our moderator is the Dean, right here at the University of Ghana, School of Engineering Sciences. Let's welcome moderator, Professor Elsie Efa Kaufman. This round of applause sounds like you had no break. Should I call them up? Call them up. All right. All right. So I've called up the moderator. I'm going to bring up the panelists. Mr. Nanada Asidu, country manager for ALX Ghana, one of our sponsors. Thank you so much. Mrs. Farouz Hassan is executive director at Camfed Ghana. Mrs. Hassan, please come up for us. Mr. Abdul Yaqub, program specialist at UNESCO, and Dr. Mrs. Simolo is Africa Regional Director, Education International. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your panelists. We have how many minutes? We have 45 minutes. So, Prof. Yes. I'll give you the sign. Yes, please do. So this session will end at 1:30. So at 1:15, it will be time for questions from you. I'm going to I'll turn everything over now to Professor Kaufman to take it away. Prof.
Thank you very much, Kafui. Thank you all for coming for this second panel at Airtad 2025. Our topic today is sustaining impact and scaling innovation in STEAM education through transformative programs. We have assembled a very powerful panel of experts who have been doing all kinds of transformative things in their line of work. And what we would like to do is to have a discussion with them about how they've been doing their work the lessons that we can learn from what they are doing to inform what we do moving forward from here. What I know about Airtad and what I know about the Yamoransa Model Labs is that we are always learning, we are always looking for best practices in order to inform what we do so that we do better and have even greater impact. So it's such an honor to have you, lady and gentlemen, on this panel. I will continue talking to give you a chance to finish fixing those microphones. Yes. So we are going to focus on identifying strategies to sustain the effectiveness of transformative initiatives. We will explore themes such as funding mechanisms. We will talk about public-private partnerships, data-driven decision-making, and policy frameworks that will help us to do better at what we do. We will be looking at the insights of our expert panelists, the challenges and best practices, and basically to learn and implement what we learn here. That is the purpose of this panel. All right, I hope my panelists are comfortable. All right, great. So I'm going to be starting. I'll start right from next to me. I need our panelists to introduce themselves and to tell us their background and how they are related to this topic that we are going to discuss. Each of you has a wealth of experience about transformative projects that you have done. So I'll start first with Mr. Nana Dako Esiedu, who is country manager ALX Ghana.
Good afternoon. My name is Nana Dako Esiedu. As you rightly said, I'm the country manager. I'm the country manager for ALX Ghana. ALX is a non-profit organization focused on upscaling the youth to tech courses. So since 2.5 years ago, since we came into Ghana, we've trained a little over 100,000 young people, and mostly to tech courses. And we do this so that we are able to upskill them to increase their chances of employability. Research shows that there are more global opportunity when it comes to remote jobs out there. And you need some fundamental skills like tech programs. So we address this challenge by training mass youth to be able to get an opportunity to access the global market. I've been in EdTech for 2 years, but I've been in education for more than 6 years, and that's the wealth of experience that I bring to this conversation.
Great, thank you very much. I'll move on to Mrs. Fairuza Safian, Executive Director, Comfort Ghana. Madam, you're welcome. Short introduction.
I am Fairuza Rashid Safian, Executive Director for Comfort Ghana. Comfort is campaign for female education. We basically award scholarships to girls in secondary education and tertiary. And then we ensure that these young women transition into their choices of work or choices of pathways that they want to transition into. We do support the access to education, and we are also in the tech space where we are providing some tech solutions to rural Ghana. We do understand that internet connectivity is very challenging in rural Ghana, and we are there to bridge that gap between the rural and urban centers to ensure that the rural folks also get some tech education. So that's basically what we do in Comfort Ghana. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam. Yes, I'm looking forward to hearing your inputs. Yes, next we have Mr. Abdul Hamid Yakub, Program Specialist, UNESCO. Sir, you are welcome.
Abdul Hamid Yakub, Communication and Information Specialist for UNESCO in Accra. I normally caveat my intro by saying I'm not in charge of visibility, because when people hear information and communication, they think you are the visibility of UNESCO. No, I'm in charge of freedom of expression access to information, safety of journalists, digital transformation, and AI. And I'm at home in this room because I think 6 years ago, I did a pilot of Girls and Code with Kofi Annan ICT Center. And within my digital transformation, to make sure resource deprived areas and women get access to the new 21st century skills. So basically, that's what I do at UNESCO. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Looking forward to your contributions. And finally, I have Dr. Dennis Sinyolo, Africa Regional Director, Education International. You're welcome, sir.
Just checking the sound. Can you hear me? It's on. No, it's on now. Yeah. Okay, I hope you can hear me now.
Yes.
Thank you very much. As already indicated, I'm the Africa Director of Education International. Education International, or EI in short, is the global organization of teachers. So we unite teacher unions and professional associations from 180 countries. We have over 33 million members from early childhood through primary, secondary, TVET, and higher education. Our Africa office is based here in Accra, in Ghana. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. So you can see that from this panel, we have a wealth of knowledge, people who have been doing all kinds of projects around education, technology, and we would like to learn from you. We are particularly interested in projects that have been impactful, that are making a huge difference. And so let me start with metrics. I hope that will be okay with you. And when it gets to your chance, please feel free to bring your perspective on that. So I would like to know, how do we define and measure the success of transformative programs, and what metrics are most meaningful for stakeholders, including funders and policymakers? So what is it that makes a project impactful and transformative?
All right, I think we can look at it from two perspectives, right? You can look at it from a short term and then a long term. So short term, what funders or donors will be interested in is, if you're working on an EdTech program, how many of your participants are able to complete the program? So your enrollment numbers. They'll be interested in, okay, if I've given you a fund, how many people have you been able to enroll? And like I mentioned, we have done over 100,000. So that's what we always tell our donors, that with the funding that you've given us, this is what we've been able to do. Another thing that I also want to look at is, when it comes to EdTech, there are so many people that start the programs, but that's also something that is questionable. So many people, but then their graduation rate is somewhat low. So donors are also, or policymakers, are interested in how many people graduate from your program. So you can't talk about an enrollment number of, let's say, 10,000 when only 100 people are graduating. So you need to look at how are you developing initiatives that make sure that a lot of people that are going through the program are able to complete. Because it's easy to just sign up for an EdTech program, but it's always difficult to sustain them in the program because most of these programs are done remotely. Then when you look at long term, even one that is medium term, what I would consider is their access to job opportunities. Because once you train these people, what is their long-term goal? All the students here are mostly interested in these things. One, to start their own business entrepreneurship, or to be able to use the skills that they've acquired to get a job. So they also look at what is your placement level and do the programs that we do. Once you're done with them, to support you to get either jobs locally or globally. And if you look at long term, they are looking at how does this contribute to the SDGs. So in terms of short term, there are metrics. Long term, they look at how do they solve the broader SDG conversation that is ongoing. So SDG number 4 is which is around education.
Thank you very much. Madam.
And long and short term, there are various metrics you could also be looking at in terms of the statistics. You can look at the quantitative statistics, looking at the numbers of people that are enrolled into the program, how many are being graduating and all that. We could also look at the attitudinal change of the people that enroll into the program. At the end of the day, how do you measure the impact of that program that you have designed? Are people able to demonstrate what you really wanted them to learn? Are they able to impact the knowledge that they have learned, not just themselves, but be able to cascade, ensure that other people are also benefiting from what they are doing, so that at the end of the day, you are not just reaching the numbers that you put in your proposals, but you are also targeting other people that these young minds or young people would be able to reach at the end of the day. And then we are also looking at how communities are accepting the work that you want to implement. If you don't have people that would accept it, help you in the co-design, co-creation, then at the end of the day, you just implement your program for just a certain number of years. And once you wrap up, the program also wraps up. And so for both the long term and short term, you want to be measuring some of these metrics to ensure that the impact of your program is really being felt. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Yakub, can you add something about scalability? If you wanted to measure how your program is scaling, what kind of metrics would you be looking at for scalability?
For scalability, you might look at that. You might say year one, you have this number, year two, and year three. Maybe finally at the end of the project, we want this number. And it might interest you to know, for instance, when it comes to USAID, their projects, they are more interested in the numbers, the upscale. Because at the end of it, if we're looking at 10,000 school kids, you should be able to hit that number, 10,000 school kids. But within the UN, we also look at the qualitative. What impact, interviewing the beneficiaries, how has it helped them to sort of solve the everyday problems? Because no matter how a policy is framed and the metrics that are benchmarked, importantly, is it helping to solve a local problem? If it's not solving a local problem, no matter the numbers you hit, there might be gaps on how the project was implemented.
Thank you. Dr. Sinyolo, your contributions on this, what sort of things that your organization measure when they are looking at impact?
Yes, it is actually looking at the purpose of education, which is to prepare children and young people for life. This is very important. And you cannot measure that through examinations. I'm not suggesting school examinations are not important, but they don't tell the whole story. You can prepare students to pass an exam without preparing them for life. So what do I mean by that? I mean our students, our young people should be able to develop higher order skills. I've heard about problem solving. Definitely. Creativity, innovation, adaptability. These are essential skills which are often very difficult to measure in an examination. And then in addition to that, we need to prepare them for decent employment or jobs. It can mean, of course, working in industry, but it can also mean job creation. These are very important indicators. So a successful program in education must empower teachers, build the capacity of teachers, their efficacy to improve teaching in their classrooms by involving every student so that they reach their maximum potential. For the students, of course, it is their full development.
Thank you very much. So now I think we understand clearly what it is that we'll be looking out for in order to say our projects are transformative and impactful, right? These are some of the things we'll be looking out for. But let's say somebody now wants to start to bring in a new project. They want it to be impactful. They want it to be transformative. What are the critical measures to undertake as they are planning such a project? And as they are looking forward to implementing the project to ensure sustainability and that it will actually deliver what it sets out to do. So at the initial stages, when somebody wants to deploy something impactful and transformative, what are the factors they should be considering?
I guess this is,
I'll have good experiences.
but this is more of a policy, the policy side, right? So maybe we'll hear from Doc. We are more of the builders. So I'd like to hear what they will expect from us, and then we
All
can learn
right.
from
So
it.
I'm going to start with you, Dr. Sinyolo. What should they consider? Somebody wants to do something in the education space for teachers. What are the elements that go into the plan and implementation?
Let's say for teachers or for students.
Yes.
Yes. I will actually highlight just a few important success factors based on our experience in Africa and globally. The first thing is that the initiative or program must address a real need. Sometimes we assume the needs of the teachers or students. The best way of knowing the needs is to talk to the beneficiaries or potential beneficiaries. That's why a baseline study is fundamental at the beginning. It will also give you data for you to be able to use the data to monitor progress. So identify the real needs of teachers or students by listening to them, talking to them. Research is the tool for doing that. And then number two, when you introduce the program, make sure that you involve all the key stakeholders. We introduced the program in Mali, in Uganda, in Tanzania, and we brought the Minister of Education, different departments from the Minister of Education. We brought the Minister of Local Government because they own schools in these countries, actually. We brought traditional leaders, religious leaders, parents, student organizations. So involve everybody from the beginning. Then you're going to win in the end because everyone is going to contribute and own the program. That's very important. And make sure that the program is grounded in the local context. I don't mean to be critical, but sometimes we import programs from outside Africa, which are not really contextualized. So we can learn from other continents, for sure, but let's contextualize the program so that the program responds to the needs of our people, of the teachers, of the students. We have one program we're running in several African countries where we train teachers to write books. Teachers. Guess what? The books written by these teachers, the readers, are fantastic. They talk about the mountains, the rivers that students know. They talk about our folklore. They talk about our context, and we connect very easily as students to these stories rather than learning about stories of other continents. Thanks.
Wonderful ideas. Yes, sir.
Yeah, so let me give a story regarding what is illustrated. There was a village. Somebody wanted to put up a well. In his research, he realized that the women, they walk long distances. So in his imagination thinking, he had to shorten the distance. So he a borehole closer or in the village. He realized that after all the pomp and pageantry, cutting of swords, the women still preferred going that distance. So he now came back to his senses and went to them for interviews. They said, when we go down, that is the time we get at ourselves. You've brought the thing to now, after that, you are there from bed home. So you've not given us time to and have time for ourselves. So this is how to me talking to people, the beneficiary, making them to own whatever you want to implement. Because without getting their involvement, their taking the process, you might miss out on some of these things. Thank you.
Madam,
I just wanted to ask more.
go ahead.
beyond the co-creation, the implementation is something you also need to involve the people or your target group. Other than that, you are just, how many people can UNESCO employ? How many people can ALX employ? How many people are we really targeting? And so if you involve the people in the implementation, they're able to tell you exactly, maybe they would have told them exactly where they wanted that borehole to be located, how they want to how they even want the borehole to be made up, or whether they wanted to be pumping it or they just wanted to open a tap and all. So you need to involve the people so you understand their own perspective, and then you come behind them. This, I am talking about sustainability. If you don't involve the people, they'll just watch you do your thing. And at the end of the day, when your donor funding is done, the project wraps up with your donor funding.
Yeah.
But if you involve the people, they know this is ours and we need to ensure it succeeds. Even after the organization or the donor is gone, they will still ensure that lots more people benefit from that project.
I want to touch on last point that she made around donor funding. When it a lot of times, and this has even come in a recent experience with educators, people plan with the donor as the main person giving out funds. So when you plan with the donor in mind, once the donor leaves, your educational program is likely to fail. So plan with the revenue or analysis of how to generate funds to continue running the business. But if you run with the sole donor in mind, what happens is when the donor leaves the business, if you don't have the support or been thought of other ways of raising it, the program dies with the donor leaving the market.
Right. We have learned a lot so far. We need to be addressing a need, and we need to be involved in the community, involvement of the community and beneficiaries in all of this, and finding alternate sources of funding so that the project does not collapse once the donor goes away. What we know about the Yamoransa Model Labs is that they are operating in resource-constrained communities. A lot is already happening there. We have heard the stories today, the impact, just amazing things. But we need to be able to sustain things like this. We need to be able to scale, to have long-term impact. So my question now has to do is, how can we build capacity of institutions and organizations to effectively implement and scale innovative programs, particularly those in resource-constrained settings, like what we are doing with the Yamoransa Model Labs? If we want Yamoransa Model Labs to be around 100 years from now, doing amazing things and improving all the time, how do we build capacity to be able to do that?
Yeah, so I think we've all come to this morning. We've seen what the Yamoransa model, what they've been able to do. And along the way, I was thinking, is it possible for instance, Gife, which has a lot of funding because of where they get their funding, not to be the institution putting up facilities? Because I've gone around some of their facilities and not and all that, because the usual thing is owned by government. So why wouldn't maybe every 4 years, GIFEC will open up funding for institutions like the Yamoransa model to apply for funding and to scale up their interventions? And also, is it time to look at this in terms of the way in New York, the way the charter schools operate? They are also public schools run with the expertise of the private sector. So we could look at some of these models, because definitely, if it's going to be either DP, donor funded, or whatever, at a point, it will not be there. So, for instance, has a stream of funding from the telcos that can sustain models like the Yamoransa model. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other contributions? What can we be doing? So funding obviously is very important. If the funding dries up, the whole thing just shrivels up. So that is a suggestion for funding. Yes, Dr. Siniolo.
Yes. Again, borrowing from the experiences of the programs we have implemented in other countries. In Tanzania, for example, we're training early childhood educators, right? We worked with the university deliberately, and we started by training lecturers at the university to deliver training for early childhood educators using our methodology. And then we funded, it was a pilot, 500 students for training. These were teachers going for further training to specialize in early childhood education. After we'd finished with that program, guess what happened? The university liked it so much that they continued with the program as their own program. That is sustainability. So if we hadn't involved them, maybe that wouldn't have happened in the first place. So what am I saying? Involve the government from the beginning so that they can run away with the program. Look at what happened in Uganda, another program where we're training teachers, providing professional development, using technology, improving teaching standards. The government, we targeted primary school teachers. The government saying this is very good. And they applied it on their own in early childhood education and in Tibet and at secondary school level. And they went on to apply for funding from the Global Partnership for Education. By the way, I'm on the board of the Global Partnership for Education. They went on to apply for funding from GPE, the Global Partnership for Education, so that they would scale up the programs we had started ourselves. We didn't tell them to do so because they thought the programs were so important for their teachers, for their students, and for their communities. So what am I saying? In short, involve the government from the beginning. Allow the government to eventually take over and maintain the facilities. It will ensure sustainability.
Great.
If I can add, I think the myth around STEM, people often think it's related to just science and technology. So we leave the science teachers, the math teachers to focus on this. But then when you understand that STEM is the fundamental of just problem solving, it's not you being a tech nerd, you coding. It's just around you being able to problem solve. Then the religious teacher would say that, I don't know if they still do religious, I'm old school, right? The religious teacher will let them be focused on STEM because she knows it teaches them how to problem solve. And that is something, a model that Rwanda has been using. All teachers have been trained on STEM, a program that they've rolled out. So that students do not think of STEM as just once you have a career in science, that's when you take STEM seriously. But STEM is a fundamental of how to problem solve. Because once you understand science, you understand technology, it's all about problem solving and understanding the fundamentals. So it's a model that I know the Ghana government is heading towards, but yeah, it's a model that we can all look into.
Great. So what we need to do basically is to show relevance to everyone so that it's so relevant that even when somebody leaves the project, somebody will take it up because it is important to all of us. And that somebody that has been come up over and over is the government. Okay. So now, based on that, let me ask my next question, which is what policies have proven successful in supporting long-term sustainability and scaling innovative programs? If you are aware of any government programs that or policies that have been helpful in doing this, please let us know. Or do we need to develop new policies in government to ensure that such good ideas are sustainable and can be scaled?
I mean, the one we science and math quiz, right? Which gets us excited. Parents have now bought into, science and math quiz, the aura, the buzz around it. But that equipment is sponsoring. And recently we had 1 million coders, right? The job opportunity that the government wants to create. So I think the government is really buying into this idea that we need a sustainable way to train people in STEM. Just to mention a few, JA Africa also organizes these things. And I know that the government sponsors them from the Ministry of Education. And 2 years in a row, their competition have been won by all girls team, which is commendable to see that there's a focus on training girls. And I think there are other programs as well. So if we're able to focus, these are some examples of how the focus on technology or STEM in the schools and case studies.
Yeah, I also want to bring in the bit about partnerships. When government allows partners into the space to help in the implementation of all the beautiful policies we have in the country, this will also support the work that we are all doing as non-governmental organizations and the governments of the day. It is not anybody's, I would say, that everyone would want every school going child in Ghana to have some bit of STEM education, and a quality one, not just ones that they are reading from textbooks. But we all understand that the resources, even from the government, is limited. If the doors are open for partners to come in to support, if there's one that's going on in certain areas and other organizations can come in to tackle other areas, then at the end of the day, we are all looking at all school going children to benefit from STEAM or STEM education. And so I think that collaboration and partnerships should always be built into the policy assimilation and implementation.
I'll go back to my earlier point in that she's made a point quite brilliantly. There is no way government can continue to meet our needs. The basket is getting bigger, and so time for community ownership and private public ownership. That is it. Because even when you look at our education, look at this sector in education. Don't know it's owned by the private sector. Whereas government has also taken hold of the sector. Government ownership in big and is very good. And in the universities now, tertiary, would still sort of engagement in it. So that is the way forward. Getting non-governmental organization, public, private sector participation, but government-led. The policy can be government-led. The basis for others to participate.
Great.
Yeah, but maybe just to add that first and foremost, the country must have a comprehensive and relevant education sector plan. This is critical. Developed with the full involvement of teachers through their unions, of students, of parents, and then civil society and all the key stakeholders. That's the starting point. Once you have that good plan, and then of course you have to allocate sufficient resources domestically to support education. I've heard the comment about public schools not being good enough. We have to make them good enough. We don't have to abandon them. If they're not performing, then we need to support them, because public education is the greatest equalizer of opportunities. Had it not been for public education, I wouldn't be here today. And probably many of you. This is a public university, right? Are we not good enough? I believe we are. So all I'm saying is 97% of the money on average that goes into education comes from domestic resources. Only 3% comes from other sources. So if we're going to have a game changer, it is actually public education. And then of course, I'm not suggesting there's no role for private entities. There's one good example from Zimbabwe. I come from Zimbabwe, by the way, where the government levies every company on profits. They have what is called a manpower development levy. And that money is plowed into universities, into higher education institutions, and also provides bursaries for students who are doing STEM subjects. So the money is a fund coming from the the private sector, into the government coffers and supporting education. Finally, if we really want to improve teaching and learning, I go back to teaching and learning, improving the experience of our students, we really need to empower the teacher. A country's education system cannot be better than the quality of its teachers. If you are not getting the cream from a high school to train as teachers bad, you are averaging the quality of your education. Yes, that's the reality. So what is it that is stopping the best of our students from high school to training as teachers? The status, the poor working conditions, the poor salaries. Improve those things, make teaching attractive, as in Finland, where they get the best to be teachers, or Singapore, the best to be teachers. Then that lifts everyone, because there is nobody who's average in teaching. So we really need to do that. Thanks.
I just want to clarify a point. My education is a public good. And if it's a public good, we need everybody to participate. Not only that is why this sector participation in education is key. Because we cannot solely leave everything to government. There should be, because even program, like in the private sector. So that is it. I'm also of the view that private sector participation in education is key.
Great. This has been an exciting conversation so far. And I am hearing all kinds of wonderful things, all kinds of interesting examples from elsewhere being brought into the discussion, which is very, very good. I am also hearing more and more the necessity for all of us to be involved. It's not sufficient for one group. Government alone cannot do it. Yamoransa Model Labs alone cannot do it. Help in Africa Foundation alone cannot do it. We all need to participate in this because the needs are great. That is what I have heard so far. Partnerships are very, very important in dealing with these issues that we have. I'm going to open up the discussion to our audience. I know that you were writing down your questions and getting ready to ask them. So this is your opportunity. Please, if you have a question, it will be great for you to come up. Please, when you come, introduce yourself and then go ahead and let's hear your question. You may even identify a panelist that you'd like to address your question.
Okay, so is there somebody coming down to ask a question? I guess so. Yes, so please come down. I'll give you the microphone. You mention your name. No, it's not coming here. It's going to do her own thing. It's time for questions. So microphone is available. Just raise your hand. We'll bring the question over to you. We'll keep bringing the microphone over to you.
I'm expecting our young people to ask what they can do to support this.
Exactly. The schools are here. We can call you all out. Odogono is here. Presec is here. Accra Academy is here. Achimota is here. Accra Girls is here. St. Mary's is here.
Or share your stories of what you are doing.
Okay. You're all hiding now. Well, it's because you are the one asking the question.
This is not a problem of the day.
It's not a problem of the day. It's actually...
No scoring.
No scores. There are no scores. Prof, take it away.
All right. Well, so in that case, let me ask one last question. What has been your impression? I'm sure you were here to hear some of the impact statistics and stories from the Yamoransa Model Labs. What is your impression? What are they doing well? What do you want to encourage them on? And what should they be doing to scale what they are already doing so well?
It's beautiful. I particularly love the fact that they are not only targeting areas where internet accessibility is prevalent, but also looking at areas where we don't have internet connectivity. I am particularly passionate about it because in such areas, just taking a smartphone that can demonstrate how germination takes place in a classroom brings a lot of excitement. That brings or raises the attendance rates in a school, a whole school setting. And so to talk about Asanka going internet free, and that can be accessed in communities and rural schools. We are all in to support.
Thank you. Thank you.
If I can go next, two things that stand out to me on the amazing work Yamoransa is doing. The first one, I love data. So the gentleman that was seated there earlier, when he was talking about the stats around ladies who are into STEAM or STEM now, the progress that they've made in their studies, when he was comparing their BEC results, those who do the STEM versus people who don't do it, it's amazing to see the little impact. And also their focus on giving more girls opportunities to come into the lab, to use the computers, to really see how technology works. I mean, the first panel didn't have any lady, but at least we are grateful to have two ladies on this panel with us, and we need more ladies in tech. I think the tech world is male dominated. So to the females out there, I'll challenge you to not just look at the arts courses, not just look at the other ones, but get into STEM. STEM is really, really, really important. And we need, imagine a world where the male are just creating products for you. The outcome of the product will be male oriented. So we need more females to get into tech, so that the diversity in what technology produces. And I think the second thing is the makers room that he spoke about. A lot of times technology becomes very theoretical to people that study it. But the makers room that the Yamoransa model has, it's not just about learning, but then seeing in reality what tech is able to do. So great job. We're happy to be a partner with them and to be able to grow the impact that they are doing. So yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, the intervention is very good. I had to step in for a colleague, so this is my first sort of interaction engagement with the model. I think it's very good. And in my sector, last year I started a program, ICT competency framework for teachers. We've already had engagement with NACA and all that. I will talk to the Yamoransa model to see how we can work together regarding ICT competency framework for teachers. Something OER, something that's open educational resource that can benefit the whole country. So from here, I'll start engagement with them to see how we can work together.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you very much. It's quite exciting, actually. To me, the most exciting part is fostering creativity, innovation, and problem solving. Because sometimes technology can have the opposite effect of what we want to see. You're probably aware of the decision, the law in Australia, which bans young children from using mobile phones, simply because research shows that actually that has resulted in a negative trend where our students, instead of being creative and innovative, are actually relying on technology instead. I can tell you, sometimes as employers, being one small employer somewhere, there are skills that we look for in graduates. I could not believe it. Maybe I shouldn't say it. That people don't have the basic skill of writing in correct English. It may seem like nothing, but some of us are looking for that. I'm challenging the university. Why are our graduates leaving university being unable to write a correct paragraph in correct language? So sometimes we need to go back to the basics. Again, it's about empowering our teachers, empowering our students, innovation, creativity. It is my hope that out of this room, I'm challenging you teachers and students. We need inventors from Ghana, inventors from Africa. We need to read about you in future and say this was invented by somebody in Ghana or in Africa. And this program has the potential to lead to that. And I've already indicated I would like to visit one of your labs. We can explore more possibilities for collaboration after I've seen what you do in practice. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. At this point, we are bringing our conversation to a close. Just 1 minute each to wind up all your thoughts. Let's start with you, Dr. Sinyolo. Your last statement.
Yes.
In a minute.
Remember, for any program to succeed, involve the beneficiaries. Involve the key stakeholders. Remember this, nothing for us without us. Nothing for us without us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, my last word. The model should continue to evolve because we know times are changing. Continue to evolve, open up for new ideas and all that. And please don't forget, it shouldn't only be STEM. Don't forget about STEAM. We still need the arts. We still need arts. We need to teach people to communicate, to talk, not to always rely on technology. These are my last words. Thank you.
We also need to remember to include products of designs or projects that we have implemented. I am a typical example of the product of Comfort Ghana. And today I am leading the organization. I come with my own perspective. I have lived what it is that the younger ones are living. And I know how we feel and how we can contribute to ensuring that the younger ones are not left behind. And so when we have products, let's encourage them to be involved in the implementation of the products.
Thank you. That's the way.
So big congratulations to the organizers for putting this together. Then and to the young ones over here. I think sometimes you're likely to take it for granted, people can, but it's coming from experience, and people experience people who change a lot. The world of work is changing, right? You need to build experience from now. Doc said, one, the job market, you need to show we're not going to ask you all the theories, the pi r squares and things you learned in school. It's not going to be that way. So this is the time you need to build experience. While you're here, what skills could you learn? There are a lot of organizations that are offering free skills. Take advantage of it. And for those of you who want to build a career in STEM, this is how you show your value by building prototypes. So they can go out there and say, I'm able to build robotics, and not just being able to build robotics on paper. So once again, thank you to the organizers.
Thank you. So this has been the second roundtable at the Airtad 2025. Our topic was sustaining impact and scaling innovation in STEAM education through transformative programs. I think you need to give a better round of applause to my panelists. They have done a wonderful job of interrogating this topic, and it's been a wonderful experience. We have learned so much from each one of you, and I would like to say thank you so much for making yourselves available for this. What I'm taking out of this, if I were to summarize, is nothing for us without us. So say thank you for that, and thank you all for being part of this panel discussion. Thank you, everyone.
Could we take a photo? I'm not a prophet, but this photo will appear in the brochure for next year's Airtad. So they better be smiling. They better be smiling. Yes. You want to join them? Yes, please join them. Yes, executives, please join them. CAF, Mr. Wisner, Dr. Rose, Mr. Yoku, join them, please. Yes. Students, you want to take photos or you're hungry? Can we have one student from each school come and join us? One. First come, first serve. One student from each school. If you are mixed school, you can be a boy and a girl. One student. If you are mixed school, one boy, one girl. If it's a single sex school, just one representative to join them for fantastic. Yes, there you go. Yes, please join them. Representatives from the various schools who are here. If you're mixed school, one boy, one girl. Otherwise, just one representative. Okay. There you go. Who are we looking at? You, right? Boss. You're the one. Okay. Yes. Okay. On three, we say lunch is ready. All right. 1, 2. Lunch is ready. You guys are hungry, I know. You done? Thank you so much. We are back in an hour. So that's 2:45. We'll come watch a little video and then go check out the projects. Lunch will be served, I believe, at the same place snack was served. So thank you so much and enjoy it.
This. We power the future and create groundbreaking technologies ready to tackle real-world challenges head-on. In a world driven by technology, we shape the digital landscape, transforming challenges into opportunities. At the core of strategic thinking and decision-making, we thrive in the dynamic realm of commerce. We evolve into leaders who not only speak, but stand for what's right, forging narratives and stirring the conscience of the world. Embark on a journey with us, where innovation meets education. Academic City, educating future-ready leaders.
My daughter initially enrolled in the ALX AI Career Essential, and after that program, she was introduced to the Pathway program. And we were told that the Pathway program is a partnership between ALS and some global universities, and it provides an alternative to the traditional ways of entering into the universities in Ghana. It will expose her to the global universities, and we felt that it was an opportunity we needed to take advantage of. So I realized that one, in terms of time management, she's apt when it comes to her time management. Two, she is more organized, and I can see a lot of zeal and passion in her when she's doing her stuff, especially the assignments and the milestones. Visiting the hub today has actually clarified what she's going through to me, because I could see some sort of seriousness, professionalism and everything going on here, and I'm not surprised what I'm seeing at home. Yes, I'll definitely recommend ALS pathway to other parents because, like I indicated, a lot of us are known to the traditional way of going to the universities in Ghana. But now the world is now a global market, and if ALS is offering us an opportunity where we can now get enrolled into the global universities, why not? I think that every parent should take advantage of the pathway. And not just the pathway. I would recommend ALS to all other professionals because they have several other programs, data analytics, project management, and several programs that I think that every professional can take advantage of. My name is Daniel Mensah Norte, and I have my daughter, Rebecca Jua Mensah, enrolled in the ALS Pathway Program.
My name is Princess Inshura Adai, and I love to do math calculations than to read. I'm learning to grow more, and I'm learning to reason more and differently than I used to. I'm actually learning more than I actually thought I would learn. My favorite course in the Pathway program is the college algebra because I really like math calculations and I like to solve. I have Dia, Charity, Osman, Eugene, Raymond, and Amos. Almost all of them have made positive impact in me. My dream university is Macalester College because I found out they offered some biomedical science courses and I really wanted to venture into that. I don't want to be selfish because I'm actually learning a lot and I don't want all that for myself. And it's actually telling me what the future is going to look like. So I wouldn't want my friends to be in the dark. So like I'll just introduce them to it so that they also know what is going on around them. Yeah.
Foundation have established new educational practical branch called the Makerspace, which is the upgrade of robotics. It's amazing to our site.
So my name is Jafet Ayiku. I'm the Executive Director of the Helping Africa Foundation, which is based in New York, USA. We are the foundation that, under our mission of spreading computer literacy, are building these, what we call Yamoransa model computer robotic centers. We are here today at Akokari, a high school, where we built our, what we call our 3.1 or annex computer center. But in all, we have built 8 computer centers so far in 8 regions in Ghana.
The most important role I consider is the good communication I had with my co-promoter, Rona Mogul, and the executives of Helping African Foundation and the executives of implementers. I think this is the role that I played to make this project a success. I thank all the stakeholders for their collaboration to make this project a success. To Helping African Foundation, to implementers, to Rona Mogul, that is Dr. Rona Mogul, I say Aiko, we thank you for the good work done.
So Implementers is a project management organization for the Yamoransa Model Lab program. And for Lab 3.1, we initially worked on
carrying out a needs assessment process for the project, and we realized that the students' population here was about 1,000 and over, because it's a senior high school and they had a lot of students doing different programs in the school. So they didn't have an ICT, or at least we'd say they didn't have a functional ICT lab in the school. So we realized that we had to provide an ICT educational lab for them. And then we also realized that we needed to provide a maker space for them in addition to the project. So we worked on that together with TechAid to execute that project, and then you can see that we have a beautiful lab here right now.
My name is Kafui Prebi. I'm CEO for TechAid. TechAid is a technology partner for the Yamoransa model. This will be the 11th lab that we would have done, and where we are seated today is a maker space which has the Legos, the Arduino boards, also the 3D virtual reality system behind me. These are all technology tools to help students gain the 21st century skills of critical thinking and also problem-solving skills.
This center is an absolute model for what ICT centers should be. There are 48 stations that are powered by Asanka devices that are loaded with the Ghanaian curriculum for, in this case, high school. This is the only one that is actually a high school. The rest of them are junior high schools. A maker center where we're sitting right now with robotics, VR, and 3D printer.
I'm John Manu, Center Manager of this educational laboratory, in short, as a Center Manager, these are my activities. Fortunately for us, we have a device known as Asanka device. This Asanka device consists of educational content, and there's no need for internet access when you are browsing for educational content. We have SHS content and then basic school content. So as a center manager, students in all subject areas.
As a center manager, I'm responsible for ensuring that students always have access to the lab. Students always get to know how to use the 3D printer in printing their things. Students also get to know how to use the EV tray, Lego limestone kits, the Arduino kits, as well as the virtual reality devices, how to use them. Because the Makerspace Lab is not part of GS curriculum, we form clubs which involve teachers and students as a way of their extracurricular activities to come here always to be doing their own projects, using the 3D printer, the Makerspace, the virtual reality, and everything else. That's what we use.
At the heart of the Yamoransa Model Labs project is impact. We'll be measuring the impact of the labs, how the students patronize the labs, how the center managers are managing the place, and also we will be ensuring that there's proper maintenance plan put in place so that the municipal assemblies, the GES are all involved to ensure that these labs last forever. Also, to stir the interest of the labs, we will be organizing competitions, annual competitions amongst the labs, so that the students come together and portray what they have been learning using the Makerspace and the Edge Lab.
Before this Makerspace, I've never get in touch with these machines before, not even using this. I've never even seen some before. But when this one came, I'm now able to operate it. I'm now able to create a robot myself. I now know how robots work.
When I was in SHS 1, we're not having an IT lab at all. We will be studying the theory aspects. Instead of practical, we are not having any practicals at all. And when you have to search for words or do work on internet, we have to go outside the campus and search for it. But right now, we are having an IT lab to support our teaching and learning aspects. We are very, very grateful.
I will wholly welcome and wish to express my profound appreciation
for the contribution made by Helping Africa Foundation.
We declare the facility duly open.
This is Richard Apia Akoto. He is an ICT teacher at Bettina CGHS, Sochidumase. The school lacked computers and made tutoring the subject difficult. He gained recognition after his blackboard drawing of a word processing document went viral on social media.
My name is Kafui Previ. I'm CEO for TechAid. TechAid is a technology social enterprise. We've been around close to a decade, and our focus is to bring technology to rural areas and for development. We've worked with quite a number of international organizations across different continents in the US and Europe, and our role within the Yamoransa model is to try to select, design, and deploy the best solutions that will bring about the impact that we look out for in those communities.
So I'm Jafet Aiku, and I serve as the Executive Director for Helping Africa Foundation, which is a non-profit organization based in New York City. The foundation was actually founded in 2014. After we came here, I came here with Daniel Rose, who is the chairman and president of the foundation. I came here with him to visit Ghana. We did a project in Yakwe, as a matter of fact, a village in the Ashanti region. And when he heard about the problems and challenges of Ghana, we went back to New York, and he decided that we should form a foundation that can sort of channel resources and support for the government and the people of Africa.
The way that I got to Ghana was originally with a Yale Alumni Service group, and two of the founders had the wisdom to start the Friends of Yamoransa Foundation as a mechanism for continuing our relationship.
The experience that we got from Yamoransa is what we're using to sort of promote the concept of community involvement in community projects. And that's how we came up with the name Yamoransa.
TechAid is more about impact and impacting education, impacting communities. Within the Yamoransa model, we have helped to deploy about 3 solutions in the past 2 years. And these include places in Yamoransa itself in Cape Coast, Bawi in Accra, and then also Sochidumase.
The effort to spread computer literacy throughout all of Ghana, we call it Rural Computer Literacy Program.
The basis is that we start with what does the community want. So again, this was before I was as involved. The community all over Ghana, the government, the Ministry of Education had mandated that the students should learn modern technologies.
Our key role as a technology partner is to ensure that we select the best technologies, as well as deploying those technologies and monitoring and ensuring that the technologies work for the people.
So the first thing that the Yale group did was helped build the center. And it was very clear that there were no computers in the computer center. So I just took over and said, we're going to do this, and went through my contact network, found Kafui, who was billed as the best person in Ghana.
We've been very excited about the impact of these 2 technologies that we've deployed so far. and today it's touching over thousands of lives. And we're looking forward to even doing more as a technology partners for the Yamoransa model.
I wish to begin with service. That is why we are all here. This effort began with a mandate by the Ministry of Education of the Government of Ghana to educate the young people of Ghana in the emerging fields of information, communications, and technology, even when the technology itself was not yet widely distributed. In April, a young member of our team alerted me to a viral posting about a teacher in Betanase who was using a blackboard to teach computing. This was Richard Apia Apoto. We were offering a second, fully equipped package. Finally, it is not just about computing. It is about education in the broadest sense. We feel this is the best preparation to become citizens of the world.
Looking at this community, there's no ICT center, no ICT facility. That influences our decision. And citing it here is helpful because there are a lot of schools around that will benefit. That influence our choice of the center. Prior to the building of this project, the teaching of ICT was limited to the chalkboard and the textbooks. The few teachers who have computers bring to demonstrate, but the learners were limited from having a feel of the computers. And we didn't have modern software which we could use.
This was an old and dilapidated block, which we have brought to this level. This is a dream come true for us. So the renovation works you are seeing all around here, the district assembly took it up. This is an old edifice. We had to do a whole lot of work to get it to what we are seeing today.
We have been building computer centers throughout all the regions. We started from Yamoransa. Our determination is to build 16 of these computer labs in all of the 16 regions of Ghana. We are here today in the Oti region to dedicate the 7th of the 16 labs that we're building. We think that this lab, which has been built in this poor area, will really transform the lives of the children. By embracing particularly the robotics lab, we will be able to sort of get some future Bill Gates people, that young people that can create something that can transform humanity in the world. So that's the expectation.
This is our 7th lab. Each one has its own unique situation, challenges, and when we overcome the new challenges, we have added to the model because it's an iterative improvements, and it's just wonderful. What I learned in having dinner with Madame Rosalind is that I knew that Honorable had taken over selecting the site for Europe, But what I believe was the reason was that the very good BCE scores of the students here were the best in the district. And then since we only want the best, that's why this school was chosen.
We have a partnership with the local government, or the local assembly, and the Ghana Education Service. The requirement of the local assembly is to make sure that the building is well maintained, right? And the Ghana Education Service rules to make sure that the teachers are available, the students are allowed to come and utilize the facilities. This partnership requires that a full maintenance regime is implemented. Now we as TechAid will be visiting here 3 times every year to make sure that the facilities are running at full scale. Now within that process, we intend to train either a local company, a local partnership with the district assembly to make sure that somebody will be able to do this continuously.
For this lab, which is Yamoransa Model Lab 7, when we did a needs assessment here, we realized that the community was quite deprived. So they didn't have a lot of ICT facilities or ICT centers here. So it was quite exciting to situate the 7th lab here. In most of the other labs that we went, they either had one which was working or one which didn't have enough equipment or facilities to use. But with this one, they didn't have any at all. So you could tell the joy on the faces of the people in the community when they heard that we were going to locate the 7th lab in Konya Ahinkro.
At Academic City, we are not just students. We are problem solvers, innovators, and future-ready leaders. We power the future and create groundbreaking technologies ready to tackle real-world challenges head-on. In a world driven by technology, we shape the digital landscape, transforming challenges into opportunities. At the core of strategic thinking and decision-making, we thrive in the dynamic realm of commerce. We evolve into leaders who not only speak, but stand for what's right, forging narratives and stirring the conscience of the world. Embark on a journey with us, where innovation meets education. Academic City, educating future-ready leaders.
My daughter initially enrolled in the ALS AI Career Essential, and after that program, she was introduced to the Pathway program. And we were told that the Pathway program is a partnership between ALS and some global universities, and it provides an alternative to the traditional ways of entering into the universities in Ghana. It will expose her to the global universities, and we felt that it was an opportunity we needed to take advantage of. So I realized that one, in terms of time management, she's apt when it comes to her time management. Two, she is more organized, and I can see a lot of zeal and passion in her when she's doing her stuff, especially the assignments and the milestones. Visiting the hub today has actually clarified what she's going through to me, because I could see some sort of seriousness, professionalism and everything going on here, and I'm not surprised what I'm seeing at home. Yes, I'll definitely recommend ALS Pathway to other parents, because like I indicated, a lot of us are known to the traditional way of going to the universities in Ghana. But now the world is now a global market, and if ALS is offering us an opportunity where we can now get enrolled into the global universities, why not? I think that every parent should take advantage of the pathway, and not just the pathway. I would recommend ALS to all other professionals because they have several other programs, data analytics, project management, and several programs that I think that every professional can take advantage of. My name is Daniel Mensah Norte, and I have my daughter Rebecca Jua Mensah enrolled in the ALS Pathway program.
My name is Princess Inshura Adai, and I love to do math calculations than to read. I'm learning to grow more, and I'm learning to reason more and differently than I used to. I'm actually learning more than I actually thought I would learn. My favorite course in the Pathway program is the college algebra because I really like math calculations and I like to solve. I have Dia, Charity, Osman, Eugene, Raymond, and Amos. Almost all of them have made positive impact in me. My dream university is Macalester College because I found out they offered some biomedical science courses and I really wanted to venture into that. I don't want to be selfish because I'm actually learning a lot and I don't want all that for myself. And it's actually telling me what the future is going to look like. So I wouldn't want my friends to be in the dark. So like I'll just introduce them to it so that they also know what is going on around them. Yeah.
Foundation have established new educational practical branch called the Makerspace, which is the upgrade of robotics. It's amazing to our sight.
So my name is Jafet Ayiku. I'm the Executive Director of the Helping Africa Foundation, which is based in New York, USA. We are the foundation that, under our mission of spreading computer literacy, are building these what we call Yamoransa model computer robotic centers. We are here today at Akokari, a high school, where we built our what we call our 3.1 or annex computer center. But in all, we have built 8 computer centers so far in 8 regions in Ghana.
The most important role I consider is the good communication I had with my co-promoter, Runa Mogul, and the executives of Helping African Foundation and the executives of implementers. I think this is the role that I played to make this project a success.
I thank all the stakeholders for their collaboration to make this project a success. To Helping African Foundation, to implementers, to Rona Mogul, that is Dr. Rona Mogul, I say Aiko. We thank you for the good work done.
So Implementers is a project management organization for the Yamoransa Model Lab program. And for Lab 3.1, we initially worked on carrying out a needs assessment process for the project. And we realized that the students' population here was about 1,000 and over, because it's a senior high school and they had a lot of students doing different programs in the school. So they didn't have an ICT, or at least we'd say they didn't have a functional ICT lab in the school. So we realized that we had to provide an ICT educational lab for them. And then we also realized that we needed to provide a maker space for them in addition to the project. So we worked on that together with TechAid to execute that project. And then you can see that we have a beautiful lab here right now.
My name is Kafui Prebi. I'm CEO for TechAid. TechAid is a technology partner for the Yamoransa model. This will be the 11th lab that we would have done, and where we are seated today is a maker space which has the Legos, the Arduino boards, also the 3D virtual reality system behind me. These are all technology tools to help students gain the 21st century skills of critical thinking and also problem-solving skills.
This center is an absolute model for what ICT centers should be. There are 48 stations that are powered by Asanka devices that are loaded with the Ghanaian curriculum for, in this case, high school. This is the only one that is actually a high school. The rest of them are junior high schools. A maker center where we're sitting right now with robotics, VR, and 3D printer.
I'm John Manu, Center Manager of this educational laboratory, in short EduLab, funded by Helping African Foundation. This EduLab is located at Asarabediapo SHS at Adansi Akukari. As a center manager, these are my activities. Fortunately for us, we have a device known as Asanka device. This Asanka device consists of SHS content and then basic school content. So as a center manager, I have to educate my students on how to use the Asanka. I also have to educate the teachers who would like to use the Asanka to educate their students in all subject areas.
As a center manager, I'm responsible for ensuring that students always have access to the lab. Students always get to know how to use the 3D printer in printing their things. Students also get to know how to use the EV tray, Lego limestone kits, the Arduino kits, as well as the virtual reality devices, how to use them. Because the Makerspace Lab is not part of GES curriculum, we form clubs which involves teachers and students as a way of their extracurricular activities to come here always to be doing their own projects, using the 3D printer, the Makerspace, the virtual reality and everything else that we will use.
At the heart of the Yamoransa Model Labs project is impact. We'll be measuring the impact of the labs, how the students patronize the labs, how the center managers are managing the place, and also we will be ensuring that there's proper maintenance plan put in place so that the municipal assemblies, the GES are all involved to ensure that these labs last forever. Also, to stir the interest of the labs, we will be organizing competitions, annual competitions amongst the labs, so that the students come together and portray what they have been learning using the Makerspace and the EduLab.
Before this Makerspace, I've never get in touch with these machines before, not even using this. I've never even seen some before. But when this one came, I'm now able to operate it. I'm now able to create a robot myself. I now know how robots work.
When I was in SHS 1, We're not having an IT lab at all. We will be studying the theory aspects. Instead of practical, we are not having any practicals at all. And when you have to search for words or do work on internet, you have to go outside the campus and search for it. But right now, we are having an IT lab to support our teaching and learning aspects. We are very, very grateful.
I will wholly welcome and wish to express my profound appreciation for the contribution made by Helping Africa Foundation.
We declare the facility duly open.
This is Richard Apia Akoto. He is an ICT teacher at Bettina CGHS, Sochidumase. The school lacked computers and made tutoring the subject difficult. He gained recognition after his blackboard drawing of a word processing document went viral on social media.
My name is Kafui Prebi. I'm CEO for TechAid. TechAid is a technology social enterprise. We've been around close to a decade, and our focus is to bring technology to rural areas and for development. We've worked with quite a number of international organizations across different continents in the US and Europe. And our role within the Yamoransa model is to try to select, design, and deploy the best solutions that will bring about the impact that we look out for in those communities.
So I'm Jafet Aiku, and I serve as the Executive Director for Helping Africa Foundation, which is a non-profit organization based in New York City. The foundation was actually founded in 2014. After we came here, I came here with Daniel Rose, who is the chairman and president of the foundation. I came here with him to visit Ghana. We did a project in Yakwe, as a matter of fact, a village in the Ashanti region. And when he heard about the problems and challenges of Ghana, we went back to New York, and he decided that we should form a foundation that can sort of channel resources and support for the government and the people of Africa.
The way that I got to Ghana was originally with a Yale Alumni Service group, and two of the founders had the wisdom to start the Friends of Yamoransa Foundation as a mechanism for continuing our relationship.
The experience that we got from Yamoransa is what we're using to sort of promote the concept of community involvement in community projects. And that's how we came up with the name Yamoransa.
TechAid is more about impact and impacting education, impacting communities. Within the Yamoransa model, we have helped to deploy about 3 solutions in the past 2 years. And these include places in Yamoransa itself, in Cape Coast, Bawi, in Accra, and then also Sochidumase.
The effort to spread computer literacy throughout all of Ghana, we call it Rural Computer Literacy Program.
The basis is that we start with what does the community want. So again, this was before I was as involved, the community, all over Ghana, the government, the Ministry of Education had mandated that the students should learn modern technologies.
Our key role as a technology partner is to ensure that we select the best technologies, as well as deploying those technologies and monitoring and ensuring that the technologies work for the people.
So the first thing that the Yale group did was helped build the center. And it was very clear that there were no computers in the computer center. So I just took over and said, we're going to do this, and went through my contact network, found Kufwi, who was billed as the best person in Ghana.
We've been very excited about the impact of these two technologies that we have deployed so far. And today it's touching over thousands of lives. And we're looking forward to doing more as a technology partners for the Yamoransa model.
I wish to begin with service. That is why we are all here. This effort began with a mandate by the Ministry of Education of the Government of Ghana to educate the young people of Ghana in the emerging fields of information, communications, and technology, even when the technology itself was not yet widely distributed. In April, a young member of our team alerted me to a viral posting about a teacher in Betanase who was using a blackboard to teach computing. This was Richard Apia Apoto. We were offering a second, fully equipped package. Finally, it is not just about computing. It is about education in the broadest sense. We feel this is the best preparation to become citizens of the world.
Looking at this community, there's no ICT center, no ICT facility. That influences our decision. And citing it here is helpful because there are a lot of schools around that will benefit. That influence our choice of the center. Prior to the building of this project, the teaching of ICT was limited to the chalkboard and the textbooks. The few teachers who have computers bring to demonstrate, but the learners were limited from having a feel of the computers. And we didn't have modern software which we could use.
This was an old and dilapidated block, which we have brought to this level. This is a dream come true for us. So the renovation works you are seeing all around here, the district assembly took it up. This is an old edifice. We had to do a whole lot of work to get it to what we are seeing today.
We have been building computer centers throughout all the regions. We started from Yamoransa. Our determination is to build 16 of these computer labs in all of the 16 regions of Ghana. We are here today in the Oti region to dedicate the 7th of the 16 labs that we're building. We think that this lab, which has been built in this poor area, will really transform the lives of the children. By embracing particularly the robotics lab, we will be able to sort of get some future Bill Gates people, young people that can create something. that can transform humanity in the world. So that's the expectation.
This is our 7th lab. Each one has its own unique situation, challenges, and when we overcome the new challenges, we have added to the model because it's an iterative improvements, and it's just wonderful. What I learned in having dinner with Madame Rosalind is that I knew that the Honorable Ursula had taken over selecting the site for Europe. But what I believe was the reason was that the very good BCE scores of the students here were the best in the district. And then since we only want the best, that's why this school was chosen.
We have a partnership with the local government, or the local assembly, and the Ghana Education Service. The requirement of the local assembly is to make sure that the building is well maintained, right? And the Ghana Education Service rules to make sure that the teachers are available, the students are allowed to come and utilize the facilities. This partnership requires that a full maintenance regime is implemented. Now we as TechAid will be visiting here 3 times every year to make sure that the facilities are running at full scale. Now within that process, we intend to train either a local company, a local partnership with the district assembly to make sure that somebody will be able to do this continuously.
For this lab, which is Yamoransa Model Lab 7, when we did a needs assessment here, we realized that the community was quite deprived. So they didn't have a lot of ICT facilities or ICT centers here. So it was quite exciting to situate the 7th lab here. In most of the other labs that we went, they either had one which was working or one which didn't have enough equipment or facilities to use. But with this one, they didn't have any at all. So you could tell the joy on the faces of the people in the community when they heard that we were going to locate the 7th lab in Konya Ahinkro.
At Academic City, we are not just students. We are problem solvers, innovators, and future-ready leaders. We power the future and create groundbreaking technologies ready to tackle real-world challenges head-on. In a world driven by technology, we shape the digital landscape, transforming challenges into opportunities. At the core of strategic thinking and decision-making, we thrive in the dynamic realm of commerce. We evolve into leaders who not only speak, but stand for what's right, forging narratives and stirring the conscience of the world. Embark on a journey with us where innovation meets education. Academic City, educating future-ready leaders.
My daughter initially enrolled in the ALS AI Career Essential, and after that program, she was introduced to the Pathway program. And we were told that the Pathway program is a partnership between ALS and some global universities, and it provides an alternative to the traditional ways of entering into the universities in Ghana. It will expose her to the global universities, and we felt that it was an opportunity we needed to take advantage of. So I realized that one, in terms of time management, she's apt when it comes to her time management. Two, she is more organized, and I can see a lot of zeal and passion in her when she's doing her stuff, especially the assignments and the milestones. Visiting the hub today has actually clarified what she's going through to me, because I could see some sort of seriousness, professionalism and everything going on here, and I'm not surprised what I'm seeing at home. Yes, I'll definitely recommend ALS Pathway to other parents, because like I indicated, a lot of us are known to the traditional way of going to the universities in Ghana. But now the world is now a global market, and if ALS is offering us an opportunity where we can now get enrolled into the global universities, why not? I think that every parent should take advantage of the Pathway, and not just the Pathway. I would recommend ALS to all other professionals, because they have several other programs, data analytics, project management, and several programs that I think that every professional can take advantage of. My name is Daniel Mensah Norte, and I have my daughter Rebecca Jua Mensah enrolled in the ALS Pathway program.
My name is Princess Inshura Adai, and I love to do math calculations than to read. I'm learning to grow more, and I'm learning to reason more and differently than I used to. I'm actually learning more than I actually thought I would learn. My favorite course in the Pathway program is the college algebra, because I really like math calculations and I like to solve. I have Dia, Charity, Osman, Eugene, Raymond, and Amos. Almost all of them have made positive impact in me. My dream university is Macalester College, because I found out they offered some biomedical science courses, and I really wanted to venture into that. I don't want to be selfish, because I'm actually learning a lot and I don't want all that for myself. And it's actually telling me what the future is going to look like. So I wouldn't want my friends to be in the dark. So like I'll just introduce them to it so that they also know what is going on around them. Yeah.
Educational practical branch called the Makerspace, which is the upgrade of robotics. It's amazing to our site.
So my name is Jafet Ayiku. I'm the Executive Director of the Helping Africa Foundation, which is based in New York, USA. We are the foundation that, under our mission of spreading computer literacy, are building these what we call Yamoransa model computer robotic centers. We are here today at Akokari, a high school, where we built our what we call our 3.1 or annex computer center. But in all, we have built 8 computer centers so far in 8 regions in Ghana.
The most important role I consider is the good communication I had with my co-promoter, Rona Mogul, and the executives of Helping African Foundation and the executives of implementers. I think this is the role that I played to make this project a success. I thank all the stakeholders for their collaboration to make this project a success. To Helping African Foundation, to implementers, to Rona Mogul, that is Dr. Rona Mogul, I say Aiko. We thank you for the good work done.
So Implementers is a project management organization for the Yamoransa Model Lab program. And for Lab 3.1, we initially worked on carrying out a needs assessment process for the project. And we realized that the students' population here was about 1,000 and over, because it's a senior high school and they had a lot of students doing different programs in the school. So they didn't have an ICT, or at least we'd say they didn't have a functional ICT lab in the school. So we realized that we had to provide an ICT educational lab for them. And then we also realized that we needed to provide a maker space for them in addition to the project. So we worked on that together with TechAid to execute that project. And then you can see that we have a beautiful lab here right now.
My name is Kafui Prebi. I'm CEO for TechAid. TechAid is a technology partner for the Yamoransa model. This will be the 11th lab that we would have done, and where we are seated today is a maker space which has the Legos, the Arduino boards, also the 3D virtual reality system behind me. These are all technology tools to help students gain the 21st century skills of critical thinking and also problem-solving skills.
This center is an absolute model for what ICT centers should be. There are 48 stations that are powered by Asanka devices that are loaded with the Ghanaian curriculum for, in this case, high school. This is the only one that is actually a high school. The rest of them are junior high schools. A maker center where we're sitting right now with robotics, VR, and 3D printer.
I'm John Manu, Center Manager of this educational laboratory, in short EduLab, funded by Helping African Foundation. This EduLab is located at Asarabedia SHS at Adansi Akukari. As a center manager, these are my activities. Fortunately for us, we have a device known as Asanka device. This Asanka device consists of educational content, and there's no need for internet access when you are browsing for educational content. We have SHS content and then basic school content. So as a center manager, I have to educate my students on how to use the Asanka. I also have to educate the teachers who would like to use the Asanka to educate their students in all subject areas.
As a center manager, I'm responsible for ensuring that students always have access to the lab. Students always get to know how to use the 3D printer in printing their things. Students also get to know how to use the EV tray, Lego limestone kits, the Arduino kits, as well as the virtual reality devices, how to use them. Because the Makerspace Lab is not part of GS curriculum, we form clubs which involve teachers and students as a way of their extracurricular activities to come here always to be doing their own projects, using the 3D printer, the Makerspace, the virtual reality and everything else. That's what we use.
At the heart of the Yamoransa Model Labs project is impact. We'll measure the impact of the labs, how the students patronize the labs, how the center managers are managing the place, and also we will be ensuring that there's proper maintenance plan put in place so that the municipal assemblies, the GES are all involved to ensure that these labs last forever. Also, to stir the interest of the labs, we will be organizing competitions, annual competitions amongst the labs, so that the students come together and portray what they have been learning using the makerspace and the EduLab.
Before this makerspace, I've never get in touch with these machines before. Not even using this. I've never even seen some before. But when this one came, I'm now able to operate it. I'm now able to create a robot myself. I now know how robots work.
When I was in SHS 1, we're not having an IT lab at all. We will be studying the theory aspects. Instead of practical, we are not having any practicals at all. And when you have to search for words or do work on internet, we have to go outside the campus and search for it. But right now, we are having an IT lab to support our teaching and learning aspects. We are very, very grateful.
I will wholly welcome and wish to express my profound appreciation for the contribution made by Helping Africa Foundation.
We declare the facility duly open.
This is Richard Apia Akoto. He is an ICT teacher at Bettina CGHS, Sochidumase. The school lacked computers and made tutoring the subject difficult. He gained recognition after his blackboard drawing of a word processing document went viral on social media.
My name is Kafui Prebi. I'm CEO for TechAid. TechAid is a technology social enterprise. We've been around close to a decade, and our focus is to bring technology to rural areas and for development. We've worked with quite a number of international organizations across different continents in the US and Europe. And our role within the Yamoransa model is to try to select, design, and deploy the best solutions that will bring about the impact that we look out for in those communities.
So I'm Jafet Aiku, and I serve as the Executive Director for Helping Africa Foundation, which is a non-profit organization based in New York City. The foundation was actually founded in 2014. After we came here, I came here with Daniel Rose, who is the chairman and president of the foundation. I came here with him to visit Ghana. We did a project in Yakwe, as a matter of fact, a village in the Ashanti region. And when he heard about the problems and challenges of Ghana, we went back to New York, and he decided that we should form a foundation that can sort of channel resources and support for the government and the people of Africa.
The way that I got to Ghana was originally with a Yale Alumni Service group, and two of the founders had the wisdom to start the Friends of Yamoransa Foundation as a mechanism for continuing our relationship.
The experience that we got from Yamoransa is what we're using to sort of promote the concept of community involvement in community projects. And that's how we came up with the word, the name Yamoransa.
TechAid is more about impact and impacting education, impacting communities. Within the Yamoransa model, we have helped to deploy about 3 solutions in the past 2 years. And these include places in Yamoransa itself, in Cape Coast, Bawi, in Accra, and then also Dumasi.
The effort to spread computer literacy throughout all of Ghana, we call it Rural Computer Literacy Program.
The basis is that we start with what does the community want. So again, this was before I was as involved. The community all over Ghana, the government, the Ministry of Education had mandated that the students should learn modern technologies.
Our key role as a technology partner is to ensure that we select the best technologies, as well as deploying those technologies and monitoring and ensuring that the technologies work for the people.
So the first thing that the Yale group did was helped build the center. And it was very clear that there were no computers in the computer center. So I just took over and said, we're going to do this, and went through my contact network, found Kufui, who was billed as the best person in Ghana.
We've been very excited about the impact of these 2 technologies that we've deployed so far. And today it's touching over thousands of lives. And we're looking forward to even doing more as a technology partners for the Yamoransa model.
I wish to begin with service. That is why we are all here. This effort began with a mandate by the Ministry of Education of the Government of Ghana to educate the young people of Ghana in the emerging fields of information, communications, and technology, even when the technology itself was not yet widely distributed. In April, a young member of our team alerted me to a viral posting about a teacher in Betanase who was using a blackboard to teach computing. This was Richard Apia Apoto. We were offering a second, fully equipped package. Finally, it is not just about computing. It is about education in the broadest sense. We feel this is the best preparation to become citizens of the world.
Looking at this community, there's no ICT center, no ICT facility. That influences our decision. And citing it here is helpful because there are a lot of schools around that will benefit. That influence our choice of the center. Prior to the building of this project, the teaching of ICT was limited to the chalkboard and the textbooks. The few teachers who have computers bring to demonstrate, but the learners were limited from having a feel of the computers. And we didn't have modern software which we could use.
This was an old and dilapidated block, which we have brought to this level. This is a dream come true for us. So the renovation works you are seeing all around here, the district assembly took it up. This is an old edifice. We had to do a whole lot of work to get it to what we are seeing today.
We have been building computer centers throughout all of the regions. We started from Yamoransa. Our determination is to build 16 of these computer labs in all of the 16 regions of Ghana. We are here today in the Boti region to dedicate the 7th of the 16 labs that we're building. We think that this lab, which has been built in this poor area, will really transform the lives of the children. By embracing particularly the robotics lab, we will be able to sort of get some future Bill Gates people that young people that can create something that can transform humanity in the world. So that's the expectation.
This is our 7th lab. Each one has its own unique situation, challenges, and when we overcome the new challenges, we have added to the model because it's an iterative improvements, and it's just wonderful. What I learned in having dinner with Madam Rosalind is that I knew that the Honorable Ursula had taken over selecting the site here, but what I believe best in the district. And then since we only want the best, that's why this school was chosen.
We have a partnership with the local government, the local assembly, and the Ghana Education Service. The requirement of the local assembly is to make sure that the building is well maintained, right? And the Ghana Education Service rule is to make sure that the teachers are available, the students are allowed to come and utilize the facilities. This partnership requires that a full maintenance regime is implemented. Now we as TechAid will be visiting here 3 times every year to make sure that the facilities are running at full scale. Now within that process, we intend to train either a local company, a local partnership with the district assembly to make sure that somebody will be able to do this continuously.
For this lab, which is Yamoransa Model Lab 7, when we did a needs assessment here, we realized that the community was quite deprived. So they didn't have a lot of ICT facilities or ICT centers here. So it was quite exciting to situate the 7th lab here. In most of the other labs that we went, they either had one which was working or one which didn't have enough equipment or facilities to use. But with this one, they didn't have any at all. So you could tell the joy on the faces of the people in the community when they heard that we were going to locate the 7th lab in Konya Ahinkro.
innovators, and future-ready leaders. We power the future and create groundbreaking technologies ready to tackle real-world challenges head-on. In a world driven by technology, we shape the digital landscape, transforming challenges into opportunities. At the core of strategic thinking and decision-making, we thrive in the dynamic realm of commerce. We evolve into leaders who not only speak, but stand for what's right.
We are solving educational gaps by bringing technology to rural areas in sub-Saharan Africa. It is estimated that 80% of sub-Saharan Africa lacks internet connectivity and is deprived of the educational benefits associated with technology. The Yamoransa model is bridging this gap by providing last-mile communities with ICT centers equipped with deprived. Hi everyone, I'm Lorraine Siamayebwa, the Head of Portfolio and Operations for Implementers. We are solving educational gaps by bringing technology to rural areas in sub-Saharan Africa. It is estimated that 80% of sub-Saharan Africa lacks internet connectivity and is deprived of the educational benefits associated with technology. The Yamoransa model is bridging this gap by providing last-mile communities with ICT centers equipped with desktop computers connected to a device called the Asanka. This wireless offline device is equipped with educational content and multimedia, allowing students to participate in 21st century education without internet. Each center also contains a makerspace with robotics, AR/VR learning and 3D printing, solar-powered backup batteries and an independent water source, and fully functional washrooms for our disability friend. Starting with our first lab in 2016 in the town of Yamoransa, Ghana, we have now collectively dedicated 15 labs in Ghana, the Gambia, and our most recent lab in Liberia. As the program evolved, it became known as the Yamoransa Model of Sustainable Development Goals of Gender Equality, Quality Education, and Clean Water and Sanitation. The goal of the Yamoransa Model is to expand our program throughout sub-Saharan Africa to support future leaders to become citizens of the world. Hi everyone, I'm Lorraine Siamayebwa, the Head of Portfolio and Operations for Implementers. We are solving educational gaps by bringing technology to rural areas in sub-Saharan Africa. It is estimated that 80% of sub-Saharan Africa lacks internet connectivity and is deprived of the educational benefits associated with technology. The Yamoransa model is bridging this gap by providing last-mile communities with ICT centers equipped with desktop computers connected to a device called the Asanka. This wireless offline device is equipped with educational content and multimedia, allowing students to participate in 21st century education without internet. Each center also contains a makerspace with robotics, AR/VR and 3D printing, solar-powered backup batteries and an independent water source, and fully functional washrooms for our disability friend. Starting with our first lab in 2016 in the town of Yamoransa, Ghana, we have now collectively dedicated 15 labs in Ghana, the Gambia, and our most recent lab in Liberia. As the program evolved, it became known as the Yamoransa Model of Sustainable Development. At the core of this is a collaborative engagement with communities where the implementation is aimed at advancing the Sustainable Development Goals of gender equality, quality education, and clean water and sanitation. The goal of the Yamoransa model is to expand our program throughout sub-Saharan Africa.
Well, welcome back from lunch. We have a very exciting project exhibition to be done in a very short while. But before that, we are very pleased to have with us His Excellency Hiroshi Yoshimoto. He is the Japanese ambassador.
Dr. Deborah Rose, President of Helping Africa Foundation, Mr. Japet Ariku, Executive Director, Helping Africa Foundation, and my dear friend, Mr. Jonathan Welsner, Deputy Director, Executive Director, Helping Africa Foundation, distinguished guests, all the staff members, and students participating in this event, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I'd like to express a heartfelt gratitude for inviting me to Airtad 2025. My name is Hiroshi Yoshimoto, Ambassador of Japan to Ghana. Before becoming ambassador, I work for the Japanese Ministry of Education, Culture, Sports Science, and Technology. As an educator, I strongly believe that STEM education through ICT is essential for today's youth. This is because in order to create a society where all people can live happily and sustainability to achieve the 17 goals advocated by the United Nations, we need to analytical skills to understand problems, critical thinking skills to derive our own answers, and judgment skills. And these skills can be acquired through STEM education, through ICT. These skills can be truly acquired not only through abstract theory, but also through repeated try and error in applying theory to real-world problems. STEM education through ICT, on the other hand, has the potential to expand young people's capabilities infinitely, but it also requires a networked environment and equipment and risks contributing to inequalities. The Yamoransa Model Lab, supported by the Helping Africa Foundation, has been working for more than 10 years, fully aware of the opportunities and challenges of STEM education through ICT to establish labs in all 16 regions of Ghana and to provide the latest educational content, ICT environment, and together with theory, robotics, and 3D printers. The labs have been practicing the latest educational content and ICT environment and have focused on manufacturing using robots and 3D printers as well as theory. I'd like to pay tribute to their foresight and innovation. Dear students, robotic competitions provide an exciting experience to challenge and overcome difficulties as a team. Robot competitions are also popular in Japan, in Japanese high schools and universities, and more young people are starting their own startups to solve social problems after graduation. Please be creative and realize that there are many students around the world who are learning just like you. One day, you will be able to create a new world with these young people. Thank you, may I say.
Mr. Ambassador, thank you. Arigato. Thank you very much. It's now time for the project exhibition, and I'm going to call out the judges, first of all, who will come up onto the stage, and then we get to see exactly what we have in store from the young people. So these are the project exhibition judges. In no particular order, I'll start with Dr. Samuel Echehini. He's head of Emerging Engineering Technologies Division, CSIR. Dr. Echehini, please. Let's welcome him. Yes. Take a seat, sir. Professor Paul Obing is head of Department Electrical, Electronics, and Computer Engineering, Academic City University, one of our sponsors. Prof. Obing, you have a seat here in the presence of your friends. Thank you. We also have Professor Michael Awa, who's Professor Electrical Engineering, Academic City University. And last but not least, we have Dr. Bismarck Boateng, who's research scientist, and he's going to be coming up on the stage pretty soon. Research scientist, engineering design and prototyping division, CSIR, IRR. So we have two CSIRs and two academic cities. Awesome. And Okay, so the presenters will have 10 minutes to show us what they got. This will disappear, don't worry. This will go. Yeah, so we don't block your view. And then the judges have 3 minutes to ask them as many questions as they can. And then I'll just be calling them lab after lab after lab after lab. Can we take this away right now? Yes. Can I, 4 strong men, please? Or 1? All right. Okay, this works without that. Okay. All right. Yeah. Spring now. So, on that note, we're going to call in Lab 1. Lab 1, please. Let's welcome Lab 1. Okay. Are you only one person? There are more people? Okay, good. Is your microphones there? Good. How many microphones? 1? Okay, there's 2. 1. Okay. Let's see where the timer is so we know how much time they have. Where's the timer? I was made to believe that a timer will show somewhere. Otherwise, we need to get a clock, a timekeeper. Okay. All right. Okay. Excuse me. Press it. If it's green, it's on. Press it hard. That's it. That's it. Ready? Okay, so your time starts now. 10 minutes.
Okay, so our project here is a source of renewable source of energy. So solar is a source of renewable energy. And we talking about renewable energy lead us to right to sustainable development goal 7, which is about clean and affordable energy. So this our project here, which is having solar as its main component, then other components in addition will provide energy for a community, and the community will source of energy in the production of other product, which is due to industrialization and all that. So the main aim of this project is first to provide reliable energy for each and everyone in the community. And now, as we are using solar energy, means that energy will provide less emission to the environment, thereby reducing pollution. And also, it is going to make energy accessible and affordable for each and everyone. And one thing also to meet the SDG goal 7, which means that energy from this is going to be clean, and also anyone in the community is going to access affordable energy. So before this our project was brought up like this, there are certain components that were brought together, and the following are the components.
The components are the solar panel. The solar panel is a renewable source of energy device that drives energy from the solar panel or sunlight, sorry. And the solar controller and the solar charge controller. It indicates the energy from the solar panel to the battery. The battery bank, it stores energy from the solar panel during the day and release it during the night or cloudy days.
So as we are having this project here, the main reason or the advantages we advise each and everyone to adhere to what we are having here is first, it gives zero emission to the environment. There is no source of pollutants in this kind of project. So in a community where they are equipped with this kind of project, there will be no release of poisonous substances which can lead to diseases and cause effect to the people in the community. Also, we are using solar here, We using solar here means that energy must be affordable for each and everyone. Energy being affordable and also will be accessible. So in a community, when we have this solar to be its main power, each and everyone in the community will be allowed to use this, and also they will use it for each and every work they are doing. And another reason why we are saying people are to go in for this is in our rural communities, we see before getting energy, we go to the farm to go and cut firewood. And this is a source of deforestation because after cutting them, we don't plant it again. And that's also release when there is release of harmful substances to the atmosphere. There is no practice of photosynthesis, which is draw the carbon from the atmosphere. So now that we are using this, no one in the community to the bush or to the farm to cut firewood. Now they use less energy because this will be provided for all, and they will not go to the bush again to now go and cut firewood. And this is one importance of we advising everyone to use this. And also it will provide reliable energy for each and everyone. When you are using the solar power, as we all know, don't cause power fluctuations each and every time in the day, in the month, along the year. So there will be the provision of energy for each and everyone. So using this energy for the 365 calendar year, there will be no power fluctuation. This means that whenever we are producing something, the production will be going on more and more and more, which means that at the end of every day too, we'll be developing product. And nowadays we are experiencing industrialization. So all those who have factories and all other material, they can use this because using this for work, there will be no power fluctuation. Work will be done, and it can also work 24/7. There will be no source of loss of light. Okay, this is our presentation for this one.
Thank you.
Okay. Our second project is Eco Smart Community or City. Let's imagine a city that is not only smart but also safety and secure. Our project utilize SDG Goal 11, which is to create a suitable and resilient ecosystem. Yeah. Upon arrivals, visitors' biodiversity data is scanned, ensuring 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 safety in the community. Our project is not only smart but ensure safety in the community. I will be happy if every city or community will take this as their security instead of using that gate mans or something like that. They the armed robbers can even kill it, but a computer you cannot because it is strong. Yeah. And as the world is going on, we'll be using AI for it, and it will be very good. Thank you.
Good job. Are you done?
Please, yes.
You are done.
Yes.
All right, please have the lab one. Demonstrate. Anything to demonstrate? They're not demonstrating. Questions. It's time for questions now. 3 minutes from the judges. Go ahead.
I want to ask, in your assessment,
Do you see this becoming a bigger adoption in the country? Why do I say that? In a setup like this, we know in communities most people are not home during the day where there is a provision of sunlight. It is rather in the evenings that they come back home. And this comes to the storage of the power that is produced. And we know that in solar applications, the most expensive part of it is the battery. How do you think this will be adopted in a community-based environment where life is mostly difficult?
Well, one thing we always say is in life, when you don't sacrifice, you don't get.
All right.
So due to industrialization, so there will be factories. So as you human being, you want to sacrifice, then get something like this. Have to put much effort. So applying all your effort, then you'll be able to get this. And this will get a lot of benefits, as it is said that when you gain and when you give, then you gain from it. Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. How do you ensure that the charging system does not cause overcharging and then blow the battery? And that can cause fire at home.
Well, in some cases, there is a saying that there is more room for improvement. So, as for now, the idea may not be there for now, but as time goes on, you'll be able to implement something that will be able to regulate. Then also, you big fire.
Okay, last question. What happens in rainy seasons when probably the intensity of sun is not high? How do you plan to address this?
Yeah, but we know, but it's not the sunlight cannot be gone for maybe a period more than in our community. We normally don't face that. Maybe we cannot face the shortage of sunlight for about 3 days. There is the provision of sunlight in our abundance and everything.
Okay, we're out of time. 3 minutes. Thank you very much, judges. Thank you, Labu.
This effect you are saying highlight the need of continuing innovation and investment of automated solar electricity.
All right, we're out of time. Well, thank you so much. That's Lab 1. Let's appreciate Lab 1, please. Okay, so Lab 1 is going to take their stuff off the stage, and then we'll bring in Lab 3.1. So here comes Lab 3.1.
Hello. Hello. Agriculture has been an integral part of the world reformation and development, and so therefore needs to be integrated with technologies and machinery. I am Mohammed Awal Lukman, representing YM Lab 3.1, and I'm here with my teammates. They are
Ellen Ejapon Jesse.
Benjamin Amwati.
I'm Monica Nanefua Kaimba Eidu. We are excited to present our project, which is the solar-powered seed sowing robot. In the olden days, farming was very difficult to the extent that many laborers were not encouraged to engage in farming activities. In my present community, the youth engage in illegal mining, which is the galamsey. So because of that, there is insufficient laborers in the Kokere community, where I'm coming from. So this made us come out with the solar-powered seed sowing robots. Our project addresses these challenges by automating the process with a robot powered by solar energy, powered by renewable solar energy, and controlled remotely via mobile phone through Bluetooth technology. This innovative solution is designed to to improve to improve crops seed sowing through precise this innovative solution is this innovative solution is designed to increase efficiency, ultimately improve seed sowing by ensuring that seeds are sown at a consistent depth and interval. In developing this project, we kept in mind not only the practical aspects of agriculture, but also the broader global objectives. Our initiative is closely aligned with several sustainable development goals, that's the SDGs. For instance, SDG 2, which focuses on zero hunger, directly ties into our aim of boosting agricultural productivity and food security. Moreover, by utilizing solar energy, our project supports SDG 7, that's affordable clean energy, by harnessing energy to reduce the reliance on fossil fuels. We also contribute to SDG 12, which advocates for responsible consumption and production through precise seed sowing that minimizes seed wastage.
Thank you for that introduction. I'd now like to dive into the technical heart of our project, the innovation behind our solar-powered seed sowing robot. At its core, our robot is built on the principle of integrating renewable energy source with smart automated mechanics. The system harnesses solar energy via photovoltaic panels, which then charges a 12-voltage battery designed to power all essential components. This eco-friendly renewable energy source not only reduces operational costs, but also ensures that the robot can be operated in remote areas where traditional power sources may not be available. Our robot includes several key features that set it apart. One of the standout innovations is its Bluetooth connectivity or control remote interface, which makes it easy to be controlled by users from their smartphones. This integration makes it highly accessible, even for those with minimal or low technical know-how. Alongside this, we have incorporated a sophisticated seed metering mechanism that utilizes 7 motors to control the precise release of seeds. The mechanism is engineered to maintain speed spacing, which is critical for optimal plant growth. Moreover, our robot includes durable features, which is the DC motor for propulsion and then the robot frame. It also has LDR here, which detects sunlight and then signals the 7 motor to rotate the solar panel to face where the light is coming from. And all this thing is controlled by the Arduino Uno board. And we have the LCD screen here which displays real time and date. And we have the solar control which controls everything about the solar. Thank you.
Continue from where my colleague just ended. The aim for creating this project is to alleviate physical burdens on our local farmers and provide them with a more reliable and a consistent method of planting. And when we come to the feasibility of the project, it is cost effective because we all can see it is made up of electronic components and metals. We all know that metals and electronic components are affordable to purchase. So it makes our project affordable for everyone to purchase. And it can be maintained and upgrade at any time you want. And it's also user friendly. And when we come to the advantages of our project to the environment, it prevents seed wastage by ensuring that the seeds are placed at the ideal space and depth, and also enhance productivity. I will end here with the benefit of the project on our community and leave the rest for my colleague to conclude. Thank you.
Thank you for the submission. I would like to recommend our project, which is the solar powered seed sowing robot. Someone may ask why I am recommending it. It's because of its sustainability. You may ask how. So this is the explanation. The solar powered seed sowing robot embodies environmental responsibility. By relying on solar energy, it significantly reduces carbon footprint associated with traditional fuel based machinery. Our robot is not only eco friendly but also remains viable in the future that prioritizes sustainability. Furthermore, our robot's precise sowing mechanism contribute to a responsible use of resources by minimizing seed wastage and efficient land use. Thank you all for your attention.
To summarize everything, this is the plow. This makes the ground soft so that the seeds can be placed. And here is the cover. So as the robot is moving, we have the plow here. That makes the holes. So as the seeds are here, they are dropped here and they pass through this hole. There is a channel which controls it to fall under the ground. So as it continues moving, here is the cover. That cover is the soil. Thank you for your attention.
Okay. Thank you very much, Lab 3.1. We'll take questions from the judges now. 3 questions.
Okay, let me, I'm going to ask this question. My first question is based on the depth. Okay. Did you, or are you using the same depth for every seed, every crop that you are planting? Or is based on the crop, is based on the seeds and so on?
So I think it's basically based on the crop and the seeds. So we program this robot in such a way that as it's digging the hole, the depth of the hole should be between 2 and 10 centimeters to prevent the seed from coming out or birds coming to eat the food. So basically it depends on the type of the seed that you are sowing. Thank you.
Right. My second question is based on the soil. Did you consider the soil type, or you are only using loam? Because it may come to a point, you find yourself in an area where the soil wouldn't be loose enough. Okay, have you considered that in your project?
So basically we are going to have a thought on that. Thank you.
Also, before this machine can work, we will make sure that the soil is good for planting, or if there is the need to add some water for the soil to be good, we will do that before using the robot on the land. Thank you.
All right. That is very good presentation. I wanted to ask, we're going through various components of the robots. How is the mechanics of the tires incorporated in the whole design? Because you are in a certain terrain where the topography of the land might not allow for a smooth and flat, operation. Tell me about the mechanics of the tire and how it adjusts to environments that is unfriendly.
Okay. So the tire is controlled by a DC motor. And the DC motor receives instruction from Arduino Uno board, which is buried down here. So when you send it into a soil that you are going to do the sowing, so when you bring it there and then the soil is not good for it, for example, like rocky soil, or there is no loamy soil, it may cause problem to the tire because the tire does not work in every condition. So that's one of the rules that you need to consider before using the machine. Thank you.
And also, like I said earlier, before we use the machine on any land, we will make sure that the soil is good for the machine before using the machine.
So in an environment where, like in a mountainous area, then you are naturally cutting our community off from accessing this machine. Is that what you're saying?
No.
So I think you can remember in our presentation, we say it can be maintained and upgrade. So when you send it there and it seems like it's not going to be suitable for the condition, there's a reprogrammable and reconfiguration. We can reconfigure it to suit the environment. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Lab 3.1. Good job. All right. You can take your stuff away now. You know how it works. You go in one way, you come out the other way. Next is lab 6. Lab 6, please bring your project out to the lab 6. Lab. Can we have some music while the setup is happening? So it's quite exciting. Thank you.
Hello. The alphabetical composition of my human dignity is Rema Kluche, a proud representative of the Yamoransa Model Lab 6.
And I'm Anyami Portia, a proud representative of the Yamoransa Model Lab 6.
And I'm Josiah Elon Bansa, a proud representative of Yamoransa Model Lab 6.
So, over here we have our aquaponic farms. Now, what is aquaponics? Project Aquaponics is where agriculture meets innovation and then technology. It is a system which combines the cultivation of fish and plants, resulting in mixed farming technologically. Now, with aquaponics, we have 3 main compartments. We have the main reservoir, the farm, and the fish pond. Now, I'm saying fish pond. I know some people are wondering why they can't see fish inside. Initially, we brought fish, but the fish died. Sorry. So in our main reservoir, we have pumps, and in the farm, we have a water level sensor to prevent the overflow of water. We also have another pump. In the fish pond, we have water level sensor and also a pump. So Pasha is going to tell you what they do.
So the pump operation, the integration of relays in our Arduino project allows the water pumps to pump the water to its various tanks. So when the water is about to, like when the water level is,
when there's not enough moisture in the soil, the pump in the main reservoir is triggered to irrigate the plants. Mind you, we are dealing with individual plants here. That's why you see individual water level sensors. Now, below here, we have soil, clay, and then stones. When water is irrigated, water gets to a specific level, the water level sensor over there detects it and then triggers the pump here to pump water to the fishes. Now, this is a recirculating cycle. So from the main reservoir to the plants, then back to the fishes, then the whole process starts again. Now, what are benefits of our aquaponics system? This system uses 90% less water than used in the traditional farming. It minimizes environmental impact. It reduces carbon emissions, and it is energy efficient. So this is our aquaponics project. Now, aquaponics, finally, aquaponics aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals, Goal 2, which is zero hunger. Now, that goal seeks to eradicate hunger and then promote sustainable agriculture. Now, with aquaponics, you can be sure that it will generate decent income while providing healthy yields and good food. Thank you. So our next project, you see a whole city over here. Yeah, see a whole city over here. Now, this is our smart city, which we have named Volta's Dream. Now, Volta's Dream is a futuristic urban development prototype where technology plays a pivotal role in transforming life in the urban settlement. Our project here, don't take me wrong, I'm coming to do something. Because of you, that's why we did it. So over here in our house, we have a lot of features. The first one I'll talk about is the earthquake detection system. Now with this, once an earthquake is detected, the GSM model sends a message to the residents of the house. Now in the case where the person can't protect him or herself, we have built a mechanism where the person will be shielded for days until he or she can be saved.
So over here too, you have the smoke detection. We detect whenever a leakage of smoke in the house. And when a smoke is detected, it sends a message through the GSM module for the resident to be alert. Now you can all bear with me that the woman with her 3 children who got burnt in the fire, if they had had this system, we all know that that wouldn't have happened. Over here, we also have the rain detection system. We've all had situations where we've dried our clothes on the line and then by the time we come back, cause 90 job 1, our clothes are all wet. Now with this system, the rain detector detects drizzles and then your clothes are sent to a safe compartment until you're able to retrieve them, keeping them dry for you. Yes. Now our city is powered by solar energy. Now with our solar panel, you see the sun rises from the east and sets at the west, if I'm correct. So with this solar panel, once the sun is moving, it tracks the sunlight, not allowing any of them to escape. Over here, in our city, we have smart security systems. We have the sliding door that you would open on your own through the help of a Bluetooth. Now, whatever you see in this house here, mind you, applies to every house in our city. In our city, we have smart lighting systems, smart traffic management. So over here, we have the smart bin. When a bin is full, it sends a notification to the nearby waste management team to quickly empty the bin for another waste to be put inside. Now we all know what a recreational field does. The people in the city can visit the recreational field to keep themselves fit. We also have the hospital where the people of the city can visit to check their vitals. Now, what are benefits of this smart city, Voltage Gym? In this smart city, you can be sure of enhanced public safety, smart waste management policies, smart traffic management systems, and also reliable energy since we are using the solar panel. Now, Voltage Dream aligns with the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals Goal 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. Now, Ghana is planning to become a smart city in the shortest possible time. Digitalization, which Baumia wanted to do, but he didn't succeed. Okay, so over here, when this city is implemented, we can all be sure of the benefits I had mentioned earlier that they will be present in the city. Thank you.
All right, are we done? Are we done?
Yes.
All right, we have 3 questions from our judges. Go ahead.
So, start first. This is a smartphone, smart kind of. But I didn't see where you are taking care of the human waste. I didn't see anything like biogas.
Smart waste management policies you mean?
Yeah.
If I'm sure. I don't know if you can see it, but we have a smart bin here.
Yeah, but the smart bin might not be the same thing as the biogas.
Well, what we want in our city is what we've implemented. Yes.
That's everyone.
Maybe we all don't know what the future holds. You might become president tomorrow and you would like to implement biogas systems in our city Ghana when it becomes a city finally. So if you are president, then we'll all support you to implement the biogas in the city. So what we want is what we've done. We want smart bin in our city and then we have done smart bin.
Okay.
Can you walk me through the filtration system in your aquaponics?
To be sure that the water here is safe for the fishes and then the plants, at the same time, we have filtration method.
So walk me through that.
We have foams here. Just for a prototype.
Yeah.
So when the water is about to be pumped from the main reservoir to the plants, the foams filtrate the dirt while supplying the nutrients and the water to the plants. And in the plants here too, whatever, maybe we have plant waste. which might serve as food for the fishes. But whatever is not good for the fishes will also be filtrated by the foam near the pump. And whatever is not good for the plants will also be filtrated by the foam in the fish pond. Before
The plant.
yeah.
But I want to know how the connection between the plant and the fish pond is. What system is filtrating the water, the excess water from the farm to the fish pond?
So we have the water level sensor. It prevents the overflow of water. So when the water gets to a specific level, the pump in the farm is triggered to pump water to the fishes. Now we all know that fishes need water to survive. So the pump in the fish pond also, when the water gets to a specific level, it also detects it and then it pumps water to the main reservoir, and so only what is needed by the fish is left in the fish pond. I hope I've answered your question.
Right. Second question, next question, quickly. You indicated that in your smart home, the intention is that if there's a break-in or accident, the residents can go into hiding for a number of days. How do they survive, whilst help arrive?
Have food, have water, we literally everything that the person would need. We even have a phone where the person would use to make calls and call for safety.
In the hiding.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, and the last question. We have different forms of aquaponics. We have ones that the plant is planted on the water, right? And whilst the fishes are under. What encouraged you to choose this instead of that one?
We want to go all organic, first of all. So with this, the plants are in a different compartment. The fish are also in the different compartment. And with this, we can be sure of the cleanliness of the water going to the fishes and then the nutrients going to the fishes. We can at the same time also be sure of the water being pumped out of the fish pump to the main reservoir, which will be in turn used to irrigate the plants. That's the reason why we went for this.
Good. All right. Thank you very much. That was lab 6, correct? All right. Thank you. This is a non-scoring question. How did the fish die? You cut it short for me.
Fish went smoothly. Then we gave the fish feed and the fish died.
So sorry for the fish. Well, but we're happy for your presentation. Thank you so much, lab 6. Please take your stuff out this way. The next time I'm going to introduce myself, I'll say the alphabetical construction of my identity is Kafui Day. I learned something new from you. Lab 6, thanks. Your stuff is going? Please hold the table as well. So now we're going to have lab 12. Lab 12, please step forward. Lab 12.
www.dj. Outside where the feed man's oboe. Oh no, I mean I stand the defender like Joseph Yobo. My girl say she want Netflix and chill, so I chatty get if I want it. If you fall in love, Kelly satin. You go to breakfast, I'm not happy. Can you see the pool? I'm not catching. I'm not faking this, no fugazi. You see these feelings, I'm not catching. I'm on quest and feet, I just want it. If I broke down my business, I'ma show you you right.
Welcome to YM Lab 12. My name is Elomgla. I am here to present our project. Our projects are made in two forms. These are called the compulsory project and the main project. I am here to talk about the compulsory project, and my friend will also talk about the main project. Imagine we are in the village. and we are also not connected to the national grid. So we think and tell our teacher that we want to bring electricity to our community. So our teacher bought us a solar panel. This is the solar panel. So we want to bring electricity there and lights. So our teacher bought us a headlight, a motorbike headlight. This is it. So we want the motor headlight. The motor headlight is convert. We want to turn it to divert light. So we went for a spike bulb and we replaced the motor headlight into the spike bulb. And it's turned to a divert light. Our SDG goal is SDG goal number 11, smart home. So some examples of the divert lights are: as a student, we can use it to learn and do many other stuff. So I am leaving it for my friend. Talk.
Okay, so my name is Amofaku Sigilios. I'm here to represent our second project, which is the main project. So this main project is about irrigation, sprinkling water. So this project, what inspires to build this project is that during rainy season, you could see that a lot of rains goes waste, and it causes capillary rising. That's on our buildings. So we plan that we want to avoid the capillary rising on our building, and you make the better use of the water that goes waste. So we went for these components, namely solar panel, and we have a battery, solar charge controller, a DC pump, and a drip lines. So how does this thing works? So during peak sun hours, the solar panel here charges the battery over here. So the solar panel is also connected to the solar charge controller, and the battery is also connected to the solar charge controller. The function of this solar charge controller is that when the solar panel charges the battery, it regulates the power for the battery to overcharge, because when it's overcharged, it will explode. So we want to avoid that. So that's why we brought this solar charge controller. So now, during the rainy season, you will harvest the rain that goes waste in our tank. For now, let's assume that this is our tank. So we have harvest the rain into our tank. So the DC pump here, this DC pump will pump the water from the tank and come straight to the drip lines to sprinkle on our vegetable, because during dry season the crops go, let's say the crops, they are very expensive and they are not fresh as in the rainy season. So this project is to harvest the crops and make a good use of the water. So now this project, one, we have prevent capillary rising, that's on our building, and two, we have made a better use of the uh, rainwater that goes wastes. Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so 3 questions from the judges. Yeah, very good. Now, I don't see any soil sensor here. You don't have soil sensor.
No.
So how do you know that the plant needs soil water to be irrigated?
So now, because there's no soil sensor here, we have not fixing, but later we will fixing it. But for now, we want to water the crops every, like, let's say in the morning and in the evening. So this solar charge controller here, we have a timer on it. So the timer, if you set the timer, it will sprinkle on the water. Let's say from 10 to 15 minutes, it will sprinkle on the vegetables for you.
But But you know that every plant has a specific amount of water,
Yes,
quantity
please.
of water. And here in the case where it will keep sprinkling and sprinkling every time, twice a day. If assuming it's a rainy season, it will keep sprinkling. Wouldn't that affect your crops?
So this project is for, we would harvest the water during the rainy season and we will use it in the dry season.
Right. But still, if the quantity of water entering the soil is too much for the plant, what will happen?
Every 1 minute is 3 liters.
3.1 liters per 1 minute. Whilst the pump is pumping through the drip lines, it's contain 3.1 liters in per 1 minute.
Have you been to the farm before? Have you been to the farm before?
Yes, please.
In an environment where you know cassava,
Yes.
and you know that at certain time in the year, because of the change in the climate, most cassava will not be good. And if you are going to alter the pattern, don't you think it is possible to affect our cassava that we use out?
No, because it depends on you. If you want the value, like if you want to sprinkle on the vegetables, let's say 2 of 10 minutes, by 10 to 15 minutes. If you want to make it 1 minute, you can make it because of this solar charge controller here. We have a timer on it that will help you to set the time on it. Let's say if you're a businessman and you want to go to work, instead of you to come and operate it to make it work and sprinkle on the crops, this here it will help you in automatical way for you to water your crops.
Okay, thank you so much. Lab 12. Thank you. Young man, how old are you?
Yes.
Nice. Never too late or too early to start. Good job. Thank you very much. Lab 12, you can take the staff. Can we help Lab 12 take their staff off the stage? Yeah, 9. And your friend who you said you can speak, well, how old is How old is your friend? How old are you? 14. All right. Good team. Well done. Okay, so the next lab is lab 3. Lab 3, please come out.
Straight to Paris, with the cream de la crème. Say she never seen a guy like me. Yeah, she confess. Say nobody did it right like me. She confess. Bend down, get on your knees, girl, never digress. She really wanna play with me. She wanna break bread with me. Bad man looking good in the arm. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man sleep.
Good morning. My name is Yamoransa. I'm out there with my team members.
Brother Chumwa.
Right, Obembuati.
And Abdul Samed Jibro. And we are from YM Lab 3. Imagine a farmer cultivates a piece of land with high hope, expecting a great yield at the end of the harvest. Surprisingly, he lost everything due to scarcity of rain, excessive heat, bush burning by hunters, and inability of the farmer to monitor the farm.
This is why we've come out with this monitoring system so that it can help the farmer to monitor the farm from time to time.
Our system have the following features: rain sensor, fire sensor, soil humidity sensor, and the humidity sensor. The rain sensor detects possible rainfall and sends signal to the water pump if there is a possible rainfall, so that the water pump will not pump water on the field.
The fire sensor, it detects and sends signal to the farmer, and it detects and sends signal to the farmer to monitor the farm, and also sends signal to the water pump to pump water on to quench fire.
Soil moisture sensor, it checks the amount of moisture in the soil and sends signal to the pump to pump water on the farm or not.
The humidity sensor, it checks the amount of water vapor in the atmosphere and sends signal to the farmer if there is change in weather. Our system can help to increase farm yield. 2. It can help to prevent loss of farm yield. 3. It can help the farmer to monitor the farm even if the farmer is away from the farm.
Our system rests on the anchors of the Sustainable Development Goal 2, which is end hunger, achieve food security, improve nutrition, and sustainable agriculture. Ladies and gentlemen, we present subject
Smart agriculture monitoring system. Now let's go to our next project. Working in a city where everything is automated, regulated, and monitored makes living such cities comfortable and convenient.
This is the reason why we came up with this smart city monitoring system to help monitor the cities, our cities, Edra and Shechedumas. Have the following features: the fire sensor. The fire sensor detects possible fire outbreak and sends signal for the necessary action to be taken. The traffic light modules. The traffic light modules control the flow of traffic in the city. The buzzer. The buzzers beeps when there is an incident like fire outbreak. The light dependent resistor. It detects ambient lighting automatically. Air quality sensor. It detects gases which pollute the air and sends signal for the necessary action to be taken.
In conclusion, our system depends on the SDG Goal 11, which is make city and human settlement inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Thank you.
Okay, judges, you have 3 questions for them.
What technology are you guys using to monitor your home? The technology, implementation of the technology, what type or what is it?
What?
Thoughts.
Right, and then the other question is, you've indicated that when there's incident, okay, information is sent out. Is there a situation whereby if there's breaking or fire, it sends information to fire or what?
It sends information to the farmer and the fire service to come and quench the fire.
Right, thank you.
Yes. What is the purpose of the Arduino? The Arduino board.
That's what we program the code on it.
What code did you program?
The Arduino code.
Okay. Okay.
Last question.
No, no. And the light dependent resistor, what does it do?
It detects ambient lighting automatically. For example, when night falls, the light dependent resistor will go on, and when it is in the morning, it will go off automatically.
In the morning to go off.
Yes, please.
Hmm. And in the night,
It will on.
on.
Yes, it will turn on.
Okay.
Well, let me ask. This system is supposed to be a smart system. In an environment where you don't have our lights are mostly off at certain sensitive times, and you don't have any other alternative, how do you ensure this system performs to maximum?
That's why we use the serial port and the Arduino board that to program it. Like how?
All right.
Are we done? Is this lab 3? Lab 3, right? Well, thank you so much, judges. Thank you, lab 3. Yeah. The secret to life is asking questions. Yeah. If you don't know, you can always ask. All right. So you're going to go out this way. And then we will make way for number 6, which is Liberia. Liberia. You're on.
Bad man looking good in the yard. Bad man drip to the car. Sports cars parked on the right spot. Bad man slick and you clarity won't be me.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am student Zaran B. Isaiah, and with me I have
Student Derek F. Snyder.
from the YM Lab Liberia. We have worked intensely with our other teammates to build up this project and construct the amazing ideas which bring it to life. Our project is titled The Smart Homestead. It is an IoT technology integrated project that is aimed at redefining and enhancing farming practices, making them smarter, more efficient, and more sustainable. The inspiration to our project is the current government policy of our country, Liberia, the Arrest Agenda by His Excellency President Joseph Newman Boakai, which has agriculture at its peak. Seeing this, we thought it wise to build up a project that is going to benefit and advance the agricultural sector in our country, Liberia. Ladies and gentlemen, isn't it concerning to know that other countries around the world are advancing their agricultural sectors with the use of technology, yet some African countries like our country Liberia are still struggling? In Liberia, for example, farmers are facing so many challenges rising from them not being able to properly manage their crops up to weather unpredictability, which makes it difficult for them to adapt to climate change. Farmers have limited access to financial services. They do not keep adequate record of what goes on their farms. And most of all, they are inefficiently managing their resources. That is, they do not have control over the amount of water or fertilizers they use on their crops. Moreover, there are people living abroad who have plans of running their own farms in their hometowns in Africa, but are withholding their investments due to the challenges I stated earlier. Well, we bring you good news. With the integration of modern technology as its unique features prove, the smart homestead has a solution to all of these problems. You might ask how? Our project uses precision farming to enable farmers to have access to data of sensors on their farms which detect their soil and crop health, helping them to make informed decisions about how to water them, how to use fertilizers on them. Our project also has two aspects that are combined to be controlled using a single system. That is, we have a smart house and a smart farm. I'm sure you have seen other projects that are using smart farming systems like automated irrigation systems and sensors, but there is a twist to ours because our project has integration of multiple technologies that can be controlled through a single unit. That is, we do not have the smart house separate nor the smart farm separate. They can be controlled through one single unit. Our project ensures food security as it aligns to 4 of the SDGs. The first SDG is SDG number 2, which is zero hunger. It promotes sustainable food production, it minimizes waste, and it ensures food security. The second SDG is SDG number 7, which is clean and affordable energy. We use solar power instead of using fossil fuels or electricity, where fossil fuels will cause pollution to the air and destroy our ozone layer, and electricity will increase the operational cost for farmers. We also align with SDG number 8, which is decent work and economic growth. Our project will provide job opportunities for people in the agricultural sector, and it will improve the livelihood or living standards of farmers by increasing their income. Last but not least, it also aligns with SDG number 12, which is responsible consumption and production by managing energy use, minimizing waste while increasing productivity use. Ladies and gentlemen, haven't you wondered how relaxing it would be if a farmer could access real-time data about his farm and not have to worry about the security or safety for his farm and his house? Ladies and gentlemen, our project is not only used to increase the productivity use of a farmer with less effort, but to also provide top-notch security services for his house and farm. There is more to this project. Allow my colleague to drive you through. Thank you.
So, once again, I'm student Derek S. Nadam, and our project composes of 2 parts: the smart home, and the smart farm. Allow me to carry you deeper into our project. Our smart farm utilizes 2 sensors: the ultrasonic sensors and the soil moisture sensors. The soil moisture sensors detect the amount of water within the soil. If the soil is dry, it will send signal to the Arduino board, which will automatically turn on the water pump, sending precise amount of water to the soil, preventing overwatering of crops or plants. The ultrasonic sensor uses sound wave to measure the distance between the top of the tank and the water level within the tank, giving the farmer real-time data for him to manage his farm. And ladies and gentlemen, pay key attention. Nowadays in society, one main problem or major problem is security. Our homestead solved that problem by using our infrared sensors, which when armed will measure everything within a 180-degree radius. And if an intruder is on the property or on the farm, it will send signal to the Arduino board, which will turn on the light in the hut or the smart lights in the alarm system, alerting the farmers and the security guards around. The solar tracker. The solar tracker is a fast step of a normal solar panel. It utilizes photoresistors. We try to balance the intensity of light between the barriers. And while doing that, the servo motor will adjust its angle, allowing the solar tracker to keep track of the sun across the sky. Our smart homestead also has a smart door. It uses RFID, radio frequency identification. The radio frequency identification uses electromagnetic field to send wave to a unique identification code, which triggers the door to open using the key card. Ladies and gentlemen, with all that being said, welcome to Smart Homestead.
Now, why would you use an LCD, a liquid crystal display, to monitor real-time data on your farm using Wi-Fi or Bluetooth when you can control whatever goes on in your house or your farm from any part of the world through your mobile device? Our project uses a remote read app that is designed specifically for farmers to be able to control everything that you see here. That is, they can turn on their lights, water their crops, monitor the water level, the soil health, and everything just from the touch of their palms from anywhere in the world. Last but not least, we are here to show you that the smart homestead is the best option that is used to revolutionize agriculture with technology in our country, Liberia. It serves as a beacon of innovation, showing how technology can be used to solve real-world problems in farming while aspiring a new era for agricultural excellence in our country, Liberia, and other countries around the world that are facing similar challenges. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Liberia. Judges, right? 3 questions.
Okay.
All right. Okay. The first question is in presenting your project, you guys did discuss meeting the goals in terms of energy, but I've not seen anything regards energy storage, right? Because smart home, that means you need to have somehow so that in the evenings or however the sun is not available, how do you intend to power your system?
We have a battery that stores energy when the solar panel collects sunlight, collects energy from the sun. So there is a battery that stores up the energy during cold weathers or when there is rain, so that operations can still go on your farm.
Okay. So does that mean that everything is based on DC, is that right? Or you have inverters? How do you want to collect all the systems all within your design? Are they all intended to run on DC or you want to run them? Because most of the systems that we have, right, they are all not DCs, right? So how do you intend to do that?
They are running on DC.
Okay.
During your presentation, did I hear you talk about security? Security. How does it work?
So basically, it uses the infrared sensors, which will measure everything within a 180-degree radius. That when on, and it sends intruder within your property or your farm, it will send signal to the Arduino board, which will turn the Arduino board, yeah, which will trigger the alarm and the security light post.
Camera.
There is a smart camera. There is a smart camera that can be controlled from your phone from every part of the world. We did bring it here because we're not demonstrating today, but tomorrow you'll see how the smart camera can be used to view all around the house and the farm as well. There's a smart camera part of our security system.
Any fire incident? How are you controlling that?
Okay. On this prototype, we
Fire outbreak in your system.
because we're using a solar panel, which is a renewable energy, it doesn't have anything to do with fossil fuels or electricity. And the battery here is stored and it regulates the amount of energy that is optimized from the solar panel. There is no way we don't sense any form of fire detection in our project. But in future we can make some improvements on it by installing a fire detector.
Yeah. One more question. Why use infrared sensor instead of using PIR, passive infrared sensor? Because to sense 180 degrees, it is only PIR that can do, but infrared just sensor cannot.
This is a PIR sensor.
PIR sensor.
Yes, maybe he didn't mention it because it's, as you said, it's only a PIR sensor that can measure angles. Detected.
All right. Wow. Shout out to Liberia. Good job. We're done. Yes. Can we have Liberia take their stuff off the stage? This way, the way out. They'll help you. Yeah. And then we'll call on 10, lap 10. please step out. Oh, Charlie, where's the music? Yeah, thank you.
I walk up from Belle Jet to Apollo Meta just to find a mentor. Now who talk, yeah, what? Now who watch they fear God?
Bana, bana, jeje, jeje, until now so then they call me for fun, say my person, don't give you person, belle uncle. How will they consign me? How will they consign me? I don't know. Problem in no the finish you, it should be my life. Stop on, I be the best friend.
Problem in no the
Lap 10? Is lap 10? Look at me. Okay. You see your time here. You see the time I'm working here, right? It's 10 minutes. You ready? All right, lap 10. Let's go.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I am Chris Ford Fesakode representing Yamoransa Model Lab 10.
And I am Blessing Azon Awenyami representing Lab 10. We have here our project, a smart solar powered irrigation. We did this project because where we come from, most of the people living there are farmers, basically tomato farmers. And about 80% of tomatoes produced in Tobodom is consumed by Ghanaians. But unfortunately, during the dry season, farmers in Tobodom find it difficult to grow and cultivate tomatoes because there is little or no rainfall. And as a result of that, Ghana has to import tomatoes from Burkina Faso, which is costly. So, thinking of it, my team members and I decided to build a project that will help farmers in Tobodom and beyond to grow and cultivate crops throughout the year. As I mentioned earlier, this is a smart solar powered irrigation system which falls under Sustainable Development Goal 2, Zero Anger.
Our project includes the Arduino Uno board, which help us to connect all the components together. And we have our solar panel so that it can store energy in the battery so that the battery will also be available for future use. And we have our soil moisture sensor, which will detect whether there is water in the soil or not. And we have our water pump, which will pump water when the soil is dry. But when the soil is wet, it won't pump any water. And we have our battery, which will save energy for future use, and charging module. So when the solar panel is not even working, you can charge the battery with the charging module. And we have our smart city project too here.
Have you all heard about how our forefathers used to live? They used to live on trees and in caves. But as evolution went on, they started building homes with mats and which was covered with grass. So as time went on again, we moved from how our forefathers lived to rural and urban areas, where an urban area includes a city. Therefore, our team was asked to build a smart city or a smart home, which falls under Sustainable Development Goal 11, Sustainable Cities and Communities. What is a smart city? A smart city is an urban area which uses digital technology to collect data, operate and provide services. Data can be collected from devices, cameras, and buildings.
Our smart city includes the security checkpoints, where people from outside the city will be screened before entering into the city. And we have automatic barriers that will open it for vehicles to enter into the city. And we have our lighting system, which can be controlled by a smartphone. And we have our solar panel, which collect energy from the sunlight to operate the other devices. And we have our CCTV camera too here, which will be capturing the city and detect crime or and monitor public space to ensure safety. And we have our fingerprint door lock system too here. And we have GSM module inside the building so that, and also a gas detector. So when it detects any gas leak or smoke leak, it will trigger the GSM module to send a text message to the National Fire Service to prevent any dangerous harm.
Infrastructures found in our smart city include a hospital, the security post, a police station, a hospital, fire service, residential area, another residential area with a car park, and a mall. Problem. Problem this project solves. One, it prevents unauthorized access to buildings. With this project, because especially the fingerprint door lock, we mostly use the traditional keys, which can get missing easily. But with the fingerprint door lock system, once your fingerprint is enrolled, nobody can get access into your home. Two, quick firefighters respond. First, we have a GSM module and gas and leaks detection sensors in the building. When the gas or leaks detection sensor sense that there is a gas or leak in the building, it will automatically send a text message to the National Fire Service so that they can respond to prevent serious damages. Thank you.
All right. So,
Three questions.
right, the first question is your smart city design. I didn't hear anything like a waste management system or something for those staying around. So there's nothing.
This is it.
Waste management for your the resident, right? So there should be a waste management within your system. Nothing was mentioned. Or was it captured in your program or it's not part of it?
This inside.
Understand the question. Because as a city, you need waste management, right? All the things that are done, you have to put them away, right? How do you, was it considered or it's not part of it?
So far as it's a smart home, it must be considered. So the residential area will maybe in their house or in their buildings, they can dispose their waste there, and then maybe because it's a prototype, we can't make everything inside. So maybe we would have added maybe a waste management post or waste management area. So when they are done, they can waste it.
And second, it's like only there's one entry exit, right? So in the event of any confusion, accidents, right? That's the only way in and only way out.
No, it is a prototype. That is why we did it like this so that we can position the buildings in the correct way.
Thank you. When you were presenting, you said the exit, the entry point, the gate automatically opens and closes for vehicles. How does it sense which vehicle it should open for and which one it shouldn't to prevent theft and prevent unauthorized pass?
That's why we have the security checkpoint here. So when victims is from outside the city, they have to be screened before entering.
They have to what?
Be screened or check before entering to the
Checked
city.
by who?
The security people.
Which means it's manual. It's not automated.
No, the barrier will lift up automatically, but people will have to check maybe there is harmful weapons coming to the city or
Okay.
So, this is a smart irrigation.
yes.
The water that's the water is pumping from where?
So this is our water source, but because they say we are not doing the practical aspect today, we didn't finish.
So, what is that?
It's a wet soil.
Sorry.
Wet soil.
Okay, my last question goes to the building. You said there is a sensor that will sense gas, right? Now, when it senses it, it sends what? A signal to the fire station, not the.
You said you have a GSM model. So the smoke detector will trigger the GSM model to send a text message to the National Fire Service.
Very good. To the national service, not the person who lives in,
As well.
and the person as well.
Yes, the exact location of
Okay,
it.
so let's assume that my phone is not on me. Okay, it has sent me a signal, but the phone is not on me now, and I'm in another room. How am I going to trust this safety that I will be okay? Because I was thinking there is going to be a form of an alarm or something that would trigger that there is an outbreak of fire or something. But here in the case, it's going to send a signal on my phone. Some of us don't hold our phones every time, right? And by the time the signal gets to the fire station and back, I may be dead. What would you say about that?
You can have a different phone or device that the text message will come on it so that you can see.
You can have a different phone. Still, okay. All right, that's fine. That's fine. I'll have a different phone.
All right. Lab, this must be lab 7, right? 10. Lab 10. Yeah, thank you. We grilled you enough. Thanks a lot. Please appreciate lab 10. And then let's have them take their stuff out as we bring onto the stage lab 7. Contestant number 8 is lab 7. Lab 7, please come out and bring us your stuff. Thank you.
Girl, your body na equilibrium. My head it is slow like traffic. This your body, oh, it dey high like palm, oh. Oh my lady, oh, no go do me con yo. If na face you be Rihanna and your body na palapa, wala. I want day with you, ASAP. I must confess, your body very offensive. It dey scatter my defense, defense, yo. I must confess, your body na my objective. It dey giving me problems, eh. My darling, would you fly with me international? You go there with me for flight, honey. Would you stay with me as I know normal? You go there with me for life.
Good afternoon. My name is Mr. Thelma.
My name is Ameko Edmond Edem.
And my name is Eche Williams.
I go by the name Janju Edith.
We are representing Yamoransa Model Lab 7, Biakuya District in the Oti region of Ghana. We are here to present our project, which is a solar-powered smart city and a smart vertical garden with automatic watering system, which addresses the SDG goal 2, which states zero hunger. Smart City is addressing the SDG goal 11, which states sustainable cities and communities. According to the United Nations, it is estimated that by 2030, our communities and cities will be populated with over 5 billion people. Our communities are already facing challenges like waste management issues, security issues, fire outbreaks, and traffic congestion. When the people in the communities increase in number, these challenges will become more critical. So we designed this project to help plan for the future so that these challenges will not be met.
As my sister has already mentioned, These challenges will become crucial and critical by the day. And I'll start by explaining the waste management issues our cities and communities are facing. Nowadays, when you walk around, you either see plastic waste or other waste products littered in the environment. And to address this problem, we included a smart waste bin in our project. And this smart waste bin can be able to detect an individual approaching it and automatically open, allowing the person to drop the waste material in and close. And it also indicates a red light showing the individuals in the community that it is full, and also sends an SMS to the waste management organization in the community for them to come and empty the bin. And to continue, I will address the security issues our communities and cities are facing. We included a smart street light system in our project, which can help people to move around freely at night because it comes on whenever it is dark. And according to security, we also included a smart gate system, which is not supposed to be opened manually or closed manually. It can be able to sense either a car or a human being approaching it and open, allowing the person into the community. And I'll also continue by addressing the traffic congestion issues our cities are facing nowadays. And our cities face those issues because of malfunctioning traffic lights. And we hereby introduce a smart traffic light system in our project, which can help ease traffic congestions. And we also have a smart fire alert system in our project, which cannot only detects flame, but it also detects smoke, and it indicates a red light and sounds an alarm in the community, telling the individuals that there is a fire, and also calls the fire station for them to come and put off the lights. And last but not the least, we included a recreational area in our city, which residents can be able to rest, and also children can play in the park.
And in our smart vertical farming, as my sister have already said, the cities and communities will be populated with over 5 billion human beings. 5 billion human beings. So we create this our project to solve problems such as food insecurity, health issues due to malnutrition.
The first problem I will tackle is the food insecurity. Food insecurity, as we all know, is a major problem the world is facing. This problem arises due to numerous factors, including poverty and climate change. In addressing those challenges, we implemented a smart vertical gardening that includes a smart system that will detect the moisture in the soil. When the moisture in the soil is low, it causes the water pump to pump water into the soil until it is wet. And when the moisture in the soil is high, it causes the water pump to stop pumping, leaving the soil with adequate moisture for growth of plants and cultivation.
This is how our cities should be like.
Thank you.
Let me ask the same question I asked the previous lab. You talked about the same thing, the gate being open and closed, right? When it senses a human being. What if I don't live there and the gate still senses me and I enter? What would happen? So, how are you going to solve this problem? Again, in your presentation, you stated that the main gate, okay, of the city opens and closes automatically, okay? And therefore, it means that it senses a human entry and it senses a human who wants to go out. Now, my question is, I don't live there and I come in as a human being, it will automatically open for me. So how are you going to solve this problem? so that thieves cannot just enter.
The main idea was to implement a smart card system, but we implemented the smart gate system rather, which will allow drivers to move into the society at once, not allowing them to get out from the car before walking to the gate and sensing it with the smart card.
That's very good, but still, my question still stands. Because if I should use the card, then I have a card system and I can use to open and close. But here in the case that I'm not going to use the card, but the system will automatically sense me and my car. The question is, how is the system going to sense the human being or the car?
When the pedestrians get close to the gate and the sensor senses the object moving or the car or the person moving, it will automatically open.
I think you still don't understand my question. Okay, I'm here with Prof. Okay, Prof lives in the city. All right, so Prof can come in and go out anytime he wants. Right, I don't live in the city and I want to rob Prof. Okay, I want to come into Prof's home and take Prof's belongings. Now, I'm a human being who can also enter and come out because I know the gate can automatically open. My question is, how are you going to prevent me from entering?
So the people that the residents in the community
Right.
has they have been registered.
Okay.
So they have either a face recognition or an RI,
I have that. That's what we're looking for. Also.
or an RFID card. That too. So if you are not a citizen of the community and you come close to the gate thinking the gate will open for you, it won't because it won't see your.
That's it. That's it. That's right. That's it. And then the other question is that with your vertical farm, what informed that decision? Is it because no land, or what is it? Or what informed vertical gardening?
Why we implemented the vertical farm is because we know that in the future the population of our of people living in our country will be increasing and there will be no more land available for farming, so this can be able to save space, and it also include waste, recycled waste, plastic waste, and it can also help the environment, so it can save space, and the people living in the urban areas can be able to use it. You can even use it at your backyard or even on your corridor to plant vegetables.
Okay, thank you very much. This is Lab 7. Thanks a lot. Congratulations, Lab 7. Please let's help them take their stuff out through the exit while we call on Lab 5. Am I reading the right thing? Lab 5, please.
Finally, I see your face. Ooh, oh my days. I've been out here looking for you for days. Ooh, I just want to say, my head, you day for my head. I know fit to reset, I know fit to connect. Within your back, say make a defend. I know fit to defend, even if I play defense. Yeah. I won't comport myself, I can't. I fall for you, can flat. I fall.
Hi everyone, I'm Nanajwe J from Lab 5.
I am Bernard Ajiman from YM Lab 5.
And I'm Mary.
I'm also Inshra from YM Lab 5. And we are presenting an Arduino based smart city. We realize that for a city to be smart is based on 5 main things, which are: one, it should be disability friendly; two, it should be easy to use; three, it should have a smart architecture design; four, it should be affordable, use renewable energy; and five, it should it should have smart environment or a secured environment. Um, One might ask, how does our project contribute to the supporting of disabled people? Okay, our project have inbuilt elevators which helps to carry disabled people from one floor to another. It also has a door in the garage which helps the disabled person to get easy access into the house as soon as he or she steps out from the vehicle. It also has automated lights and fan systems which turns on which activates or turns on. The fan turns on when the temperature in the room is too hot, and the light turns on when there's darkness. In terms of security, our projects have cameras, not just cameras, but smart cameras, which is trained to detect actions. For instance, when an outsider tries to climb your wall to get into your compound, the camera is trained to detect that action and it will send you a notification and you'll be able to call for help or something. It also have radar system which scans your environment. Um, Wild animals like snakes and scorpions can enter your house, which is dangerous, but the radar system is there to detect the animals that enters. And we also have the RFID doors, which operates on RFID cards. The we also control the buildings in the city with a remote control, which is easy to use. And this is the card for using the RFID doors. The project is positioned in such a way that when the sun rises, um, the sun rays, too much sun rays cannot enter the building, which will help cause or which will cause you to which will cause the amount of energy you use to operate your fans and your light will be conserved. And we also have the smart cameras I was talking about earlier. And yes.
So, this Arduino powered smart house and also the smart city helps in solving some SDG goals. One SDG goal is the SDG goal 11, that's sustainable cities. So, this sustainable cities helps in urban ecosystems and also helps in disabilities, people with disabilities. Seven, it's also as affordable and renewable source of energy. So, as I said, the renewable source of energy, like the solar panel, this solar panel helps us to reduce the financial cost. It may be producing hydroelectric energy, and also it's solves the SDG goal 10. That's reducing inequalities. So this house helps people with disabilities. And if it helps people with disabilities, they're not going to be distinguished from others. So it's going to help them to reduce their inequalities. And also, it helps to encourage consumption and reduce consumption and also encouraging conserving of energy. So the solar panel, as I said earlier, can help us to reduce the consumption of hydroelectric energy and also reduce the financial costs. Thank you.
And also, the solar panel is not just any solar panel, but it's trained or programmed in such a way that wherever the sun is positioned, it's going to turn into that direction, and it will trap the sun rays, which will conserve into the energy, which will be powered to the house. And these street lights too, they are automated. They turn on during the night because it sends darkness and turns on during the day when there is light. Thank you.
We also have here an automated fish pond. This fish pond takes care of itself. It comes with a feeder. The feeder feeds the fish morning, day, and night based on the real time clock system. And also, it contains various sensors, including the pH sensor, water level sensor, and the temperature sensor that is used to monitor water parameters. It comes with an LCD display and an LCD display and a keyboard that is used to control the pond manually. The pond can be controlled manually using a smartphone app. And also, it has pumps. The pumps are grouped into two. One is used to refill the water when it's below the desired level, and one pump is used to drain the water when it's above the desired level. And also, our pump, the water that is being drained from our pond is used to irrigate our farm, thereby conserving energy. Please, do you know that the water that is being drained from our pond contains algae, and the algae is used to generate electricity that is 2 times powerful than solar energy. So this algae that are used in production of electricity can also help in financial stability. So wasting my money in maybe producing or paying electricity bills, I can also use this algae and the solar panel to produce energy. That's going to help me reduce the cost of finances in the electricity bills. So this Arduino powered fish pond is solving the SDG goal 1. That is the financial stability. And the SDG goal 2, that's zero hunger. So the fish farming can serve as two importance. One, the fish in the fish pond can help you in maybe producing protein. And we know that protein is one essential vitamin in the body. Also, when these fishes grow, I can sell them off and also get money so that I can use it in catering for my basic needs, like catering for my child's education, shelter, and also some of his rights. Thank you.
Okay. Right. Why did you guys decide to rather use fish pond to grow fish and not goats or chicken? What's the reason?
Okay, so the reason why we chose to use a fish pond is because the fish pond has some advanced characteristics that helps in business growth early. So the fish pond, and in this time when maybe I sell one fish, I can sell it at the price of 1,000 Ghana cedis. Yes, I can sell at the price of 1,000
The
Ghana
reason
cedis.
why we decided to do this fish pond is that it has another um advantage which we already said, like the water which is being drained away can be used to irrigate our plants, and the plants like that, the crops, which will sell and gain another income, and sell the fish too and gain another income.
Right. And also the other one, regards to a smart home, you indicated that for it to be smart, it should also be friendly to disabled,
Disability friendly.
disability friendly. So in terms of elevators, what happens in the event that there's not enough power? How do you intend to run your elevators?
Self access to phone. It The house is being powered with solar energy,
Energy.
and the solar energy, the panels I already said, it's not just any solar energy, but wherever the sun is positioned, the solar panel will face to that direction and trap enough solar energy to power the house.
Yeah, so my question again was that the elevators, right, they need motors. The motors are up to 10, right, for you to go up, down, and all the stuff that you're doing. So the motor is really going to be like DC motors, all right? Because your solar gives you DCs, right? Do you plan to convert it to the standard, the usual way, which is your AC, or you just want to maintain your DC? That's what I was just trying to understand. You understand what I'm saying? Did you get it? So because the elevators, for you to power them, they have motors, and then the motors you have is it DC or is going to be your AC? All right, through DC, right? So that's the question.
Okay.
I'm sure yes. So I wanted to ask how you're going to manage fire outbreaks.
Okay, so the house comes with a flame detector, which detects flames whenever there is a fire outbreak, and also blows an alarm. And it's also send you a notification on your phone so you can call for help for the firefighters to come and put off the fire for you in your house.
I heard an app that controls the operations on the farm, right? Okay. How does the app connect to the sensors on the farm?
The connection.
Yes, how does the app
Mhm.
operates the operations on the farm? How can you use the app to monitor, to operate, to do anything on the
Is
farm?
okay, so uh, it can do this in one capabilities like the Wi-Fi connection. So we this fish pond we have done it in such a way that it has a Wi-Fi connection that you can connect it, and also a Bluetooth connection that you can connect it to your phone and control it everywhere you are at any time. You can even know when the time is due for the fuel to come, and also you can control it
My phone has the app right now. My question is, how is the connection? You connect this Wi-Fi to your system.
by using the Tinkerbell,
Okay, go on.
and the Tinkerbell is thinkable.
Okay, we connect it to the LCD, which it sends you the information about your fish pond.
LCD.
Yes.
Really? Okay. No more questions.
Yeah. What's the purpose of the ultrasonic sensor?
This one. Please, this one is used to scan your environment. It's used to detect wild animals like snakes which enter your house. So it's trained in such a way that when it detects snakes or wild animals, it will send you a notification so that you can kill it or do whatever you want.
How does it do that?
Um,
Okay, so it scans around, and also it can sense the animal from a very long distance. So, or senses the animal. It sends it to the buzzer, and the buzzer is also going to blow alarm, and it can it can show you the exact location where maybe the animal is hiding, so that you can also take further action.
Okay, thank you very much. Then we have our questions. Thank you. Lab 5, well done. Lab 4 is next. And the audience, please know that there'll be a group award. And we'll get to vote your winner and they'll be given a prize. So we're following very carefully. There'll be a Viewer's Choice Award. So this is now lab 4.
Good day to you all, to us as well. We are Lab 4 No, we are representing Yamoransa Model Lab 4. I go by the name Jamal Nimatu.
Isako Abdallah is my name.
Doris Lifanantuangma is my name.
I know you guys will be wondering why we have such a huge project here, and you'll be wondering why the purpose of this project. But not to worry, there's a saying that do not judge a book by its cover. By the time we are done, you will understand.
Our project for this year is simply a smart haven in a parabolic solar cooker, which addresses the Sustainable Development Goal 7, which provides an affordable and clean energy for all. I'll be handing over to my colleague Isako Abdallah to further take us through the parabolic solar cooker.
So, a parabolic solar cooker is a friendly way of preparing food through the use of sunlight.
So with this project, we have our satellite dish with the aluminum foil on it. During where I'm coming from the north, we have a lot of sunlight there. So this aluminum dish, this satellite dish traps the sunlight, then stores it. I know you people will be wondering why, if it uses solar energy, then what if in the rainy season? No, don't worry. In the rainy season, as it stores solar energy, it stores some of the solar energy. So maybe during rainy season, you can use it. There's no problem whether in rainy season or whatever. And I know you'll be wondering why it's huge. As STEM students, we only came out with this project. So with your collaboration and this, we can improve more on it. And also, you'll be asking why we came out with this project. You know, from the north, where I come from, people, our old women, they are stubborn. They like using charcoal, firewood. They are ignorant about the side effect. Using charcoal, firewood, it emits a lot of smoke in the atmosphere. That that destroys our ozone layer and then leads to global warming. So with this project, it's designed to cut down on those negative side effects. Let's see.
You realize that in the north where we come from, and please, if you are going there, hold your umbrella because of the sunlight. Now, from the north, we have people or women who engage in food selling. With these women, they use charcoal, and when they don't get any fan or something to fan for the fire to rise, they'll use their mouth, and this will, when they inhale the poisoned air, that's where they'll get respiratory diseases. And for this project, it seeks to manage the way we use gas, charcoal, and firewood. You know, cutting down trees can also cause deforestation, which leads to global warming. So this project is just a prototype in order for you people to advance. Now, to give you a little story. There was a boy who stole mangoes. Then they were looking for him. Then he ran into a forest. The people followed him there. Then one of the people who were following him said that by the time I mentioned this boy's name three times, he will show. Now the boy, instead of him to keep quiet from the tree, he said that if one mention my name 100 times, I will not come out. This means that he has exposed himself already. For with this, we don't have a regulator which regulates the amount of heat exerted. So that's why we need our collaboration. And I believe that the goal for Yamoransa model is to improve on collaboration in order to enhance the problem-solving skills of students. We'll be moving to the Smart Haven. Now, Smart Haven is an innovative automation project which uses automation systems in order to collaborate a sense of security, safety, and convenience for homes, and not just for homes, but for companies and other institutions. You realize that the smart haven has a door sensor. The moment you come into the house, it adjusts the air quality. The moment you enter your house, your door opens for you to then you just lie on your bed comfortably. So if you need any of this projects, please come to Lab 4. We are available. And don't hesitate to call us. We are just one. Now with the
So regarding to the smart home, we have sensors in it. The door sensor. As soon as you leave your house, maybe let's say you have left your house, then there's lights, nothing around. Then you are somewhere else. As soon as an intruder enters, the sensors in the house sends a message on your phone. And if you don't reply to the message, it keeps calling you until you answer the call before you can do this and take the necessary actions.
Then with the security light system, imagine you are sleeping midnight, your area where you are living, there are no street lights and other things. Then you are sleeping, then an intruder comes in. It sends a message to you as you are in your room so that you can take the necessary action. And we have the water dispenser too. During rainy season, the water dispenser harvests water. Ghana, we all know. Last year, like this, up till now, we are still fighting against Galamsey. And then when they pump the water, treating the water too is cost effective. So they just pump the water anyhow, and we take it ignorantly. We don't know the side effect. So with this water dispenser, it purifies the water and make it quality for you, so you can use it anywhere. Then with um the gas detection system, some of us we have cylinders that we have been using from generation to generation. We don't care to know, we are ignorant about the maintenance of the cylinders, and gas leakages as well. Recently there has been a video trending online where a nurse died with her family out of gas explosion. So with this sensor, it detects gas leakages, then send you that message on your phone or calls you to make you alert of what is going on in your house. Then regarding to the benefits of the parabolic solar cooker.
So the parabolic solar cooker has numerous advantages. They include it is neat, it is harmless, it is affordable for all, and
Also, some of us living in the compound houses or family houses, maybe you just went to the market and bought some little ingredients to prepare something delicious to eat. And as soon as you prepare it, everybody will be like, "Can I taste some?" So with this parabolic solar cooker and with your collaboration and then support, we can make it more suitable. You can carry it to your room and cook. Can you carry gas to your room to cook? No. What of charcoal? No, it makes the whole place dirty. So with this solar cooker, you can carry it into your room, make your cooking without anybody, with your only your privacy. No one intrudes.
There's a saying that two heads are better than one. So I believe that if we students of STEMs collaborate with each other in order to advance this project, we will be known as the future leaders. And together we stand divided with four. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Lab 4. So we're going to have about 3 questions from our judges, please.
A quick question. So with your parabolic cooking, where is the cooking take place? Where do you place it?
Please, it takes place here. This is
That there's a pot that's always here. So once this dish traps the sunlight, it converts it into light energy or heat energy, then rises up to prepare the food.
Okay. How about radiation? Are you guys considering radiation potential issues, all right, with the people around?
As we said in our presentation, we later on said that we don't have a regulator which regulates the heat exerted from the solar dish. So that's why we need all of your collaboration in order to advance this project to do better.
All right. And then the second question you said was that for privacy's sake, you could move this one into a room. So once you take it into a room, where do you get the radiation? How do you get it again? When you move it, when you take it away to your room to cook privately, how do you get the intensity, the heat intensity?
So with the solar dish,
Yes.
as it's in the sunlight, it has a rate at which it stores the solar energy.
So where do you store it? That's my question. That's what I'm
it's stored on the reflector.
The reflector.
Yes, please.
Storing on the reflector. You know that reflector is not
Storage system.
I can't hear the question, Judge. And give the judge one of your microphones. Give me your microphone.
Yes.
Good.
Yes, it's better. I think it's better now. We know that the surface of the parabolic material is not concentrated at the bottom of the pan that you want to use. How is it going to store the energy? Are you going to have any other integration where you convert the thermal energy into some form of electrochemical energy?
So please, this is just a prototype. As STEM students, we came out with this just to explain. We know you all know this, but
The northern region. Does it mean it's only going to be used at the northern region because of the sunshine? I mean, the temperature out there. What about when you come to the south, where there will be rainy season, the times where the sun is not peak, and it wouldn't be able to have enough to cook any food? How would you solve this?
Actually, we had a discussion among ourselves that since if we come to the south where the rain is always there, we will have a rain sensor or a rain reflector which stores the rain. Then it like the using the like the Akosombo dam like this. They use water in order to generate electricity. So we will be using the rain sensor to collect the rain, then transform it into electricity. Then further, we'll now use a sensor which will now convert it into electricity, heat, to send it towards the food or the pot.
So you are building a dam?
No.
No? How are you going to convert the water into electricity? What process will you pass through?
Whenever you are going to innovate something, you start from scraps, then you move to something. So that whatever great person or who became a great person, obviously the person started from scraps, then became someone in life.
Yeah, but I'm asking about yours. It's about you. Okay, that's fine. Sure.
Yeah, another question. Can you place the cooking pot anywhere? Where you place here? Can it be any place?
No, it's just here.
Why?
That's if it's like a glass. If you use a glass or a screen towards the sunlight, it reflects the light in a particular direction. So when the sunlight is coming down, it will rather reflect it back, but not anywhere. It will reflect it back here, unless of course you change the position of the solar dish.
So how about hanging it?
Hanging it.
Yeah.
this is only a support structure. You
You know,
can
but
unscrew this.
I mean, where the metallic structure is, if I should hang it, which gets a bit closer to the dish,
Yes,
wouldn't it work?
it will work.
So this is where I come in. How is it going to work then?
This is the question again.
You said it will work if the distance to the surface, or let me say the incident point, if the incident point is breached and the direction is moved in another direction, how is it going to heat the pan? How is it going to cook what is in the pan? So have you used it to cook yourself before?
No.
Okay.
No.
Thank you
You
very
are
much.
contestant number 11, lap 2. Let's see you as you make your way in here. Thank you very much, lap 4. Welcome, lap 2. After lap 2, we have 4 more laps and we are done.
Good day, ladies and gentlemen. I am Amazonia Sidaredu, and my colleagues here are
Mike Amponsa
Joy Hipotete.
and Imano Mare.
We are representing Yamoransa Model Lab 2. Agriculture is the backbone of food production, but the traditional irrigation method often leads to water wastage, insufficient water for crop, suboptimal crop yields, and the farmer goes through stress. With climate change and a growing global population, which in turn means increase in population in our community, ensuring efficient and sustainable farming is more important than ever. Farmers in our community, which is an urban area, meaning very little people engage in farming, making farming a difficult venture. The very few who engage in farming do so alongside other jobs. So therefore
they do not get much time to irrigate their crops properly, or they will have to pay huge amounts of money to employ people just for irrigation. This is where Irigo, our smart irrigation system, comes in. Irigo uses technology like sensors, IoT, data analytics, and automation to provide crops with the right amount of water at the right time. This not only improves productivity but also conserves water, which is a resource for sustainable agriculture, satisfying the SDG goal 2, which is zero hunger, which is aiming to end hunger, and the SDG 6, which is clean water and sanitation, ensuring accessibility and efficient water for crops. So my colleague will continue.
Our Irigo was built with components such as an ESP32 board, which is a LIGO board, a moisture sensor, connecting wires, a tube, a water tank, and a pump. Now, our project works in two modes, which is the automatic mode and the remote mode. I would like to talk about the automatic mode first. The automatic mode uses the sensor to check the moisture levels inside the soil. And if the moisture levels inside the soil falls below a set threshold value of 30, the sensor sends its signals to the LILIGO board. The LILIGO board decodes it and then sends its signals back to the powerhouse to automatically activate the pump and then begin irrigation. Now, the set threshold value of 30 of the sensor depends on the type of crop on the farm. So any threshold value that be set for the sensor will depend on the crop on the farm. And once sufficient water level is detected in the soil, the pump goes off automatically, preventing overirrigation. For the remote mode, the farmer implements the use of the Telegram application to be able to irrigate the farm from wherever he is using a smartphone or computer. Now, the Irigo is connected to the Telegram bot by a token which is obtained from the bot father chat in the Telegram application, and it is implemented in the code, thereby connecting the Irigo to the Telegram bot made for it. Farmers can manually override the automatic system of the Irigo, giving them more control of the Irigo than the automatic mode of the system. Thank you.
The benefits of the Irigo are remote accessibility, increased crop yield, cost saving, and sustainability.
We are here to present on the smart home. Traditional homes lack automation, remote accessibility, and energy efficiency, which often leads to security vulnerabilities, high energy consumption, and delayed emergency response. So my team and I devised a solution to combat these challenges. That is the smart home system. The smart home system is a system designed to enhance the efficiency, convenience, and security of modern homes by integrating IoT and advanced automation. Some of the benefits of you, and this system falls under SDG Goal 11, that is Sustainable Cities and Communities, which aims to promote the resilience, convenience, and automation of modern homes. Some of the benefits of this system are 1. Enhanced security, 2. Welfare and safety, and 3. Energy efficiency. This system contains some features by which my colleague will further elaborate.
One of the features of our smart home is the automatic door lock. It makes use of the RFID technology, which scans an authorized card to open the door. But in case you don't want to use the card, you can use your Google Home, which has buttons or switches to unlock and lock the door. The unlock switch has a feature where the owner will create a unique code or unique password to unlock the door so that no random person can have access to open the door. This will help increase or enhance our security at homes, as well as making us stay home very comfortably. The next feature of our smart home is the smart remote and monitoring system, where we use LED as our appliance. This system is to help us control all our appliances in our homes, whether to turn them on or off. So here we use the LEDs, and then we linked it with Google Home. So we can use the Google Home to turn on our LEDs on or off. This will help reduce the stress of the individual in the house going up and down to turn off their appliances. The next feature, or the last feature we use in our home, is the smart smoke detector. This system detects smoke and triggers a very loud alarm. Then it will send emergency messages to 3 targets: the owner of the house, the occupant, and the fire service department. This will help reduce the rate of fire outbreaks, fire-related accidents, and property damage because the fire will be attended to very quickly. We believe that these features will help living in our homes very easy, smarter, and more efficient. Thank you.
Through better, please, from the judges.
Just on your last point, why do you send information to the house owner, the occupant, and just the fire service, and not probably the police or the medical team? Why not?
Okay, so we can advance it to add those features as well. We thought since it's a fire outbreak, with the fire service is the one who's supposed to take care of it, but there might be incidents, so we'll add them to the code as well as we keep on moving. Add those features to it.
How do you detect diseases when it comes to the farm, the agricultural aspect?
For now, this system doesn't have that feature, but as we move on further, we'll integrate that into our system.
Well, MC is not here, so I'll ask my last question. Okay. That's farming, yes? Precision farming, right? What sensors did you use? Can you say them again?
And please, we used a moisture sensor to check the moisture content inside the soil.
Right.
And after it has sensed if there's no moisture content in it, it also sends its signals to the LIGO board, where it will trigger and then sends its signals to the power supply, which will then automatically activate the pump to work. But if it senses the enough water, sufficient water on the farm, it also sends its signals to the LIGO board so that the irrigation that was already going on will be complete.
Oh, okay. So you don't check the pH level of the soil?
Yes, no.
Nothing?
Right now, we don't have that.
Now you don't have that.
Well, since it's a precision style format, how do you ensure effective fertigation? Because precision farming doesn't just involve water irrigation. You also have to apply other chemicals to ensure that you supply it with the right nutrition. But nothing like that is mentioned. Can you teach us, coach us how it's supposed to be done?
This project is an irrigation system for now, but we will add features such as the fertilization feature and others.
Okay. All right. I think because of time, we'll end it here. Thank you.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. That was lab 2. Lab 8 is next. Lab 8. After which we'll have lab 9, Gambia, and then lab 11. But for now, lab 8 is coming up to show us what they've got.
My name is Karen Obing.
I'm Jamal, sir.
Lab 5.
I am Andrew Delagbagbo.
I'm Cherub Raccoon. We represent the YM Lab 8, and the project we have here is the Novus Technopolis. The name was derived from a Latin word that simply means modern smart city. It has specific technical proposed suite of interconnected systems, such as the smart school, a smart fire station, a smart home, a water management system, and a waste management component.
Before I proceed, I would like to state that the project we built was made from material that was 3D modeled and then printed at our lab. The project also consists of other electronic components. This project is based on 10 microcontrollers, which are 9 Arduino Uno R3 microcontrollers, and then one Expressive 32 microcontroller. The project we built addresses SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy, through the use of solar power and then step power. Now we realized that such a system couldn't go in isolation. Therefore, we designed a smart city that will utilize the energy being generated. This smart city also addresses SDG 11, which is sustainable cities and communities. And now I'll begin with the smart home system. Now, the smart home system consists of several different interconnected systems, such as RFID access control. Now, in most homes, keys are used for entry and exit into and out of our homes. Therefore, we decided to replace this traditional system with RFID technology for a more secure residential setting, whereby an RFID tag is placed over a reader for the door to open and then it's placed back for the door to close. There's also a temperature monitoring system. Now, in most residential settings, temperature is regulated manually, which leads to energy inefficiency. Therefore, we decided to design a system that will autonomously regulate temperature by using a temperature humidity sensor that measures both temperature and humidity and is placed on an LCD screen. And once temperature or humidity is above a certain predefined threshold, it will start a cooling fan. There's also a rain detection system. Now, in our homes, windows are closed manually in the event of rain, and this becomes a challenge when one is not at home. Therefore, we designed a system that will autonomously detect rain with the help of a rain sensor and then close all windows by using a servo motor. The home also includes PIR motion detection and gas sensor.
With the Novus Technopolis, it also has a water management system. In the rainy days, we don't take advantage of the rain, but when we get to the dry or harmattan, when we struggle for rain. So remember, in this water management system, there is a rain collection system that collects rain through tubes into the underground storage tank. In the underground storage tank, it then pumps water into a multi-stage filtration system, then into the reservoir. In the reservoir, there is a water level sensor that determines the amount of water in the reservoir, whether high or low. When the water is full, it then distributes into the city. With this water management system, it can be implemented in the northern part of Ghana. Why am I saying this? Because in the northern part of Ghana, whenever the Bagri Dam is open, it floods through the northern part of Ghana. So if we have this water management system there, when the Bagri Dam is open and it floods, the water that causes the flood will rather be stored and used for irrigation purposes. We can also look at Accra. When it rains for about 20 to 30 minutes, here floods. With the water management system, the water that causes the flood can be stored, filtered, and used for intended purpose.
The Novus Technopolis also includes a smart school system, which also comprises several different interconnected systems. The first is RFID attendance monitoring. Now, in our schools, a lot of time is spent taking attendance of students. Therefore, we designed a system that uses RFID technology to take attendance of students, where each student is given an RFID tag with a unique code. And once they are coming to school, they place this tag over a reader, which registers that student as present in school. Once they are leaving, they place it back and it registers them as leaving the school. This can deal with issues of absenteeism and punctuality. Now, the next is step power energy generation. Now, as I mentioned earlier, we chose to address SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy. As a result, we researched on affordable and clean energy sources and came across step power. Now, this is a flooring technology that is able to convert the kinetic energy in footsteps into electrical energy. Now, I want us to do some mathematics. An average step can generate 2 watts of power. The average person takes 5,000 steps a day, and then an average home consumes 50 kilowatts of power, which translates as the average person would be able to power an entire home within 5 days. Such a system could be implemented in high foot traffic areas, such as markets, stations, and also on pavements. Now, let's take KJTR, for example, which recently suffered power outages. Now, if the average person can power an entire home in 5 days, how much more the tens of thousands of people who walk through KJT? There's also a solar farm with solar panels, which complements the energy that's being generated by the step power. This energy is then stored in a 12-volt battery and then distributed to the entire city with the help of a solar charge controller. Yeah.
The smart city also have a smart fire station that concentrates on the rapid fire detection and response using robotic technology. The Ozobot monitoring system is being deployed within the city with sensors like the smoke temperature to detect fire events in the city. And this makes the city sound and safe for human activities. The Ozobot can be also used as security surveillance or a security camera. We also have fire hydrants placed at vantage points of the city. And they are placed there because sometimes firefighters go out to quench a fire and may also run out of fire. So they have to rush back to the fire station to collect water. And due to this situation, the fire may also break into the city and we may lose a lot of properties and people too. But in the smart city, because we have fire hydrants placed at vantage places, the firefighter can come to the nearest hydrant to collect water to go and quench the fire.
Now in Ghana, we all can attest to the fact that as we drive through our streets, we mostly see street lights on during the daytime and off during the nighttime, and mostly unattended to, which doesn't contribute to the wise use of energy in our country. So we come up with this smart system which automatically turns on and off the street lights during the daytime and the nighttime by using a photoresistor. Now what the photoresistor does is to check for the presence of sunlight. If there's sunlight, it blocks current from flowing, which automatically turns off the street lights. And when there's no sunlight, it allows current to flow, which turns on the street lights in the night. And this process can be carried on without the intervention, the manipulation of man. Now we've placed street lights at strategic places in the city to ensure smooth flow of traffic. Now, after seeing all these technicalities, we cannot do away with the waste management system. Surely waste will be generated. How do you manage it? So we came up with this smart waste segregation system, which employs an ultrasonic sensor, a humidity sensor, and a servo motor. The ultrasonic sensor senses for the presence of waste, and the humidity sensor checks if the waste is wet or dry. If it is wet, it triggers a servo motor to drop the waste into the wet container. If it is dry, it does the same for the dry container. Now, the wet waste can be easily sent to the agricultural sector to be used for compost, and the dry can be easily sent to the waste managing industries to be recycled into new products.
Conclusion: our project addresses SDG 7, which is affordable and clean energy, through the use of step power and solar power, as well as SDG 11, sustainable cities and communities, by integrating technology into our city infrastructure.
We're out of time.
It only creates convenience.
Thank you.
Better quality of life for everyone. Thank you.
You're out of time. Judges, 3 questions, please.
Yeah, I have a first question. I don't know why you didn't use thumbprint. You have facial recognition there. Didn't use it. You didn't use thumbprint to instead you use RFID for attendance. Why RFID instead of thumbprint? Why?
I didn't get your question right.
You use attendance. You use RFID for attendance instead of thumbprint. See, thumbprint. No one can replace a person. If I have a RFID card, I can give it to another person to register for me. But if I use my thumbprint and the person doesn't attend classes, you will be noticed. So why didn't you use thumbprint instead of RFID? I'm asking.
Yes, the thumbprint can also be used in place of the RFID, but for our model, we decided to use the RFID. But wherever it will be implemented, the thumbprint can be used in place of the RFID to serve for attendance monitoring.
In your alternative power, you have 2 sources. You have solar, you have step. I have not, how comprehensive your project appears to be, I have not seen anything like wind and biogas. Is it something you are thinking about, or you think it has no place in your project?
Well, there's a model, and therefore it cannot include every source of energy. That's why we decided to include these 2 sources of energy.
All right, that's good. And then you mentioned that the average household consumes 50 kilowatts.
40 to 50 kilowatts.
Wow, where are you getting your data from? Is it from the US or from Europe?
Oh, that's general, worldwide. If you average.
No, average Europe and US, the rest don't even consume that. Yeah, so like typically somewhere like 7 kilowatts to 10 for Africa is ideal. In the States, 15 kilowatts to 25 is mostly for the small homes. But because you have put, with your topic, you've dealt with it very well, and that is very good.
Thank you.
Thank you. Great job. Keep it up. So
Thank you very much.
Judges, are we done with our questions? Thank you very much. That was Lab 8. Thanks a lot, Lab 8. Lab 9, please step forward. Lab 9 is coming in. They are contestant number 13. Lab 9. After Lab 9, we have 2 more, and we are done.
let's get that. Where's mine? I'm giving you.
It's calling.
Good evening. My name is Precious Enunam Tlupia, representing Yamoransa Model Lab 9.
I am also Foucault Champansford, representing Yamoransa Model Lab 9.
Project for Airtad 2025 is entitled The Solar Drying House for Sustainable Food Preservation. The solar drying house is an innovative, eco-friendly solution designed to address food preservation challenges in agriculture, specifically in the rural areas. The reason why we chose this project is that in our community, Boma, their occupation is mostly farming. So when food comes in abundance, all all the farmers' foods go to waste. So, building this project is to prevent the food from spoiling. So, this project has the following key features. One, it has a mobile design. It is equipped with wheels for easy transportation, making it adaptable to various locations. It is also an eco-friendly construction. It is built with lightweight, durable, and weatherproof materials. It also had modular drying racks. Adjustable racks allow for the efficient drying of diverse crops. Our project aligns with the Sustainable Development Goals, particularly SDG 2, Zero Hunger, by reducing food spoilage and enhancing food availability. SDG 7, Affordable and Clean Energy, through the use of solar energy. SDG 12, Responsible Consumption and Production, by minimizing waste in the agricultural supply chain. This project is expected to provide practical solutions to smallholder farmers, agribusinesses, and rural communities, enabling them to prevent food more effectively by reducing waste, improving food quality, and enhancing income availabilities. The drying house contributes to a more sustainable and resilient agricultural sector. This project has the following target audience: farmers, food processors, agricultural entrepreneurs, and other development organizations focused on improving food security and sustainability. Future. So, in the near future, we will wish to equip this project with automated temperature and humidity control that will regulate the temperature in the drying house. And with that improvement, I assure you that within 48 hours, your crops will be dry for you to. Thank you.
I am also here to describe this smart house. This smart house is entitled a home-based cloth collector. This setup is designed to automatically detect rain and protect clothes from getting wet in a home-based cloth collection system. It uses the rain sensor area when it is raining. This project is mainly used at the rainy season to help those who are always absent from home so that when it begins to rain, there will be no time to come back home to collect their clothes from the dry land. Again, this is how the project works. When a single drop of rain touches the rain sensor, it sends an instruction to the Arduino board. Afterward, the Arduino board sends an instruction to the 7motor to drive it into the sealed place so that the rain will not touches the clothes or make it wet. Afterwards, the rain is being seized, and this rain detector get dry. It's again send another instruction to the 7motor to drive it out so that the sun rays can efficiently dry the clothes. And again, this project was mainly made for disabled peoples, busy businesses, men and women, nursing mothers, etc. In conclusion, this project aligns with the SDG Goal 11, sustainable city and or community. In conclusion, this project was made with an automated door so that the owner of the house can get access to the door without the use of human hands. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was Lab 9. Okay. Judges, 3 questions, please.
So what happens during rainy season? Does that mean that this house will not work? Rainy season, you can't dry your clothing. Is that what it is?
You can dry it.
Rainy season, when it's raining throughout the day.
Yes, you can use it.
Okay.
So, want to ask, about the the drying process in a situation where you are, exposed to dust and all that? In a setup like this, how do you ensure a very clean and a very, hygienic drying process?
We have a net here to cover the crops when it's in the process of drying, so it will keep it safe.
Okay. Is it using forced drag or is using a natural drag?
A natural dry.
It's using natural drag.
Please, yes.
So if you're using the natural drag and you have your net there, and you're saying within 48 hours you can have it dry.
No, that one she said in the nearby future.
What will make the nearby future?
You'll be willing to add that solar panels that will generate heat to dry these crops.
Solar panels generating heat. How?
It will store the energy in a battery. So in the night time, that battery will generate heat to power the drying house.
Oh.
Gambia. And my name is Tida Jaji, representing Lab Gambia. So we are excited to share with you a groundbreaking solution to the Gambia most pressing agricultural challenges. Did you know that in the Gambia, 70% fresh water is used for irrigation? No. And the one which is used is sometimes wasted, which includes crop failure and also reduce the operational cost of farmers. This is where our project comes in. An innovative Arduino Smart Farm Assistant, which will help farmers to ensure that their crops has been properly watered and also to save water. So this is not just a project, but this is the future of agriculture. For example, in our school in Gambia, where not all the students are financially stable, like some of us, we don't have lunch money. So last year in November, some medical expertise from Belgium came to our school to test the eyes of students, and it was reported that almost we introduced a project called Five a Day. I know you all must be wondering what is five a day. So, five a day means that each and every child that walks into the gate of our school will have these five basic nutrients, which are protein, carbohydrate, vitamins, minerals, and fats and oil. So, when this project is implemented in our garden, it will help tackle that problem because when we produce or when we harvest those crops, we will store them and later take it to the school canteen cook to give each student a veg and a fruit per day. So from Monday to Friday, that is why it is called five a day. So this project, it doesn't make sure like the water is properly used. So I will allow my colleague here to continue.
Thank you. So the key points of our project are soil monitoring system. Soil monitoring system. It's soil monitoring system. It keeps real life data and provides crops automatically when the soil moisture is below a threshold. Is below a threshold. So in that case, we are preventing wastage of water. Now, how it works? It works in two systems: data collection or collection of data. Sensors collect data. Sensors. The second system is the automation. This system activates irrigation based on based on based on the sensors input. The materials that we use are the relay motor, the water pumps of our project. Number one, increase productivity by providing a storage house whereby food or crops can be stored into the storage house for future use. Thereby, even when there is crop whereby when there is crop shortage, the farm can produce food to the people. Two, we have climate change. In our community, the farmers they use generators, and which they use generators. So by using batteries and solar panels, it can combat climate change. Two, sorry. Three, we have water usage, the water conservation. Through the through the through the harvesting of water rain, we can prevent water wastage by collecting by harvesting the water rain into the reservoir, and the reservoir will clean the water so that it can be used to clean to water the plants. Namas and students to use our project so that they can they can be motivated and know that they can use their own innovation, their own smart their own smart farming to know that they should grow what they eat and eat what they grow. Two, we should AI, artificial intelligence, and also our GSM alert so that it can alert farmers what is going on in their farmers. The fourth one is the third one. Our in conclusion,
This project goes beyond just saving water. But what we want in future is agriculture which is more sustainable, which can cope food security, climate change, and sustainable agriculture. So I hope really be implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Gambia. Shadow, what question do you have for Gambia, please?
Okay, I heard something like water sensor, right? Oh no, water monitoring system.
Moisture sensor.
Water monitoring sensor.
Soil moisture sensor.
Soil monitoring sensor. Yes. What do you monitor?
The soil threshold. When the water is below a threshold. For example, if I put this soil water sensor into the soil and it's dry, so if when it's dry, it will send an alert to the water pump. So the water pump will open the tap so water can water the crops. So when the soil is having enough water, the water doesn't need to water. Yes, the water level. Yes.
So how would you take care of soil acidity in a situation where the pH of the soil increases?
Yeah.
Okay. In order to measure you mean the soil temperature or?
No. So for instance, when you have so much water at a place and it's not, mixing or dissolving, or it is moving out of where it's supposed to be and it's still stagnant. It is constant. Sometimes there are some chemical process that leads to acidity. And I'm asking whether your system can manage acidity. Because if you water and there is acidity in the soil, you are killing the crop.
Okay. We do not have the we do not have the materials to add the temperature sensor and all those things that are required here because in our country we lack all these materials. So in order to do that, we really need the materials so that we can invest in it. That's why I said the future upgrade.
Okay, thank you very much. Gambia, please make your way inside the hall. Let's see what you have to offer for us during the project exhibition. Last but definitely not the least, Lab 11.
I'd rather go find somewhere quiet. You glow, and I get lost here in your eyes. I'ma gain all be so. Girl, you just capture my soul. I'ma gain all be so. Make me wanna just take you home.
And my name is Caleb Akapu.
Today, we are here to present our project. And the name of our project is Smart Agriculture 101 and the Sustainable Development Goal 2, which says no hunger. To start with, we have the nursery, the farm, a seed protection chamber, a storage, an animal's den, greenhouse, an irrigation system.
The nursery. The nursery is the place where the farmer will nurse his or her crop, his seedlings, and after nursing, the farmer will come and will transplant and plant the seedlings here. After the crop yield, some plants can serve as food for the livestock, and the feces of the livestock can serve as manure for the crops in their crop yield. The greenhouse. The greenhouse protects the seedlings from direct sunlight, which destroys the farmer's crops. Examples of crops that can be grown under the greenhouse are vegetables. Now, we have the seed protection chamber, where the farmer dries up his seedlings. Whenever it's about to rain and the rain hits the rain sensor, it will automatically close. After drying, this is the place the farmer will store his or her seedlings so that it can water the crops. Around the farm, it is guided by anti-theft security. Whenever a person touches the wall, it will make sound which will alert the people around the farm to know that there is something wrong going on.
And the technology used here is Arduino technology. With the greenhouse, because of the global warming, we have a greenhouse that is going to protect our seedlings from direct sunlight. As we all know, in the dry season, some crops are not able to grow in the dry season. So this greenhouse is going to help the crops to that greenhouse when the temperature in the greenhouse is high, to decrease the temperature in the greenhouse.
We have farm light. As we all know, we are in the era of 24-hour economy. Due to the help of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama. So there is farm light in the farm, which turns on in the night when the farmer want to work during the night.
In this place, we also have the Smart City 101, which is under Sustainable Development Goal 11, which says sustainable community and cities.
With the smart city, we have a smart barrier. Whenever a car is coming to the city, it senses the car by using the infrared. When the infrared senses the car, the barrier will open for the car to enter the city. And we have a traffic light that ensures road safety for the children. And we also have a charging station. Because of the climate change, we have introduced a charging station. For nowadays, we will not use a fuels again. We will be charging our cars. So we will introduce charging electronic cars, so that the exhaust fume of cars will not pollute the environment.
And after that, in this residential area, we have something inside called
we have elevators in the residential area, which helps the disabled. Whenever the disabled wants to go somewhere in the house, he or she will take the elevator in the residential area.
As we all know, now the elevator inside the residential area to also help the disabled to know that the disabled are also with us.
We have the smart laundry. Whenever it's about to rain, the rain sensor will detect rain and send signal to the servo motor to send the cloth back to a safety place. In the olden days, they used old techniques. So if you dry your clothes and go somewhere, by the time you come back, the clothes will be wet. So this helps in hanging of drying of our clothes.
I know people will be asking, why is this red light here? This red light is here to help the aeroplane. As we all know, the electrical engineers always insert some red lights up the light poles. So we did this to help the aeroplane when it is coming to land.
So this solar charges the battery for the batteries to generate power to the whole community
and store some for future or in to be used in the dry season.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you. Last round of questions from the judges, please.
All right. A quick question. Did you say helicopter that is coming to land or aeroplane? Which is which?
Any of them.
So can aeroplanes?
Let's take the aeroplane.
Eh?
The aeroplane.
Aeroplane can land within the area. Or there's a place there for aeroplane.
Yeah.
Wow. That's good. So anyway, so while those people staying up there, so do you mean that in your smart home, they will wash their clothing up there, will have to bring it down there to the laundry house to dry, or how is it done? Couldn't they wash it? Can't they place them up there?
You can face it out there.
Okay.
Smart city. That's what I heard,
Yeah.
right? It's not a smart community, which means a city is very big. Accra is a city, Kumasi is a city, right? Why do you have an automated barrier which opens and closes? So if I want to enter into Accra, it opens. I want to leave Accra, it closes, opens. So what's the sense of that?
So this smart barrier helps in the detecting of overspeeding. It helps in when someone is overspeeding, the sensor will not be able to sense it in that speed limit, so it won't open.
Which
so this
means
will
there will be an
he-
accident.
Yes, please.
So always the people coming to the community, when they are armed robbers, that's when they will be entering the community with speed. So when they are entering the community, that's the punishment given to them.
Okay. Okay. You are the last group, so I will say this. What I was expecting you to say was, is going to look at how you are ready to listen. You want to hear what I'm going to say? Okay. It would
We want to insert it in it when we are doing it again.
Okay. All right. So what I was expecting you to say is that it will recognize anyone entering into the city, right?
Yes.
Maybe it will start to use facial recognition to monitor wherever they will go, whatever they will do, right? But if you say that it's going to be a punishment for accident, then that is not right. Okay? All right, that's one. Thank you very much. That's a very nice one. Really.
Yeah, that's okay. Just
Okay, thank you so much. Dr. Hini, Professor Paul Obing, Professor Michael Awa, and Dr. Bismarck Boateng, our judges scribbling their numbers. You know, it's a competition, so they have to give them grades. So they'll do that. After which, please, judges, please stand for a nice photograph as evidence that you were here. And a couple of announcements I want to make today. So, audience, you have a chance to be part of this particular competition. You know, there's a Viewer's Choice Award, so you will get to vote your winner and who will be awarded a prize. And judges, please. Where's our photographer? Yeah, he's coming down. Still collating? Oh, we are done. We're done. Thank you very much. Can we have our podium back where it was, please? Thank you.
I don't want nobody to keep my matter like for this life I want to be celebrated. Don't wanna waste my days. I want to spend them on
a bit. Yeah.
It's been too long. nothing at all. You like Ojuju Calabar.
All right, thank you very much, our smiling judges. Let's appreciate them. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It's been a long day. We're almost done with our activities for day one of Airtad 2025. Really happy for all of you who have stayed here, especially the students who have been here to the very end. Let's appreciate all of them. Thank you so much. Okay, at this point, I'm going to bring onto the stage. So we have a space for some remarks by. So the first one will be by one of our judges, Dr. Samuel Atuahini. He's head of Emerging Engineering Technologies Division at CSIR IIR. Dr. Atuahini, please. Remarks by. He's one of our partners. Yes, sir.
All right. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen, invited guests, students, teachers, everyone. I stand on existing protocols. I would say Yamoransa model has been one of the best these few years. It's been implemented in resource-constrained areas, right? But within just a short while, it's really making waves. And we are really proud of what you are doing. Let's clap for the management, the owners. You are really doing well. And we will say thank you very much for this initiative. For teachers, for mentors, professors, technology, and beyond, what we would say is that you are doing a good job. You should keep up with it and enforce more innovation into our young ones. For the students, you may say that all what you are doing is not only based on creating new items or creating new things. What is innovation is what? Creating things that will solve problems. Okay? So I'll give you a very simple example. Most of you here, your projects call it more or less smart agriculture, right? I'm not saying it's not good, it's one of the best, okay? Production of have food, right? So production of food is going to be the best out there. We will say that adding, innovating new items or new things, but also try and do what? Innovate things which are going to solve problems in other communities. And we will say thank you very much for such a great presentation. Thank you for the time. Thank you for everything. And we hope to see you again tomorrow. Thank you.
Many thanks, Mr. Atuahini, for inspiring and encouraging the students. We now have remarks from one of our sponsors. This is Dr. Mohammed Siraj. He's Senior Lecturer, Computational Sciences and Informatics and Director of the Cyber Security Center at Academic City University.
Mr. Kafi, thank you very much. Thank you. Yeah, oftentimes when you are asked to be the last speaker or speaker among those who are going to speak late, everybody sees you to be the enemy because you are taking their time. But I'll be glad to inform you that I'm not going to give a speech, but to stand on the existing protocols and greet all of you once again. Good evening. You've been here throughout, some of you, from morning to afternoon and in the evening. I must say that the fact that you have found yourself here alone is enough to call yourself a champion. Those who participated in the competition, for them to exhibit that courage and charisma and come and deliver what they have done, trust me, that alone should be enough to encourage you and do more in your endeavors. In fact, some of us didn't get this opportunity when we're here. I was here somewhere early 2000 as an undergraduate student, and we never had this opportunity. But I'm seeing this happening among the junior high schools and secondary schools and all that. And to me, I think Yamoransa model has to be encouraged. We have to hear more of you. We have to see you all over. We have to really celebrate what you are doing And I would like to say big thank you to the organizers. And we are also at ACT trying to partner such projects. And this is why ACT has actually come out with ultramodern labs, engineering labs. Those of you who have been to Academic City University, you appreciate the kind of things that we do. We have our tech lab. Our professor from the engineering and electricals and mechanicals are all here. And this is what we are doing in our little way to support the STEM or STEAM program. And so for me, I will only want to say thank you. Keep up the good work. Do more. You are making history and you should be proud of yourselves. Thank you very much.
Okay. So that brings us to the end of day one of Airtad 25. I want to thank everybody who has been part of today's event and has stayed till this time. Tomorrow promises to be exciting. We're going to find out our winners. So you want to be ready for tomorrow. We start at the same time, 9 a.m., correct? Yes, tomorrow, 9 a.m. And it promises to be one of a kind. So on behalf of the organizers, I'd like to say thank you so much to all of you who made it to today's event. And we will see you, God willing, tomorrow, bright and early. We have a cocktail for those who are not wearing school uniforms, where we had our lunch. Students from Achimota and Accra Academy and all the other schools want to say thank you very much for staying with us. And God willing, we meet again tomorrow. My name is Kafui Day. Enjoy your evening. God bless. D. Yes, Kafui D and Kafui P. Yes. All right. Take care. Oh, some music to some pictures at least. Some pictures, right? Let's have some pictures. Students, the people who took part in the competitions, you're all here, right? Let's come up on the stage. Let's take some pictures with our uncles and aunties. Yeah. And the music can flow. People want to dance.